It's me, KBot273. Welcome back to the North American Strikers League Season 6. It's been over 2 years since we started doing this. Crazy to think how far we've come. Today I have long-standing nasl players, Hamster Quest and Eggs with me, and we're joined by nascent new nasl player, Weston, today. So without any further ado, Weston, it's your debut for the season. In case the people do not know, you'll be signing up with your RTF jersey today. How are you feeling going into your match versus the Bun Bun Bonanza?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've known for a couple weeks that it was going to be this week that I came in and everything. And just watching the team be on a kind of a hot streak the last 3 weeks has, made me feel like maybe there's a little less pressure because like we're doing so well, but also just like my teammates are locked in and we have a lot of momentum. So I'm feeling pretty good about this week. I'm kind of glad that I'm going against a team that I've played a lot in weeklies and in scrims and everything. So I'm familiar with how they'll play. And yeah, I'm just really excited to get my first game in.
So, Hamster Quest and NX, you guys have been nasl starters in the past. You guys have played in multiple nasl seasons for different teams. Actually, NX, I don't know if I could say, I don't remember if you ever subbed before EKC, maybe not. But either way, you guys have played many seasons. You know the song and dance here. You know the drill. You've been around the block. What sort of advice do you have to Weston, but by proxy, anyone who's really playing one of their first series or trying to like if they're trying to break into nasl, what kind of things do you do to either prepare or what kind of techniques or approaches to playing your nasl match that helps like mitigate nerves or just focus on your game? Like Hamster Quest, let's start with you.
Yeah, I have actually a pretty long ritual before like tense matches. I haven't done it in a while. Obviously, I haven't played in a few seasons since Quest. I haven't started in Nassau in a few seasons. So like before a big match, like obviously a lot of people will get nervous. I will actually get very, very nervous. It's been a while. But to mitigate that, like I take like a holistic approach. Like I'm like those stress hormones need to be like out of my body and out of my system by the time I start the match. So generally in the morning, before a tough match, I will actually turn the shower all the way to cold, even if it's in the winter.
Oh
And
my.
the reason why you want to do this is like you will start like breathing like kind of like in a way involuntarily, and like that's the way you want to like take deep breaths. You don't want to do this too long because your hands will get like tingly. So you want to stop right before that moment, and so that gives you like kind of like this super surge of like endorphins.
Super super Omega
Yeah,
Strikers. I
Omega
get it.
Strikers, bro. You get it. You get what I'm saying. Yeah, and I mean that's also a great way to mitigate like just kind of like day-to-day life stress. So like it's just kind of like to get it out of your system, and like when you play in the game, like you won't be kind of like as amped up as you were when you took that shower, and kind of to go on to that point, just breathing in general, like before your match, like after every round or something, you need to take deep breaths and like just like breathe, and like don't be over focused on like your performance, how people see you, how like your team views you, and your performance as a player is separate from like you as a person. And Weston's a very respected person, so even if you're not a respected person, if I want to keep the advice like generalized, then your performance as a player is not indicative of your potential as a player, and you just have to separate the two and stay focused. And each point that goes by, you just need to be focused on the next, and don't be overcommitted to kind of changing up the game plan, like because I don't know how long in deep I can go into this. There's like integration like curves of like if you're trying
Eric,
to implement new things. I
I
could go on
think
and on all
well,
day.
I think you said the most important part, which was telling the OS players to shower. So that's
Yes,
already a great
that was
start
it.
to
That was the
any
first
day.
one.
That
I'm
is
sorry.
true. I think that is the nugget of wisdom I'll pull. You're saying things like psychology, you're saying things like game. Nope,
There's
just
it goes so
hygiene,
deep.
baby. It's hygiene. It's always been hygiene. Listen to that, OS players. See you at the next land. Denver, potentially. And then NX, anything you want to add? I think Eric was already covering it
Yeah, I mean, he was
with
pretty
the
spot
shower,
on,
but
especially with like
anything you wanted to add?
especially like the out of game stuff, definitely. I think like especially if you start to like maybe fall behind in game and stuff, it's okay to like kind of take a step back and kind of like think about what your next like idea is. So like even if like you lose game one or something, it's always helped me to kind of just take a step back. The next game is new, and there's still like an opportunity to kind of make that comeback. And so trying to like kind of mitigate that stress from like or maybe that like first time jitters can really help help propel you in the next game and stuff. And stay
That's
hydrated too.
facts. That's
Milks.
facts. Hydrate. Water in the chat.
Hydrate, fellas.
Speaking of high intense games, I want to draw our attention to the marquee matchup of the day, which is Showtime versus EKC. We'll get into predictions later, but for now, these teams to me seem like the standout de facto. I wouldn't say best, but without argument, top three in the league right now. Showtime, obviously, are returning champions. Despite being at the top of the standings, have looked more inconsistent than ever. Obviously, it's foolish to say that when they only have one loss, but obviously compared to last season, I think especially if you're a competitor, you can see that they're not the unstoppable like behemoths that they were. And then versus them is EKC, who actually hasn't dropped a game since they added their superstar coach slash caster slash player slash jujitsu master Borg to their roster. So obviously, I know NX has some thoughts on this. We'll hear more on it later. But for the other two in the call, give me your brief 30-second thought process on this match, and we'll start with Hamster Quest first. 30 seconds. What do you think going into this match that the viewers should be looking out for?
It's smart of you to put the timer on me. Yeah, I mean, this matchup, EKC is a very explosive team, and I think they really bring it to tougher opponents. So I think they've done their homework. I think they're gonna come in strong to this. I don't know if we're doing the predictions right now.
No, not yet.
It's gonna be a close match. I mean, I think it's gonna be really interesting to watch, kind of like the draft in general, even before the match. I think these are two really smart teams, and we've had this patch for a while, so I think we're gonna see the meta in this matchup, hopefully.
Okay, Weston, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think like you kind of touched on, Eric, the EKC kind of like is a team that plays a little bit to their opponent's level. Like I think no matter what, they're kind of in a lot of close games. And like you said, I think play style wise, it's very different between the two teams. Obviously, like Barcode and Sorn could not really be two more different goalie archetypes. So seeing that matchup, seeing how the play styles differ in what is a meta where you see so much differential already, will be really interesting. So I'm excited for it.
All right, NX, I'll have you save your thoughts from when we get to the predictions. For now, I just want to jump right into them, actually. We're going to start at the bottom of our weekly run with two long-storied teams full of West Coast players. It's the Sundubu Strikers versus Demons Raw, the last match of the week. Both of these teams need this win badly. For people who don't know, they're both sitting at 2-3 in the records, which doesn't necessarily mean they're out of playoffs yet. Normally, the lowest you can go and still make playoffs is 4 losses. So if either team loses this, it's do or die from the rest of the season out. Both teams have had really high flying weeks. Both teams have had some real stinker weeks, let's be honest. So I'd love to hear what the desk's thoughts are, as almost everyone here has played these specific teams at least once in their careers. NX, let's start with you. What do you feel like when you look at this this final match of the day?
I'm pretty excited for that one. I think that Raw definitely has some potential. I think they really need their comps to like make their game plan work, and I think Sundubu's kind of the same way, where they're not like as flexible as I think other teams might be. So I think it's going to be. I think a lot of this game is actually going to be drafting, honestly, and from there we'll see what happens. But I think Sundubu probably has the edge.
All right, Sundubu gets 1 vote from NX. And I know NX, you and Sundubu have scrimmed quite a bit, so I'm sure you have some belief in them from that. Weston, let's hear what you got to say about the matchup.
Yeah, Sundubu is also a team that I've scrimmed against with a little bit. I started the season on that team. I think what I really look for in this matchup, like you said, it's two teams that maybe going into the season probably had higher expectations than 2-3, like Sundubu coming off a land win and Demons Raw just being Demons Raw. But I think something like NX said, it could really go down to drafting. And if you're gonna think about which team is probably doing more preparation, going through those drafts, thinking about it more, I think it has to be the team with Carmella on it. And he is always like running through all the scenarios, doing a ton of prep work. So I'm also gonna give the edge to Sundubu, and I think it might really come down to all the preparation that they put into their games.
All right. Hamster Quest, slight bias on this one for people who don't know. He is on Demon's Raw, or at least helps him out very much. Hamster Quest, what are you thinking about this matchup?
And a historic rivalry against Quest Esports on the side of Sundubu, behind the 7-Eleven. I'll see you there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I gotta pay credit where credit's due. Gramella does the prep. I was there at the LAN in California, watching him stay up later than anyone else, preparing in the late hours for this tournament. And he has that same team he brought to that LAN here today, and so I think he's done the prep. But I think Raw is that wild team I've always been very interested in, that like always seems to like underestimate the underdog, and then like always play well against the better teams. And this season I think is the perfect example. I mean, they took the set off Hug, they took the set off EKC, but are losing to new teams, Wee's Little Bees. Not that they're bad, they're doing great, in my opinion. So I think Raw has the right mentality into this matchup. So I think it's going to be really close. And I think they had a new roster getting into this season, but I think they've kind of worked out the kinks. I've been watching their scrims, and I don't think Sundubu will have the right tools unless they've been preparing a lot this week. They've been playing a lot of Estelle and Rasmus in previous weeks, and I don't know. It hasn't been looking like that's been like the strongest meta. We'll see map wise, because obviously there are some maps that really favor that way. But I'm gonna have to go with Raw at the end of the day. I think it's gonna be really close. I think it's really close, but I think they worked out the kinks, and they're against a tough opponent, and they're prepared mentally to win that.
All right, I'm gonna go with Raw as well. I see the Gromella versus Fudgy Waffles messy breakup reunion, and I'm down to see the sparks fly, maybe rekindle the love, or go down in flames. I'm gonna give it to Raw. Moving right along, in the classic Vaughn fashion, we're just gonna hear your exact prediction because I want to speed up to the first match of the day: EKC versus Show. NX, I know what you're gonna say, but who's gonna win?
You guess he's gonna win. I mean,
Weston, who's gonna win?
Showtime's gonna win.
Hamster Quest, who's gonna win?
Showtime.
Showtime's gonna win. I'll vote for EKC today. Why not? Go NX. Hashtag joy baiting. Next match, my team versus Weeb. First place versus 10th place. Saya, put Hug across the table. I'm not asking anyone. I'm the host this week. Go right on to RTF once you're done, baby. It's a Hug sweep. Where my Hug at, gentlemen? RTF versus Bun. NXED, who you got?
I'm really excited to see Weston play on RTF, so I'm down for an RTF win.
Okay, Weston, are you gonna be able to beat Bun Bun for the first time in your life?
I've played him a lot. I've come close a
Yeah.
lot of times, and I'm hoping today's finally the day. So I'm gonna go RTF.
All right, Eric.
I want to say Bun, but I don't know how
Hey, I need a
hard they
name.
prepare this match.
I need a name,
I
or
don't
else you're
know.
skipped. Let's
I'm
go.
going Bun. I'm going Bun.
Okay. I'm going to
Close
double
one.
down on the Bun to make it a 50-50. I like when KBot does this like contrarian, ooh, it's a coin flip. So I'm going to copy him there. WKBot. And let's go to our first match, the one that I'm speeding up for, because when I'm in the first match, the pre-show goes on too long. I get tilted as a player, so I sympathize with them. Bozo, WPBL. For Bozo, we've got Gret coming back into the lineup. Ooh, exciting. Shortest OS retirement moment versus PPL, who got a very important win last week. Both of these teams are also 2-3. They desperately need this win. NX, who do you got?
I got Bozo all the way. I think Gret's gonna do some good work this week.
Gret. Weston?
Yeah, I just scrimmed Bozo last night, and I think Gret was looking really good, and their roster is just solid, and I think they'll rise to the moment. I'll take Bozo bunch.
Bozo. Hamster Quest?
Yeah, Bozo's got it. I just warmed up with them, and Gret, it's like he never left.
OS retirement always comes for us all until it doesn't. Well, I'm going to be biased. I was the PPL coach last season. I played PPL. I DM them like every other week. I'm like, you guys are the best. Let's go, gang. And I also really like that they pick stuff like Luna. So does Merchant, obviously, but I don't know. I'm a PPL biaser. What can I say? They're close to my heart. I'm going to give PPL a vote, even though I love the Bozo players. Shout out Drop Leto. So let's put PPL on the screen, Saya, and don't go anywhere, guys, because we're going to speed run to that series right away to get you that North American Strikers League Season 6 action. BestieandShop.com, whatever. Buy the new merch. I'll see you in a bit. Thanks,
linked.
everyone. And it's like I've never left, guys. Welcome back. nasl is not struggling to field people for today. I promise everything is smooth sailing. And join with me today is my fellow Hug/Boys teammate, Mystic Watch. Mystic, are you ready for this Bozo versus PPL match with me today?
I'm so excited to be here casting this game, PPL versus Bozo, having the same exact record, and I'm happy to be casting it with my good buddy, teammate, friend, alliance member, coach, everything in between. Vaughn, the MF, midfield, yeah, whatever. We're getting into the game.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Now, Mystic, I was hoping you give me a little insight as we load in the game. Obviously, the first point, the teams are going to be feeling each other out. You actually teamed with Merchant in landing. Could you give me a little bit of insight of some of the strengths Merchant has as a player and what he adds to this Bozo forward squad, since he's replacing one of the best goalies we've ever seen, Obscure Breads? Could you talk to me about that?
So Merchant is a person that, it reminds me very much of like super early OS launch, like Caleb Gumi, in the sense of this hyper aggressive eject button goalie, where a lot of the time when it was me, Borg, and Merchant playing, the areas where we found Merchant pop off was specifically in those moments where the ball would be cleared with two in opposite side, where the defender or the two forwards were not there, and Merchant would just fly in, scoop up that rebound, or just like hop in, eject button with a Vice ultimate or something of that sort with Luna or Vice. And the amount of pressure you have on those offensive plays of like 3v2 onto the goalie just made it so hard to defend. And if we see Merchant continue to do that, it's like, that's like the Merchant classic. But people know that, Vaughn, and people try to stop him from doing that. And we see the bans always go through either ban the Vice or ban the Luna, and he hasn't been able to pick those characters as much. So it's really going to come down to how much has he adapted on this playstyle. And speaking of which, I mean, held it down so far really well on the Finny.
Yeah, we definitely have seen this come through here with the Vice ban and the Luna pick, which is a wonderful start for her on Twin Drive. However, an interesting thing I'm going to point out as this first set goes through is I want your eyes on Rex. He's locked in Drakkar. It's his first time playing Drakkar in nasl ever, and he's also opted for the missile prop, which is an excellent training and important because it takes away that pocket pick we've seen from average Alex League before. So this is one of those games where Drakkar is actually going to have a lot of impact because neither Juliet or Rune is going to be able to pressure him at range. This is going to be a close-up slugfest. We're seeing it a lot so far, where it's just four melee forwards are just going to beat each other down point after point with Dropleto's signature X in tow as well. So we're going to see this actually come through as I hunts down and kills Fiery from the midfield. That's the power of the Xenocloak boost on the shotgun damage. Merchant's flying up with no eject button needed. Mystic, he's fine just with the mom boots. And this is a power play that might turn in the favor of PPL. If Fiery comes back and holds, which he can't. Emloom's in the 1v1 with Drop. Now they're doing a nice vertical offense here, making sure they're spreading the floor, giving pressure. Strike or win from Alex to make sure the goal doesn't get saved. Merchant with a flip, and Alex and Fiery on the other half. Emloom kills Dropleto on the other side of the field, and they've swung the play in favor of PPL Mystic. Let's see where they can take this.
Yeah, but so far so good in terms of defending the barrier down. It takes a dash punch out of Fiery to close it off, but I has the energy burst, uses it in the net, gets it through the Juliet ultimate, and manages to time it between Emloom as well, giving them the 2-0 lead already. And one thing I wanted to talk about is Merchant once more, but on the Finny with the mom boots, and specifically with this twin drive. I know how highly you value twin drive on the Finny. It adds so much damage. It has a massive range on how far the ability can be cast. So you have that core control, you have the damage debuff, and especially when you have these two brawler characters being piloted by I and Dropleto, that damage is coming through. So we're gonna see, like, once that set 2, set 3 X comes online and we get things like bulk up or 1-2 punch or heavy impact on some of these characters, the damage is gonna be insane.
The damage is gonna be insane, and so was Merchant Sages there. PPL's had to use 2 core flips, all for naught. Merchant with another good read on Fiery Strike, making sure he holds it down. No barrier, no problem. Getting evades out versus this PPL squad is so important for the X and Drakar to do what they do best. Fiery denied once again by Merchant. Brett backing him up in the corner, making sure that that ball gets cleared. While Emloom, a little bit of an offensive sequence going on from PPL, but can't break the defense of Bozo Bunch just quite yet. The speed seems to be on the side of Bozo, while PPL spinning their wheels a bit, trying to figure out how to get the ball, but they're by no means at a disadvantage. Fiery once again eyeing the goal, just doesn't have the resources really to break through the twin drive Finny, and not to mention the core flip as well. The Rune Luna combo, haven't seen too much of the character's damage synergy quite yet, but a good flip coming out from Emloom matches Dropleto's. Fiery looks for the goal, can't exactly find another flip coming out, but a nice strike from Fiery. Good shot placement makes it so that the abilityless Finny can't save it one more time. So PPL strikes back here, Mystic.
Yeah, really clutch play by Emloom. Over there, Dropleto has the energy burst in the net against the Luna, which for the most part is a guarantee. Oh my goodness, Dropleto with the quick KO on the side, getting average Alex from the Rune out, a character that does actually have quite a bit of defensive capabilities because of the ability to buffer your secondary and kind of just ignore knockback. But even with that, I was gonna say Emloom did such a good job on that previous point, using the flip to catch Dropleto's flip, which led them to that first point in this set. But with that KO that Dropleto got, we already have 2 barriers down on the side of PPL, and now they're going to have to defend against a Gret who has energy burst, trying to walk into position. You can see the way they're walking up with Merchant also moving a little bit forward to give I as much time as needed to try to set up a play on the Drakar. It doesn't just have to be Dropleto, but as long as Fiery and Average Alex keep pulling this like 2v2 midfield defense that's going on pretty well, they seem to be having a little bit of trouble getting the ball in position for I to actually use that energy burst.
Something I've also seen as well is one of the strongest points of this Rune Luna combo, Mystic, is the fact that you can combo off of your ults. We saw this get a lot of popularity in the early season, but we haven't really seen it come to fruition as much as people expected. Even though Alex gets a kill with his ult, without the Luna adding to it, it does take a little bit from that combination, so difficult for them to sync those up. We'll see if this pays off here, though. Open barriers for both sides. I always favor the eject goalie more, so I'm going to look for Emloom to fly in here soon. Fiery staggered. Dangerous position for him especially. Has to play around both direct and X so well, but an excellent capitalization and read on the bounce from that top side barrier corner. And Fiery's going to put that in quite nicely. I feel like PPL is slowly clawing it back. The momentum feels like it's in Bozo's favor, but Mystic, it just feels like they can't get that ball in that net.
Yeah, and it was like I was mentioning before, the midfield duo of Fiery and Average Alex, like both of these forward players have been holding it down for quite some time, and it feels like, yes, the ball is moving forward from Merchant and I over to Dropleto, but it's not getting into a spot where they can capitalize on. But oh my goodness, a lot of damage coming through. Merchant, without any elusive left, is healing a little bit, but looks like they're not going to capitalize it any further. Oh my goodness, get blasted by Dropletto, uses the energy burst, flips him off the map, sent back into his own net. They have a little bit of reprieve, another 5 seconds until Fiery comes back. Let's see if they can make use of this, break that last barrier, but no, unable to fully go through on that play. We don't have almost no energy economy there available for Bozo Bunch. Mloom using that eject button. It feels like even though they're getting the kills on Bozo, or I should say Bozo onto PPL, it just does not matter because PPL is holding on for dear life. Fiery with no stagger available, nothing to his name, just a Juliet ultimate and a dream, manages to get it through everyone there. And what a reverse like 3-0 on that set.
Something that I didn't expect for one Mystic. It was so unfortunate. Merchant was playing that set so well, and just a small mistake on the Finny ult, it can spell so much doom out of nowhere. An own barrier cost them that set, which is always painful. I want to draw attention to something actually quite important in this draft, which is the X pick. If he wants, he can go for the specialized, which he chooses to do. I think this warps the game completely. Now, obviously, Luna has Deadeye, and there's team player and all these wonderful trainings, but X specialized training really does just jettison the character to top tier KO. The amount of damage he does over time, the knockback he can do from his own kind of strange dash punch with his ult. If he really wants to, Dropletto can transition to more of an Oki-esque playstyle, if he's allowed to do it, of course, where he can completely deny Mloom the versatility of Luna's kit. We'll see if it comes through right now. He's decided to focus on Fiery for starters. Brawlers get it done. Now Merchant and Brett making sure they work the ball up in the back line. That's one thing Drakkar can do well on this map. He can push the ball forward with the strike shotgun. Nice combo from Dropletto's basic abilities to confirm that kill. Now they have an offense versus the Luna. This is going to be tough for her to hold, but Mloom has the perfect strike to get it through the barrier, but it's already right back. The onslaught won't end, but Mloom once again with average Alex and Toe is able to hold it down. Luna out of abilities can't hold that barrier though, and now Merchant's in a 1v1 with Merchant and Fiery. Luna all alone. Oh my goodness, what a wombo combo! That was cool to watch, I won't be honest. Fiery and Mloom combined for a really satisfying kill, and Mloom's flying in as well. What looked like a PPL disaster class has swung once again in their favor, and it's just a simple strike will get it done. Fiery sees the hole in Bozo's defense and plugs it with the core Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, that KO getting Dropletto out, and talking about that specialized training, we saw how much damage it already did from just wailing on Fiery for a couple seconds. And one thing that I wanted to add on to your point, like you mentioned his little dash punch there, it catches so many people off guard the first time, because you're like, oh, I'm at a safe distance from X right now, and then you get hit once and it's like, well that's my one. But look at the damage coming through onto I. Oh my goodness, the flip sends him out. Average Alex was trying to get some sort of KO or some sort of damage onto I there, but it does not matter. And what do you think about the difference in Average Alex taking the slick kicks on the rune in this situation versus I, who has opted in for the more traditional, what is this awakening called? It Magnetized Souls.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice for sure. I guess Average Alex feels like since he's playing versus double melee, he'll be ping-ponging the ball a lot more. I'm curious to see how it pans out. Obviously, they're up in sets, so something's going right. Oh, I like that self-pass from him as well. Oh, these things happen.
That just like,
you know what? We've all been
overtime punch. Oh my.
Yeah, that was way too fast. I don't even blame Mloom for that. You know what? These things happen. I do think something that I want to draw attention to as well is Mloom is playing really quite fantastically. I think this is going to be a difficult Luna game for him on paper. The X breathing down the Luna's throat is always quite scary, but he's been doing just fine. We'll see if they can continue this offensive pressure. Fiery taking a lot of damage, but as we've seen, he can still be an offensive threat even when staggered. Average Alex and Dropletto playing a little ping pong, but Dropletto can't seem to get his hands on the ball as well, and Alex knows it. Well, that's a little cheeky dooby moment. Mloom with another wonderful strike. That's going to convert to a barrier, and all of a sudden, Bozo Bunch is on the back foot here, despite the stagger advantage they have. Alex moving the ball around, trying to set up Fire, but they can't seem to find it. Mloom uses the dash to make sure he saves both of his barriers. As there's a bit of back and forth here, abilities getting slung out. Fiery once again kept low. They're doing a good job making sure his stagger isn't regenning. He just can't seem to catch a break. Banish coming down, that might be a death. The Luna combo but it actually ends in Emlyn losing his barrier, and then Juliet dies on the side. We'll see if they're able to convert this 3v2. The power plays haven't really worked out in Bozo's favor. Emlyn, what a great save! What a great save. Heads up play by him, but unfortunately Dropletto does the Luna counterplay, which is stand right in front of her and strikes it home for the goal, Mystic.
Oh no, but what a play that was. The Emloom average Alex getting the Luna combo down, or the Runa combo, but all it took was the recovery drone off of I, and what it cost them was 2 barriers, a teammate, and eventually the goal there. So was it worth it? Well, we'll have to find out if it can lead into more points this time around. And starting off strong, using the energy burst, Emloom coming in, flying down from the bottom half, the boost, making it in time. Just like a 12-second point there. I didn't even get to finish what I was talking about. And I guess it's worth it. They knew the future. They said they're moving on to point 5. I has no recovery drone, and now if they can get that combo off once more, it'll lead to that 14-second death, I believe. I actually don't know the timer on that, but either way, they started off super strong. Oh my goodness, the damage from Emloom. And there it is. That's the recovery drone from 2 points ago paying off.
That's fact. I was just about to make a point of how many core flips the side of Bozo had, and I feel like PPL just listened and made sure they took one of them out. We'll see if Merchant can hold that. Oh, a double flip going out. Gives Essence of Hug. I would never have done that, of course. Now Gret and Dropletto have to move the ball up, and a point that looked like it was Bozo's favor at the start is going to be a little trickier to navigate. Emlym's done such a good job of applying that consistent pressure to Gret with his abilities. All average Alex and Fire have to do is try to finish him off, but Gret also doing a good job of living, known for being a player that can space quite well. Fiery. Hulk going wide now. Dropletto with a great punish, making sure the pillars in form as well. Very heads-up play by the Bozo Bunches brawler. Having a great season, might I add, so glad to continue his excellence. 1v2 going out on Emloom. Smartly doesn't use the flip. I don't think he can get it, but the pillar back from average Alex makes sure that's an open game state. Open barriers on both sides. One team with team player, the other with boatloads of damage. We'll see which one comes through first. Dropletto pops the L for initial bit of core speed. My gosh, that goes in! Speaking of core speed, what on earth was that? Bozo brings it back, clutches of defeat, and makes sure that they're able to be locked in with Gret in his return series, locking in the MVP, Mystic.
I hate to see it. Emloom was in that situation where he thought he was going to be able to reach the core, so he didn't flip, and then it just barely slipped by him. I mean, the core was moving so fast in that exact moment. But now we're going into a tied set of sets, but with Bozo Bunch leading in momentum. Adrenaline Rush picked up a 4i there, completely denying it from the enemy team. We don't want to see them with shorter cooldowns and with insane enhanced movement speed. So I think a really good pickup on that end. We're not going to see any Spark of Leaderships, 1 Spark picked up in general. But besides that, anything stand out to you in this draft?
This ad rush on the Drek makes me really nervous if I'm the side of PPL. The thing about Adrenaline Rush that a lot of people just don't really seem to remember is you don't have to get the kill. You just need to help out. And if there's one thing that Drakkar does, other than dying with Recovery Drone right there, is getting chip damage consistently. So if he ever can tag someone that Dropletto is trying to kill, a Drakkar with 2 shotguns is scary. A Drakkar with 4 after an Adrenaline Rush proc, almost unbeatable. So we'll see how these early ping-pongs go back and forth between Dropletto and I. Gret already level 10, by the way, so he's doing a good job of getting involved on the plays. While Finny does a good job of making sure Fiery is elusive. We're trying to peel for him. Fiery's able to run away from Dropletto with the assistance of his backline. Now, as always, we see a staggered Fiery doing a great job of taking up space, making sure that he's always an offensive pressure, even if he's not necessarily the healthiest striker on the field. Now a bit of corner offense from the Bozo Bunch. Gret. There's one Adrenaline Crush proc. Now he's going to have shotguns. Can we get 2? We get a barrier instead. This is exactly what I'm nervous about if I'm the side of PPL. Bozo now has the team player activated in overtime as well. Average Alex has a flip that he can use, but he's low, so has to expend it quite quickly. Monumental Spinny always blocking it down as well. Flip coming out from Merchant. Goes a little bit errant. As Emlyn flies in now and gets a kill with the dash rocket combo. That's huge for the side of PPL right now. Let's see if this power play can get up. Forces the flip out from I. Mounts to nothing. Core speed going every which way. That's the Deadeye Luna with the team player on the Finny. Fiery eyeing it up. It's anyone's guess how this point could end. Average Alex just quite misses the pillar, but a good pass. Hit stun from Fiery, but Emlyn comes in, doesn't want to use the flip smartly. Probably would have been stuffed by the Finny Monumentalist. Now it's I back on the pitch with Drakkar. Let's see if he can put something together. threads the goal, but doesn't quite seem to find it. He's getting chipped nice and low. That's Julie fodder if I've ever seen it. That's the flip. That's the goal. And it's in. Mystic. It's a PPO sweep that point.
What a beautiful play by Fiery there. One thing I will say, just looking at how the ball was being moved from Bozo Budge, it looked like they were having quite a bit of trouble with the bounces off the middle. It never looked like the ball was going exactly where it wanted to. It was just slightly off. It was bouncing. Like they had the power play with I on the adrenaline rush, but the amount of time wasted with waiting for the ball to get all those bounces out of the way first and then being able to continue the point seemed like it ended up stalling such a long time, and I felt like I noticed that quite a bit. But in the meantime, while I was yapping Dropletto doing X Lord over there, that's a set 3X, baby, with spec training Superman build on the twin drive as well. Keep that in mind. And 2 people taken out. The pancakes reset on Fire, actually very important there. And now immediate turnaround before the momentum going in the favor of Bozo Bunch. Let's see if they can keep it up. We're not going to have... Oh my goodness, there goes the Superman while banished. Not going to have that ultimate for quite some time until... I mean, it's a pretty long ultimate, but when that X ultimate comes right back, you can see the positioning that Dropletto is taking up. You know that he's going to want to smack someone silly with that X Maximus. And if they can do that again, then most likely will lead to another point.
I agree. It's going to be on PPL to try to mitigate some of that damage or trade it back when they get the opportunities to. They do a lot of damage, but so does Dropletto. Results in Gret once again getting the ad rush on this Ricard, and any time a missile prop direct has the shotguns up with some speed, you need to be careful. This looks almost unclearable, but Emloom and Average Alex are able to get it out. A nice banish. Make sure Dropletto is stalled. The Finial saved once again by Emloom, and a pillar as well denies the next pass. PPL all of a sudden, anytime I feel like they're almost done, find a way to bring it back off of the efforts all out of Emlu. I think this Luna has had some pinpoint accuracy with both her strikes as well as her rockets. So I'm curious to see if she's able to get it done. Merchant with a great strike to make sure he's denying Fiery. Now the ball swings on the other side. Superman X doing the thing. Emlu flips it out. X flips it back, and he punches it in. Dropletto. Hey, there's no shame in putting the fries in the bag, especially when you're one of the best X players to ever touch the game. So nice offense there by Bozo. They're really keeping the foot on the gas pedal for set 3.
Yeah, and I want to give props to that energy burst that Dropletto used. That core flip caught the core from so far away. It was pretty much max distance. He had to take a little bit of a hike to get down to strike that, but the awareness to know how far the ranges of your energy burst and use it effectively came in a super clutch there, giving them the advantage now in this set, which Fiery's almost taken out. But still, like we mentioned it before, and you mentioned it specifically, that Fiery, even though he has no stagger, he's always in this position to capitalize on it. He doesn't play scared. He doesn't walk back to the middle. He doesn't go hide around waiting for these orbs. If he's staggered, he's still there. He's him. And now tying it up 2-2 in this set, it is exactly as even as it can be. And we'll see. I feel like these brawlers are going absolutely crazy. It's Dropletto trading with Fiery in terms of the super effective plays, and I don't know who is going to lead this next KO or make this power play happen.
Oh, what an excellent strike from Average Alex, and gets the kill from Fiery as well. Emlyn put full faith in his midfielder, and then his forward came in to clean up the job. Great secondary from Average Alex means there's no clear. And this could be set 3 going in the hands of PPL. Finial's able to stall it out quite nicely. Dash versus Dash. Of course, Luna's going to lose that against the Super Surge X. Now, Fiery saw an opportunity, wasn't quite able to capitalize, but keeping the ball up quite nicely. Merchant. Oh my gosh, what a pillar. I honestly didn't even see that come out. Average Alex was locked in and ready to go. The offense doesn't ever stop. The rune comes up, teleports away. The Luna comes in, then the rune dies, so that's the way the offense stops Mystic. Dropletto staggered as well, but now it's once again open barriers. Dropletto with an ult hit stuns the Luna, and the core speed meant she couldn't flip after her. What a heads up play from Dropletto. Seriously the only way that ball could have gotten in, or else Emlyn was flipping, killing the X, and saving PPL's set. So all of a sudden Bozo up once again with a Drakkar staring down a heavy impact training if he so desires.
There's also that. What is your thoughts on denying Reptile Remedy here? Okay, I was thinking of that as well.
I think it's great.
It is, like, we know how strong Heavy Impact is. It did take a bit of a nerf on this last patch, but the the strategy of the best damage is just making sure your enemy does not get any more survivability still seems to be extremely prevalent when it comes to deciding what awakening to take here.
Especially if you're a melee midfielder like Drakkar or different kind of flavor, but let's say an Era or a Now, you always need to play on the ball, which means that's the easiest way you're going to take damage. So the fact that now Gret has that Reptile Remedy means really the damage profile of PPL is just completely mitigated when he gets his hands on the ball. But Fiery's the one with the hands on the ball right now. Little offense being generated right now. Emloom can just quite get back to it. Dropletto doesn't have enough power behind that strike to take the barrier. As creations galore come down on the side of PPL, but Emloom, Fiery, and Average Alex are going to hold, but Gret is not done yet. Forces the ball back through with the Drakkar signature strike shotgun. And Esoteric Art. Now Emloom's bit of a pinch here. Gret dribbling the ball up, trying to get his X set up. That's one thing Dropletto's great at. He's very patient. He isn't going to budge early, uses the spec training, going to get a kill on Rune while keeping the offense. No! Average TP's away, denies that kill, but Dropletto will not be sated with just a barrier. He wants blood and he's going to get it. Emloom goes down. Gret splits the posts and Dropletto puts it home. What a Bozo Bunch classic for that point, Mystic.
Yeah, and there was I'll just point out a little neat interaction there that I was talking about it earlier, about Rune having that defensive capability of being able to live thanks to the way the secondary works, and you can buffer a lot of these interactions where Dropletto had the guaranteed KO on essentially any other character in the entire roster there besides Rune, because Rune can just press secondary and leave and ignore that hit stun. Although you do kind of continue your knockback direction once you come out. So nerd moment done. Just wanted to point that out for those wondering why Average Alex lived.
Hey, W Rune, that's what we say. And WPPL, as they're able to hold this power play, bars, but I don't think Dropletto's going to be denied too much longer. Average Alex has the ball up, while Dropletto on the other side works on Emloom's stagger bar. He's trusting his midfielder and goalie to hold it down, which they successfully do. Now Gret has a chance to push the ball forward. Oh my goodness, I mean, creation moment plus Luna, like who knows where that's going. Clearly Merchant does, as the goal is credited to him. And now PPL 1 goal away from being down 0-1 off of this honestly stifling forward pair with the Finny pairing from the side of Bozo Bunch, Mystic.
Yeah, and we were talking about Merchant very early on, and how, or I would say we focused on Merchant a bit in that set 1, and then kind of started glazing Emloom for being such a beast on this Luna, which he's popping off with every interaction here. But I'm really impressed with how Merchant is playing. The fact that we aren't saying things like, it's like, oh, you know, like unfortunate goal or anything along those lines. Like Merchant is holding his own, has had some phenomenal clears here on the Finny, on this character that we haven't seen him on much at all, right? Not in his repertoire of eject button goalies. So I want to give him props where it's due. He's been doing so well, and now they're in a situation where they can finish this whole thing off. The Finny ultimate rebounds it right back into Gret's hands, and the Drakkar finishes it through 3-0. What a strong performance by Bozo Bunch. Early on, it looked like it was a PPL sweep, and it just completely reversed around with Dropletto like manning the helm of this victory with the brawler mentality of just straight KOs, beautiful interactions. I mean, I cannot say enough good things about how well Bozo Bunch came around in the second half of this game.
I agree. I think, once again, funny enough, it was last week we were saying this about PPL, taking the Drakkar Night Market with Missile Prop. This week, the Drakkar Night Market with Missile Prop looked fantastic. It was just so much damage being put out, 36k, as well as just dominating the redirects. Drakkar can do one thing, baby, strike shotgun. And Gret was really doing it. And I know, obviously I know that makes it sound like I'm taking away from the performance, but really Drakkar requires some good spacing and making sure that you have really solid fundamentals. The character is so linear that if you don't make the correct decisions, he adds nothing to the team. So I'd really like to shout out Merchant and Gret, especially once Gret picked up that adrenaline rush. They did a great job of making sure that Gret was able to get his adrenaline run procs and then transition that as Dropletto was working the other side of the field, pressuring Emloom, who was having, let's be honest, a standout game. which I'm saying every time I see this guy play, regardless of this team's current record, this guy's looked like one of the best goalies in North America in my eyes. So it's just really a battle of fireworks. And I felt like if just one or two of those points went differently, that would have easily been a set 5 game. But X and Drakkar just output so much damage, combining for over 80,000, that it's really difficult to match up to that consistent pressure if you aren't finding the knockback KOs that Rune and Julie are known for. So we'll have to see what happens for game 2 for the adjustment. One thing I want to draw to your attention, Mystic, it's week 6. That was Juliet's second loss for the whole season. Stir on that for a little bit if you want to think about it.
But I've been hearing in the rumblings of general chat in Coscord that Juliet is not the strongest character.
Oh, she's so weak. She's so weak.
As it is known for the Omega Strikers community being the true knowledgeable.
We're always right.
Saints.
We've never gotten anything wrong here, guys. We've never gotten anything wrong.
But taking a look at, and one of the things I wanted to bring attention to for the game plan of PPL, you mentioned the knockback KOs that we see both Luna, all three of these characters of Luna, Rune, and Juliet be so strong to deal with, right? We tend to not see too much stagger KOs with this type of composition. And when you're under so much pressure that you have to use your abilities off cooldown for either defensive purposes or just to try to gain some sort of momentum in the play, you lose a lot of that KO potential, right? How many times did we actually see the Lune-Runa combo come out? How many times did we see a Rune ultimate with a pillar that a Juliet was camping for a KO? I felt like we only really saw one or two Luna-Rune combos, and it was on I, who had recovery drone at that point, which was such a huge... It's like the recovery drone against that specific combo is such a pain to deal with, that it felt like it really shut down what PPL wanted to do. And at the same time, because of the pressure that they were underneath, they just couldn't line up the ability. They couldn't really afford to save those cooldowns in a way that was like, hey, I got ultimate in 10 seconds. Can you hold on? It's like, no, I can't. I just have to use it here. And we saw the lack of KOs in that second half because of that.
That's not to say also that controlling the ball could be weak. I think that's just a byproduct as well, Mystic, of night market. It's so claustrophobic that I think that if PPL had this exact same match, but they just snapped their fingers and were teleported to somewhere like Otten City, that game is completely different. Now, obviously, teams would have drafted differently, but I just wanted to point out the importance of different characters and playstyle strength on different maps. So with such a varied map pool in nasl, we have a lot of really controversial, some beloved, some hated, and either way divided community stances on maps like Demon Deus, on maps like Inkies, on maps like Otten. But just like we say, even on the long-standing, originally one of the big three night market, we can see that certain styles, certain execution decisions really came through there, and it resulted in Bozo Bunch, a team that honestly, I mean, I'll speak from personal experience. Really hard to beat on night market, guys. nasl 5 playoffs lore. Wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar coming out. But what I am surprised to see actually is we're going to Oni Village. I don't think I've seen either of these teams play on Oni Village this season. Could be mistaken. Would be happy to be fact checked. But we've got a Super Surge and Fight or Flight start. Now, Juliet banned on one side, Era banned on the other. These two strikers do seem like, I would argue, maybe the best characters in the game right now. Time is a flat circle. And I'm curious to see what kind of goalies get picked on this map, Mystic, because normally defensive goalies seem to be king. So I'm expecting a Mako to come out, but I'm curious what else is going to happen since Era's been banned.
There's the Mako.
Oh, there's the Mako. Wow, guys. Start on Oni. Mako time. What do you think the other goal is going to be, Mystic?
Well, the thing is, the Mako not being picked up by Merchant, right? Doesn't have the opportunity there. Instead, we have the Zentaro going over. So taking a look at Merchant's pool, although you did mention that we don't see, or the defensive goalies tend to be more stronger here, just strictly based on Merchant's pool itself, we still might just see Vice or Luna picked up, which normally wouldn't be the case for some of the other teams in that same situation.
Okay, I have to nerd out. This is not known information. Guys, raise your hand in chat if you've been victimized in the Vice Mako matchup by my Vice. Weston, if you're listening, raise your hand. This matchup is so bad for Mako. Okay, let me just like explain why. I know goalie counterpick is like meme, but like lock in with me, okay? So Mystic, do you know what the cooldown of Mako secondary is?
I do not know. Can you tell me,
It's
Vaughn?
21 seconds. Okay?
Okay.
So with eject button, Vice secondary cooldown is like 10 seconds. And so the thing about Mako is when especially after the nerf, when she beats her drum, she's like standing still, right? So you're like, oh, I'm gonna dash train, I'm gonna lock in Mako, I'm gonna beat my drum. But then the Vice takes the dash training, all of a sudden her secondary reaches Mako for free, and you drop secondary every time when she beats her drum, and it cancels it 100 times out. It's literally unmissable. And even also, let's say it's down. If she's charging her primary, what does Mako do? She like stands still. She slows down. Secondary, boom, block the primary. It's so annoying as the Mako. And Merchant is historically one of the Vice players of our league. So I'm really happy to see this pick locked in, even if it's on a map that isn't necessarily like the Vice map per se. Because if it's played well, I think Emloom is going to have a miserable time on the Mako. I think the matchup is super, super unplayable for her. I'm really interested to see if it comes to fruition. If the Vice is forced on defense enough, obviously those abilities won't be up for offense. But I have faith in the Bozo bunch forwards that they can execute the vision here, Mystic.
And is this enabled by the secondary awakening, Vaughn? Like, does the Mako secondary not reach otherwise?
Yeah, the Vice would have to like really misposition otherwise. Like she has to walk way out of her net. So now the fact that she has that dash extension, she can go like barrier to barrier. So she's gonna be able to teleport right there and cancel that dash or that Mako secondary every time, Mystic.
Got it. So taking a look at what we have here, I assume it's going to be the two goalies taking the Super Surge and then all four other players opting in for the fight or flight. Oh, sorry, Dropletto going in for the Super Surge as well on the Zentaro. But pretty standard stuff. We're seeing again the difference in awakening choices here, or I should say the training choices, with the slick kicks for both forwards of PPL, and Bozo Bunch opting in for double magnetized souls once again, and we're seeing the dash awakening already come into fruition for Drop. Oh my goodness, I don't even know what got the KO there. I think it was the now primary. Yeah. I mean, oh my goodness, the drone just getting the KO already, leading into a power play. Let's see if we can break the secondary barrier here. We can see Merchant walking up, does not land that secondary, but with how low the cooldown is, you have the ability to get two off before Mako can get a second drum and bass off as well. And the pressure, this is a pretty fast-moving game, given that we are on Oni Village, a map that we tend to see things taken a little bit slower.
One thing I liked seeing there as well is, speaking of the speeds of the game, Dropletto saw that Emloom was using the Mako secondary. Wow, great Giga Blast by Alex. And he immediately went to cancel it. Merchant now has the ball. Always a threat when he teleports in. You never know what he's going to do. Wow, actually almost a goal from strikes, but Average Alex and Fire are able to get it done. Rasmus Kai have a lot of pressure. Merchant TPing up with Dropletto. Oh, the Dropletto Zentaro. It's always such a treat. Instantly snipes that top clear from Emloom. Something I've seen many times this season. And Dropletto just continues his case in my eyes for top 3 brawler this season, Mystic. He just continually he's getting it done. And we're going to see him get it done here, actually. I think he's going to get both. Waits out the barrage. Ooh, nice idea with the strike. Doesn't exactly quite get it, but they keep up. I like this use of the core flip from Merchant, making sure that he keeps the offense going. Average Alex is staggered. Merchant and I pressuring together. Alex not actually taken out. Rare miss from Dropletto. Mystic, let's see how these two teams navigate this.
The Dropletto had the KO lined up there onto Average Alex, but Emloom used a 1 second primary to just shift Dropletto the smallest amount, which let Average Alex live. Eventually getting taken out a little bit later. Dropletto going in for that secondary cancel once again. Very aware of the role. If Merchant isn't able to cancel it, Dropletto will dash right in. And because it's Super Surge here, there's a lot of damage that's stacked on whether Dropletto or Merchant lands one of these secondaries. It just chunks them for half health, and especially with with Zentaro being the character that he is and the amount of AoE that he covers, you do so much so much damage onto so many people, and there Emloom is, the goalie being taken down in the goalie box. No pauldrons here for any defensive play. It is strike shot, and let's see if that's going to end up being a punishment for the amount of damage coming through on Bozo's side.
I'm really impressed with PPL's 2v3 defense with Device injecting in. They were able to hold. Really, really impressive stuff. Let's see if PPL can fight back on the other side. Merchant not able to find much. Almost gets the goal with Gret backing him up, but they can't split the defense. Now Fiery has a chance, flips him out, takes him out with the Rasmus ult. Average Alex working that midfield line with the Kai. Looks for a Giga Blast, but can't get it. And Emloom misreads the Supernova from Vice. The core speed just a little too fast. Sails on by the Mako primary. And Bozo's 1 point away from taking the first set on Oni Village.
Yeah, doing such a phenomenal job. And even though they've been having some pretty good defense on PPL's side, even with Emloom down, the pressure of having full global presence, it feels like I'm playing League of Legends against Nocturne, Galio, Twisted Fate. At any moment, these characters can just jump on in, and they have a presence from standing anywhere on the map. This is kind of where that Magnetized Souls comes in clutch, right? You can stand on the midfield line, garner all that additional speed, and then just jump into any play that you deem like is valuable for you in that moment. And we're seeing Ide come back in, just using his own eject. Oh my goodness, it's not the demon angle, all the way bouncing around, just not able to get it. Emloom stuck in that primary animation, isn't able to strike it, and doesn't let go of the primary fast enough. And I'd say 3, that's one of the fastest sets I've seen played on this map, Vaughn.
Yeah, unfortunately, just 2 back-to-back points of Emloom misreading the clear off of primary. That's a rare, and I mean rare, misstep from him. I'm really surprised to see that stalwart defense crumble. And it's a shame for him as well, because that means he's going to lose out on the dash training, which is denied by his own Kai, curiously enough. I guess they wanted to deny the Monu from now, which I completely understand. She can take over the game with that. But the unfortunate downside, which I want to draw attention to now, is for anyone who's played Mako, you know if you get Monumentalist on her ult, it's almost so big that it defeats the point of her ult. I'm curious to see if it'll still have the same effect that it would otherwise, but I do respect that now needs Monumentalist denied. No matter how many times she's nerfed, no matter how many times Monumentalist has nerfed, it's now with Monumentalist. It's always going to be a problem, so I really like that they took it away from her Mystic.
Yeah, and speaking on that Monu on the Mako, it's like one of the rare cases that you can pick an awakening that has a negative impact on your character, right? We tend to see a lot of awakenings that we call dead awakenings, Juliet taking a creation awakening, for example, or something along those lines. But this is like the rare situation where an awakening can genuinely make your character function worse than it did before. So I want to see if it ends up playing off. Because of how much space there is, you just don't really threaten anything with a Mako ultimate, unless it maybe ends up into the enemy net if Emloom can get missile prop or some sort of range extension. But regardless, the offensive pressure coming out once again. Eye and Droplet. Oh my goodness, walks up, flips him out of the net. Does not matter. We have a death metal Eye coming in, getting the KO, popping it off. But the defense between Average Alex and Fiery, once again, this is the second time we've seen this, Vaughn, is the PPL defense without their goalie has been immaculate.
I'm really impressed because holding on to power plays like that on Oni Village especially is not hard. The amount of correct reads you have to make are just so many, and that's another power play, and all it takes is one missed read, and it's just already over. Emloom comes back, but isn't able to really secure it. And this Bozo Bunch team, look, Oni is, I know, typically regarded as the quote-unquote core control map, but I'm seeing KO after KO come out, and it's looking very difficult for PPL to navigate that damage. Emloom loses barriers. Merchant doesn't get back, but Fiery isn't able to get both in return. A missed opportunity that Average Alex capitalizes on. Now it's anyone's game with all 3 players up and a classic Fiery read on the Rasmus clear, making sure he's able to even up the game. 1-1. You know, we're talking a lot about Bozo, but the offense especially, and I'm going to shout out Average Alex from this, looking like such a huge facilitator this game, holding it down in the power plays 2v3, getting the ball consistently to Fiery when it's on offense, and this slick kicks fighter flight combo is something that he needs to dominate the ball with, and he is doing quite nicely. Let's see if he can use that extra speed he's getting from those 2 combinations with the fact that he's Mako speed. Let's see if he and Fiery can make sure that just because the Bears are down doesn't mean that the point is over.
Yeah, and Average Alex almost reminding me of CECC Von Kai on Oni Village, just walking around with the ball, full control over these situations. You have so much speed, and especially with that dash awakening, increasing your movement speed even more in those critical moments, ends up leading to such strong plays. But not a man down necessarily, but the pressure is going on. Fiery, fully staggered in the middle of the map there. And you don't have to necessarily try to finish. Oh my goodness, the KO. Was that the Mako primary that KO'd them? Trying to come back. Oh my goodness, stalls it out just long enough. But no, it's slowly sliding through, and Fiery able to get the strike off there. And PPL, not only are they clawing back, but they are doing just fine, it seems like, even with no barriers up.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe Emloon found that KO. That just swung the set so hard. I think if he didn't, Brett was in the perfect opportunity to score, as we've seen him do time and time again with a flip like that. Great play by Emloon to make sure that he's keeping his team alive. Now
another one.
Trades the damage back. That's twice now Gret's been KO'd. Let's see if Bozo Bunch is able to handle it, but drop Leto. Excellent strike placement to make sure he gets that, but Fiery fires right back, this time with a hook from Rasmus. It's a 3v2, and it's already in. Average Alex, once again, making sure that his team gets all the opportunities they can. And just like last game, we see sets traded as we're going into the halfway point of this game. Curious to see what kind of awakenings we might be able to pick up. My eyes looking at team player, and of course,
I'm also looking at that.
Mystic. Yeah.
The damage is really high, so I think Reptile Remedy is a pretty powerful pick here. But Rasmus opting in for size instead. We know how big and dangerous that pendulum swing can get. Being able to just strike primary from so far away, threaten that barrier, and threaten the goals. A team player does make its way over to Bozo Bunch, and that is a pretty warping. It's been nerfed, you know, it's not going at super crazy speeds, and there is a limit to how many times you can strike back and forth. But even then, team player is such a powerful pick, especially on these open maps like Oni Village or Aten City. So let's see if that can end up warping the game any further in the favor of Bozo Bunch. But with how strong this kickoff is coming from PPL, they already got both barriers out. Merchant unable to connect onto the top barrier, but does get the bottom one. Drop Leto trying to find something else here. Uses the ultimate ability, unable to find that. Oh my goodness, I thought I was a goner from that pendulum swing. And the pressure is coming on for PPL. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Merchant coming through, is able to get it. Wonderful ultimate supernova coming in, and not able to get that final shot there. Gets pulled away by the Death Touch, tries to go back to his own eject button. Merchant comes in, tries to get the strike, but the strike shot blocks it. Doesn't matter because the clear is blocked by Drop Leto there. And from an explosive start from PPL, still ends up leading to Bozo Bunch's point there.
I just feel like I'm watching top 10 high Q moments,
Yep.
minus tempo, never stop the offense. This side of Bozo Bunch, I do love, I think, like I said, Brett's one of the best players to ever play the game. But watching this just hyper-offensive Bozo Bunch with this eject Golian it's just always so fun. The side of PPL just has to find so many creative ways to keep on defending their barrier or open nets when there's not 2 but 3 forward pressures coming out. Now Merchant and Gret on defense. Makes it so Merchant is able to eject forward right away, while Drop Leto's getting pressured, but will be healed up just fine with the down. Now Emloom stuck in a bit of a 2v1, isn't able to hold it quite down, and also staggered. Gret now bringing the ball up with his flip, isn't able to get it just shy of that. But Merchant now on the other side with Emloom. If he TP's in, Emloom might die with drop, but elects to stay back, making sure he doesn't want to lose his barrier. Respectable choice. Gret bringing up the ball, Drop Leto misses the dash, that would have killed Emloom. Now Gret pushing the ball up, Emloom still so low, taken out by the Thunderstruck. And a nice shot by Gret from that team player extra speed. Makes it so it's a 2-0. And Drop Leto did a great job of keeping Emloom busy, and Merchant was able to finish off that kill with the Super Surge.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the awakenings here, Emloom was not able to pick up anything defensive, right? The Reptile Remedy went over to Average Alex, the Recovery Drone onto Fiery, and we see immediately the shift in who the damage is being focused on. It is Emloom who's the target of all the damage now, and the amount of damage that Zentaro does, especially with the Super Search, when trying to go for both the ball, the barrier, and Emloom at the same exact time, means that Emloom is taking a lot of damage, without having to waste any abilities from the Zentaro either, right? Like, these are all happening simultaneously, and Emloom is which is how the damage is able to stack up. Oh my goodness, what a defense from Merchant, but isn't able to get the second one. Fiery looking a little bit low, but they're not going to focus, and because of that recovery drone sends it around the world, Emloom catches it, is not going to get stuffed this time around, being caught in the primary, and the secondary whiplash comes through. Average Alex bounces it off the top right over to Merchant, who, as that range goalie, doesn't have the tools to anti-stuff the Rasmus secondary, and gives them a point back. Maybe PPL can keep that momentum going from that previous set, and they can turn things around again.
I gotta work this in once to my cast. I'm confident too much. That was a bit of an ABAB flip from Mr. Dropletto. But you know what? Bozo's looking just fine, getting both the barriers down. Gret's got the ball in his hands. Always reliably he's going to get it forward to his brawler. Oh, the Mako! Nice ult to keep the offensive going. It's going to be tough to clear. Classic Kai in the top corner as blue side with the Rasmus backup. All of a sudden, you know, this game just felt like it was Bozo's to control. But whenever this Mako gets space and this Vice doesn't get to eject forward with impunity, really PPL with the extra size and speed they're gaining from Mako can really capitalize on the weaknesses of Vice and make this just a back and forth game with a battle of concepts, Mystic.
Yeah, and I'm liking that we are seeing these different strategies come through, right? The traditional speed midfielder with size brawler, and you have the Mako speed in the back to pair it up, versus super dash teleport all around the map, offensive pressure or defensive pressure depending on which way you go. And it's just a difference of, like, it's exactly what we were saying before, right? It's the high Q moment, the battle of concept, the 5-man synchronized attack coming forward and paying its dividends. But Dropletto almost getting taken out there, though. But I coming in with a little bit of healing does not matter because it does not bring Dropletto over the stagger breakpoint there. And now we're going to have to do a 2v3 power play for PPL. But a great slow from Merchant keeps it alive. The death touch does not connect, means the power play is still not completely done. But Fiery doesn't even have to use the energy burst there, breaks the top barrier, gets it over, and we're trying to get into a spot where the energy burst is going to lead to a point. But can they last long enough? Fiery is looking quite low. I don't know if they're going to focus him down to try to force out that energy burst. But it can go. Oh no, but Merchant misses the get it. Oh my goodness, Vaughn. I don't know what is happening here. You take it over, please.
Oh, what's happening is it's overtime with Team Flare. There's a lot of core speed. Dropletto's going to drop the ult. I don't even know what that TP was, but it worked. Look at that TP.
Why did he TP
was
there?
Like off the map. That was I had no idea how that point was going to end, Mystic. Oh my gosh, Team Flare overtime Oni Village moment. I mean, Merchant dual calm and collective
there so early?
Yeah.
That was insane. I looked at the replay back on the Twitch channel, and the TP happened before Dropletto struck. Like, he knew that Maloom was going to get the ball and strike it back over to Rasmus before Maloom did. Like, that was the type of secondary that we just saw there. Oh my goodness. And now that, I mean, rewarded for a beautiful play there, going right back in. We got bulk up coming through. It's going to enhance that secondary damage so much more, and also just deny more stagger away from the enemy team. But we aren't going to see the Reptile Remedy bulk up combo being brought in. But Fiery does have 2 sparks. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make, but having that 11% speed come through can make quite a bit of a difference, right? First pick spark of agility isn't that amazing, but when you get second pick and you're getting 11% for free, it's reminding me of Peak Performance or Stagger Swagger or something along those lines, where that speed could make a difference, especially when paired with a Mako secondary and your own secondary on Rasmus.
For sure. Now, Brett and Dropletto have equalized the barriers in this game, and it's on the side of PPL. If I'm average Alex or Fiery, I do not want this point to go into overtime. As we just saw, it's anyone's game. Oh, a slip up by Alex. I think he thought he could tank that now primary. Oh wow, what a pass! What a pass from Merchant. That was beautiful. I don't even know what to really say because I just put a smile on my face. I love great offense with that eject button. Merchant really is killing it on this Oni Village game, and I'm loving to watch it. Let's see if he can keep it up on defense. As this kickoff started, and again, it's on PPL. They want to finish these points before it gets to overtime. Dropletto has a great opportunity, but Fiery denies it with the ult. Now there's some speed coming out on the side of PPL from the Mako. Average Alex and Fiery looking to capitalize. Wonderful flip from Brett. Make sure that the last barrier stays strong. Another flip coming out from Emloom. Now Average Alex able to pincer attack that barrier. Now Fiery has the strike secondary. And Merchant recognizes the danger, attempts to use the supernova, but it just doesn't come out quite fast enough. And once again, as is the want of these teams, there's no easy points, no easy goals. And they've tied it up for what feels like the millionth time, 1-1 in the set, Mystic.
Yeah, and I just want to make a point. Oh my goodness, what a great flip, getting it around the drum and bass, and then squeezing it in, getting the barrier down. Fiery looking low, is going to get the Firefly procced. Let's see if it ends up leading to a recovery drone.
Wow.
No, but Fiery, once again, showing what he did on the Juliet in game 1 on that night market. It does not matter if he's staggered, he just stays up and plays. He plays as if he has full stagger anyways. And oh my goodness, what a set of passes back and forth up top between Dropletto and Merchant, and getting it right between Emloom and Fiery. I mean, I cannot give Merchant enough props for how he is piloting this Vice. We know that he is such a strong eject button player, but this is a map that we almost never see these eject button goalies prop, right? We see things, the defensive goalies, the Rasmus goalie, sometimes the Kai goalie, but the Vice, the Luna goalie, like these things don't really make an appearance. And not only is he showing that he can play these characters so well, he can play on a map that it tends to be so dominated by these defensive goalies, and with success as well. But it's just back and forth, Vaughn. It is 2-2. It can go to a set 5, but Bozo Bunch can also just clean it up and close out the series 2-0.
Alex had a wonderful capitalization on some lapses in defensive judgment, and he just is able to 100% secure that goal. The classic, hey, nothing wrong with the strike primer from Kai with the speed from Mako behind it. But now it's going to be up to Gret and Merchant to hold fire. He's been doing so well at breaking these barriers. Let's see if they're able to do it. But Gret, no slouch on defense, able to work together tangentially with Merchant to make sure that the ball isn't going to go in. Now we're on the bottom half of the map, looking dangerous from the side of PPL, and it is going to be a barrier broken. Oh, Fiery's going to live. Gret pops the flip. Oh, it's anyone's guess where this ball's going to go. Abilities and core flips going left and right, but Dropletto still held his. Good patience from him. Now he has almost no opposition, no energy bursts on the side of PPL to stop his own. If they can just get the ball to Dropletto in the net, it might be curtains for PPL, but they don't want this game to die just yet. They're going to fight back now. Dropletto coming back to help on the defense, able to find a little bit of a breakaway. Now Emloom stunned out of the goal box with Merchant's secondary. Isn't able to find much, but Dropletto helping bring the ball up. He wants to make sure that his flip is only used when the goal is all but secured. Fiery staggered as well. Dropletto still has... Oh, and it's in! Merchant!
Doesn't even need the energy burst.
W Merchant!
Oh my goodness.
I'm surprised. I just surprised missing. I mean, not the result, but how it ended. Like Merchant, just the name of the game, that Oni Village point, he just facilitated so much offense, and I was not expecting it. What a great play from him, Merchant. Seriously.
Yeah, Merchant does get the MVP here, and although I would say Merchant's the MVP, I feel like they all played so good in that match. Like nothing could have happened unless all three of them were on top of their game. The amount of times I've seen Dropletto get a barrier, get a KO, break the secondary on Mako, or just be in the right spot. The amount of times I've seen I jump in with that ultimate for both defensive and offensive purposes, being able to heal up their team when needed, and just facilitate on the now. It was, I mean, everyone, like Merchant was the GOAT that game, but it wasn't a carry by Merchant by any means.
Yeah, I agree. I think the midfield battle this game was really impressive too. Gret and Average Alex were really facilitating so many things. Average Alex holding down the goal in the 2v3 power plays. Gret synchronizing so beautifully on offense and defense. Really a two-way player that can't be understated, especially in his first series back. It really looks like he's never left. Busting out the new Drapar pick that I haven't seen from him before, and then the classic Gret now, which we all know and love. Really, really greased the wheels on this Bozo Bunch train car. So really, really, really pleasant series to watch. And also, just two teams slugging out on Oni Village. And with that, that's actually a really important win for Bozo because it puts them at 3-3, which is really where you want to. And like going into this season, and we've talking about how close it is. 3-3, 3 weeks left, weeks 7, 8, and 9. You're looking like you got some good odds of making playoffs. You're not guaranteed by any means, Bozo Bunch, but that's a great place to start. And if you're inside of PPL, like now it's do or die. So when you're walking away from that Mystic, like if you're PPL, what are you taking away from that series?
I mean, PPL played phenomenally. It was just one of those moments where I felt like they got overwhelmed by the enemy team. And in those tough situations where everyone is jumping in at the same time, they couldn't really deal with the hyper offense. But I would not be upset by your play by any means. I feel like everyone still played phenomenally. The amount of times that I saw Fiery just pop off with no stagger whatsoever, the amount of amazing saves, I would say more so in that game 1 on the Luna than the secondary or the second game on Oni Village. I think Maloom, because of all the things that you talked about going into that matchup, wasn't able to succeed as well on the Mako. And I don't know if that was the gameplay itself, or maybe not as effective on that specific character. But I'm just happy to see Mako not be super broken for once. So I'm happy with that either way. But I will say PPL played phenomenally. I don't think their record is indicative of where they stand, and they can definitely lock in if they want to make playoffs.
I agree. With that, Mystic, it's been a pleasure. I know you'll be sticking around, but I got to go play some warm-ups. So thanks, everyone, for tuning into the first series of nasl Week 6 between Bozo and PPL. You do not want to go anywhere because this matchup coming up next is going to be a treat. So go grab some water, hydrate. Water's in the chat, and we'll see you again very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League Week 6, I believe. Yes, Week 6. We are going into the next match, which is going to be RTF versus Bun, Return to Form versus Bun Bun Bonanza. And we're going straight into the match. So everything is already set up. The first map will be Bun Bun's pick for Atlas Lab, a map that we haven't seen today so far, but followed up with RTS, Clarion, Test Chamber, and then the last map, if it goes to that tiebreaker, will be Oni Village. Taking a look at the striker picks and bans and some of the starting awakenings, Brickbat, what do you think of the matchup so far? How do you think this is going to go for the game one?
Yeah, I think the first thing to look at is just generally is the rosters, right? I think Weston and Jay are going to be in here for RTF, so this is a bit of a substitute lineup, which is a little bit scary this late into the season in the North American Strikers League. I think, right? You got. It definitely feels like, right, that team synergies in NASL feel really strong. It feels like even if you drop like an all-star team into the, at this point in the North American Strikers League, it can go pretty disastrously if you just don't have that time to scrim and let everything mesh. So I'm interested to see what will happen. I believe this is Weston's debut in the North American Strikers League as well. I can't remember. Definitely not Jay's for sure. So there is a little bit of experience here, especially Leo Leon obviously has been here forever, and having at least one hardcore veteran I think is definitely helpful, but I think it'll be interesting to see how Weston performs here in the series.
Yeah, completely agree. And this is the one, like you mentioned before, you can drop an all-star lineup. All these players are pretty strong subbing in, but they don't have that top-level nasl experience like some of these other people do, and especially Bun Bun, who have been such a veteran to the scene. So even then, they're fighting a little bit of an uphill battle with this roster. But Leo Leon, I will say, if you guys don't know behind the scenes, this guy is an absolute scrim goat. He will do everything and anything to make sure that he is not the reason in terms of, like, he will always make sure the team is prepared. Like, he'll set up all the scrims. Like this guy, when we were back in Lob City, it was like 8 to 10 hours of scrims a week, and he was always on top of it. So I know that even though this is a substitute roster, they have done everything in their power to make sure that they can get the best possible result. If it doesn't go through, it doesn't go through, but I believe in RTF to try to clutch things up, and hopefully that the introduction to a new team combination won't be the reason that they fall.
Agree with that. Even though they let in a goal, there was certain good moments. I actually saw that card play that Weston did into the Juliet. That looked pretty cool. And one thing I want to turn attentions to as well is the slick kicks on the Juliet. This is something that I think back when Juliet had a lot more speed, she would elect into a lot, but it feels like it's a little bit rarer nowadays. What are your thoughts on that, Weston?
So the trade-off that you have here with the slick kicks Juliet is you give up that midfielding prowess that a lot of the brawlers have honestly been transitioning more to, like, double midfield. We see this quite a bit, where the brawler will stand on the midfield line and just wait for a pass or a position play from their other midfielder or the other forward, and then go in and make a play. But the way that Cyclo 12 loves to play is slick kicks all the way. He will just be in the enemy net. We also saw this last game with PPL, where Fiery opted in for a slick kicks every single game on both the Rasmus and the Juliet. Oh my goodness, KO coming in from the top pocket already. Leon getting some forward pressure going. But the slick kicks ends up adding in so much offensive pressure, right? You get it. I would say the main trade-off here is that it gives you the ability, oh my goodness, another point. It gives you the ability to follow up on a barrier into a second barrier into a potential goal. Like that is like one of the biggest strengths of slick kicks, is when you're in that corner, you're able to catch rebounds, you're able to follow through on a barrier take and lead into like multiple successive like wins in that point, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it feels like definitely are. I feel like if there is a goal lead that you can't really snowball against, it is the Finny, right? Once it gets up into her face and you can't use those abilities proactively, it feels like she doesn't have too many tools outside of maybe card to knock you away. But if you've already got the core at that point, it's a little scary. And what is also scary right now is the amount of KOs that we just saw. Both midfielders taken off the map here. Leo Leon forced to limp away from the play as well. This allows Lilybun in Sector 12 to actually press the advantage. You seeing that dribble right there with a flip, almost deadly from Sector 12 there, but going to get cleared out here. Weston remaining calm right now. Liari trying to get Sector 12 another opportunity, but so far both forwards here of RTF playing interference, able to get the goalie barrier, but not without their losses. Leo Leon now taken off the pitch. Sector 12 here waiting for his dash punch to come out, tries to win it all with strikes, but Weston still gets it done. But a good pass from Liari gets Sector 12 the field goal sent right through. I think that's going to be a nice set for Bun Bun. 3-0 here as we enter draft. Lilybun going to be the MVP here on the debut.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out here is the starting awakenings, all 6 opting in for Twin Drive instead of taking any sort of Spark of Agility there. I was actually pretty surprised that Sector 12 chose not to go Spark of Agility and goes for the second dash on the Juliet, which is really strong, right? And when you pair that with the slick kicks, having the ability to move around the map, get a strike reset off with your second dash as well, and we saw that lead into more powerful plays by Sector 12. So that does mean that the Spark of Agility is back in the pool, and we can get, Liari in this case, who just picked up the Spark of Focus, become the mayor and get agility, strength, and maybe even Spark of Leadership if it ends up going in that favor. But taking a look at everything else, it's pretty, oh my goodness, a very quick double barrier comes through, but pretty strong awakenings for honestly everyone in this draft. We got Colossus over on Dubu, who already has the pauldrons. We got a Sized Awakening on the Juliet, especially, again, synergizing even more with that slick kicks, synergizing with that twin drive as well, and then Amy on the Timeless Creator. So I would say the only one who didn't really get something super amazing is Weston, but overall, I would say both teams are pretty happy with how the draft went.
Almost makes you wonder if this aerials was a deny against the Juno or something like that, because the jump dash increase can be potentially deadly, but it really feels like it's not needed. Liari getting a goal with the jump right there. And on top of that, right, like you mentioned, right, the spark of I believe, I forgot the spark that was in the starting awakening draft, but the spark added back into the pool. On top of that, makes that one spark showing of Spark of Focus really good, it feels like. So I wonder if Liari is actually that upset over the aerials none.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things in OS is when you're later in the lineup for the draft, and you just pick up a spark, right? It's a set one spark pickup where there's only one spark shown in that draft. Means that you can at least guarantee, like, you won't just be like super denied a spark. You'll have a shot at another spark later down the line, even if it ends up being the remaining 3 sparks altogether. You'll be able to contest for 2 sparks, which is always a good feeling there. So, oh my goodness, what a set of plays. And we're seeing all these extra abilities from like Sector 12 lead into so much there. That we saw 2 dashes come through, 1 dash punch and then a follow-up with a second dash. And then Lilybun being able to walk forward, especially with that 3-on-2 power play there. And with this Dubu, with Might of Colossus, 152 power, that Dubu secondary does so much damage. The next time, just pay attention, the next time Lilybun slams someone, if Lilybun slams Leo, that's half of Leo's health, by the way. So that is a defensive goalie, but also a damage powerhouse raining in the backside. Oh my goodness, and there goes Jay. Pretty much has to fall back completely, but at least gets the barrier for their troubles before having to just like back out of the play.
Really unfortunate black hole bounce right there to just lose that final goalie barrier. Now Weston has to defend here against the Simon Sector 12. And it's a little great. It's a little hard, but the KO is found. The power play is here. Leo Leon in a good position here to contest. But wow, such a heads-up play from Liari for that slime on the defense. But it doesn't matter though. Jay gets the corner bounce up to Leo Leon, dimes him up for that one, and that's going to be a goal here for RTF. Something on the board. And honestly, a good play on it from the forward duo here of RTF. I really felt like they like you mentioned, they felt like they scrimmed it out. They had this planned out. This is something that they've done before, and they were able to execute that on a nasl team, which is much easier said than done.
Yep. And as the game goes on and the level ups come through, hopefully the amount of stagger that they have will end up mitigating some of the raw power, especially on Leo Leon in the back line when trying to go for some of these plays, and Lilybun being able to come through with that damage. But we have the follow-up. It's so hard to not get both barriers taken away from this Juno Juliet combo there, and we see Scyther12 use that secondary once again, trying to catch Jay off of guard. Isn't able to connect completely, but the offensive pressure between, and there it is. There's another slam into a slime that took out 75% of Lilian's health into the backline. The flip from Scyther12 gets double KO there, instantly turns level 7, and that is a second lead going over to Bun Bun Bonanza, or a second set going over to Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, this play from Bun Bun in the corners look suffocating. I mean, you have like 4 Juno slimes there, Scyther12 with 2 dashes, and on top of that, you have this Lilybun, this omnipotent threat that could come up, kill you, or defend against you, or plant down a Tofu Fortress. Feels very tough, and looking at this draft, I'm not sure if this is looking quite better. The heavy impacts picked up, but I think there's some other significant picks to look at as well.
Yeah, taking a look, I mean, that's a pretty funny pickup. The heavy impact, most likely, it's not a super amazing on the Dubu, but it is a deny away from the Amy back there. Also can work for CDR on Weston as well, which is deny once again. But overall, honestly, a lot of damage brought into RTF's roster with this set, right? We have 1-2 punch on the, what is his character's name again? Is this Kazan? Yep, I do completely blanked out there, but a lot of damage with 1-2 punch, ad rush on the Amy, and then pair that up with the prize fighter on Weston, right? So a lot of damage comes through, but this pressure that they have on the barriers and the ability to take both barriers and then at least have a shot onto the net is so suffocating, like you said. So let's see if they can survive that onslaught and then try to turn it around, which they managed to get both barriers though for their return. Oh no, hate to see it, Brick Bat.
Yeah, that's sometimes Finny take it. The big finish can be a little bit difficult to pull off, especially under some high pressure situations where you're not sure where the core speed, like how far the core is going to be pushed in to the big finish too as well. So it's hard to really time the judgment. I think that's just what happened there. It's hard because there's no one. Jay was really forced to retreat. Talking about damage, Scyther12 has been kind of a damage for this whole game. We saw a lot of KOs earlier actually coming from him, and I think that was just meant that Weston didn't have a backline to support his kind of aggressive Finny play, and that feels really rough to deal with. It's already Scyther12 again. The pressure does not relent. Another dash punch found, 1 mistake, 1 goal. That's just that's how it is against Scyther12 here.
Yeah, and that is almost a fully stacked up pancake as well. Juliet with speed, with slick kicks, with two secondaries and size. When you don't have a defensive goalie to fight back, right? Like, let's say this was an Atlas instead of a Finny, you'd at least be able to damage Scyther12 back while defending at the same time. But without any of that defensive capability, Scyther12 is just running amok. Tries to go for the KO onto Leo Leon. Liari able to get that clear and then jumps right back into the bottom, unable to find the barrier that leads into these double barriers. But Leo Leon trying his best, but just getting hit by these stray abilities, pretty much taken out. Has to dodge the Scyther12 ultimate there and run all the way back. The big finish comes through from Weston, tries to pass it back down to Leo, but caught over by the jump from Liari. And now we are in that deadly corner where Scyther12 is able to sign up. Goes for the secondary there, isn't able to connect, gets, oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, this guy just went on a one-man army streak against 3 players, and that's game 1. I didn't even realize. I thought we were going into another set there.
I definitely feel that. Yeah, it feels like Scyther12 he just came, he saw it, and he conquered. He found every opportunity. It felt like a textbook classic Scyther12 performance, right? That's kind of the Bun that we've come to know and love over these seasons, right? Scyther12 getting a lot of support from Lilybun, getting a lot of support from Liari. They were playing kind of some more defensive roles, or basically the back line to Scyther12's offense, and they allow Scyther12 to take these 1v2, 1v3 plays in order to just secure goal after goal after goal after goal. And it really felt like that enabling pushed Scyther12 to the next level. That is why he's in contention for one of the biggest kind of hands down like carries or like best brawlers in the league, right? I think that's kind of his legacy, and I think this is just another game to add to that long resume already of amazing performances.
Yeah, was Scyther12 Rookie of the Year on the first Bun season where he like previewed? I cannot remember. I feel like he was, but I mean, this guy is so insane. Like, we know his Rasmus for being amazing. We see the Juliet, and he sticks to his playstyle, right? He doesn't like conform to the meta. Like he just picks what he thinks is good and works with his playstyle, which tends to be speed, size. I mean, it's generic brawler stuff, right? But like we don't see him opt in for the pummelers. We don't see him opt in for the max souls. He just goes slick kicks all the time and is a menace in the enemy backline every time he goes for one of these barrier breaks.
Yeah, agreed. It's just like, I mean, I think that's just the story of the game, right? Bun Bun got the core into Weston's face and they did not let it leave. And when you're a Finny, right, there's only really so much you could do. We even saw like an own goal there. And that really doesn't happen, right? It's not, I don't think it's because Weston's a bad player, a bad unfitting or anything like that, but it really just feels like the pressure forces you to start making plays, to start making mix-ups, right? You don't want to hold the Finny big finish the entire time. You want to let it go early to see if you could catch like maybe a reaction. And when you're relying on a reaction check in nasl, things go south very, very quickly. So a very strong performance, Bun Bun, game number 1 here. I'm wondering, though, what RTF can do game number 2. I believe it's their map pick with Clarion Test Chamber. Am I correct?
Yep. Yeah. So Clarion Test Chambers, the issue with this map is, although it is RTF's pick, it is also historically a very strong Bun Bun pick as well, because of the roster of Sizer 12 once again, right? The Rasmus, Kazan, Julie are so prevalent on this map that you tend to see, like every time I picture Sizer 12 on this map, I just picture him being a Kazan, Julie, or Rasmus getting these KOs off the sides every time with either the open form primary on Kazan, the pendulum swing on the Rasmus, or the dash punch on Juliet. He's so good at sniping these KOs and leading into these power plays that I feel like it isn't a map that necessarily benefits RTF because of Bun Bun's lack of expertise on it. It's more so just a comfort pick for RTF that they've practiced and they're good on, and hopefully they can use that advantage of knowing the map well to be able to execute their game plan to the level that they want to. But taking a look at what we have on the starting awakenings here, it is spec training and team player. Team player no longer that team player is no longer that awakening like it was a few seasons back, where all 3 players would just take it, or even like the 2 players of midfield plus goalie. It is an awakening now that tends to be mostly goalie, sometimes midfield, depending on what the other starting awakening is. The speed has been reduced quite a bit, which means that you need to watch out for some of these dangerous spec training brawlers that can come through, whether the X or the Kazan, or even the Zentaro, which in this case was banned away. So I'm not sure what your thoughts on this this starting set of awakenings and roster or character picks looks like as of right now.
Yeah, I want to draw attention to when you're mentioning good spec training brawlers. The first thing that flashed in my mind was the Scyther 12 special, right? That Luna, which has been respect banned out both games. I think that's a pick that I've been seeing a lot of, right? Even in NASA, we saw like Tempo Melon using it to pretty good effect, I think. And spec training obviously could supercharge that, especially right in maps like the Era variant, right, where that spec training could basically just nuke the orb right away and get you that power. So that's a huge chunk. But it's going to be banned out. And on the flip side as well, just thinking about what's good into core speed, right? Because you're going to be seeing a lot of that with this team player in. And if I'm looking at these team compositions, I'm really thinking that Mako and the Juno are just going to be better prepared to deal with some of the team player shenanigans, especially with some of the geometry that Clarion is known for. It really feels like they've got kind of some of the more reactive kind of play styles. Estelle, right? Good using the core speed, but I'm not sure if she's as good defending against it outside of maybe the crystallized thorns.
Yeah, completely agree there. One of the things with this map, you mentioned the geometry of the map. It's actually relatively hard to get good passes with team player out. Just picture on the opposite end of Clarion, something a map that's very open and very large, like Otten City, where your 2 brawlers can be anywhere, and you just need to hit it in their direction, and the ball will go. There's no geometry there to block the path. But here, a lot of the times, your clears are based on the map geometry, which means that you might not necessarily get that team player proc off, depending on what map iteration you are on. So I think the value of team player is less in this particular map, and then we'll see some more damage come through. Like, again, taking a look at RTF's pick, it is Julie, Juno, Mako, which you don't necessarily think are the highest damage picks, but the Juno base damage is so high, and then on top of that, Juliet is one of the strongest brawlers in the game at the moment, that this ends up being a damage comp. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if RTF just starts getting KOs pretty easily with this starting awakening, and then ends up snowballing it later. But again, that only happens if RTF can maintain control, doesn't get overwhelmed by the offense of of Bun Bun like it happened in game 1.
Yeah, and I was about to talk to the Drek Juno midfield matchup, but that's not that's not a Drakkar midfielder. that is a reprise of Drek in the brawler role out of Scyther 12, another staple pick. He's just known for these, huh?
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage that comes through with the spec training on Drakkar, right? Especially if you go, I don't know if he's gonna go Pummeler's Drek, but one thing that happens is just like a small quick combo interaction with Drek is typically you just go strike or you go shotgun ultimate with Drek, but depending on how it works, sometimes you have so much knockback that you have to do it in the other order, and you just have to ultimate first and then shotgun. And it's like some of these small breakpoints that does make a difference, especially if you take pummelers. But watch out for the initial impact with that spec training Drek ultimate. Sometimes that'll just snipe someone off the map without anything. Just like if you're not paying attention and you're on the side across the field and you get hit by the Drek ultimate, like you will just die. And that is something that can happen very easily on this map. Oh, actually not opting in for slick kicks or pummelers, instead going for a siphoning wand.
I think that just speaks to the game plan that Scyther 12 wants to do. We saw a lot of it in the previous game. A lot of pressure came on Weston. But we actually, you and Vaughn talked about it, though, that when Mako slams down the drum and bass, she is very susceptible to be hit by key skill shots. And I think with this specialized training on the Molten Bull, if Mako slows herself down and makes herself vulnerable, I feel like Scyther 12 with a siphoning wand is going to want to take advantage of that. And we'll see, especially as damage ramps up. I think when damage is a big, breakpoint, I think the first set matters even more than it normally does, and it matters a lot typically. So if Scyther 12 can get some sort of build down, which in this Draft Awakening you're almost certainly gonna find, I think Weston's life can become very miserable very fast.
Yeah, and we already saw Scyther 12 walking in, just trying to deny the orb, gets level 2, gets the big orb in the middle as well. Has access to the ultimate. He's waiting for an opportunity to either use it on Weston or use it as a scoring pressure, but there it is, goes into the Xeno Cloak, goes invisible, finds the KO on the bottom onto Jay there, and already has a lead. But again, this isn't Pummeler, so you don't have that speed advantage here, which does end up making a difference, but it does not matter because 3v2 up front to find the pass onto Liari, who gets it below Weston there. Really good shot placement, getting it through without Weston being able to catch up in time. I was going to say, not having access to that Pummelers means a lot of these power plays aren't as super effective as they normally are with some of the other Drek brawlers that come through, like maybe Bells, who really opts in for that Pummeler's 3v2 power play type of the Drakkar playstyle. But instead, we have the survivability of the, oh my goodness, there's so much damage for that.
Yeah, I saw Weston just like walk up, strike the core, and he lost half his health just to do that. And if that's the Scyther 12 tax for what you got to do to interact with the core, maybe Weston's life doesn't need scaling to become miserable. It might just start miserable.
Yep.
And yeah, already look at Leon, right? No evade already. Half HP, has to walk away to get the orb, and he's not able to play on defense here. And Lilybun is so confident on the finish, she's walking up into the goo just to give Scyther 12 more opportunities to get it through, and it feels like we just had a 1 minute set to start the game.
Yeah, we talked for like 2 talking points and the set is over. And now going into this, there's so much damage available for Scyther 12 that you cannot deny at all. Oh my goodness, taking a look, like I wonder if we're gonna go glass cannon on the Finny just to make sure that all of, yep, okay, so now you have heavy impact 1-2 punch available for the Drakkar. Doesn't matter what you take, this prize fighter too. I don't know, yeah, you take the heavy impact there. And now I feel bad for what's gonna happen to Weston. Like, I don't know if we're legally allowed to show this on stream.
It's disgusting, and it's like, what are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna use your ensnare drone for? What are you sniping with the primary? Good luck getting your drone base out for more than half a second. What does Mako bring to the table now that Scyther 12 cannot immediately take away, and on top of that, just like kill you, for fun? Because he doesn't even need to kill you to get the value off of the Drakkar pick. He just needs to start interrupting a lot of the snipes, a lot of the drum and bass, and you get value. So yeah, even if he doesn't get the kill on Weston, he could effectively just negate this entire pick.
Yeah, he just needs this, like, we already saw the amount of damage he did to Leon, completely negated that prize fighter, right? Leon has no awakening besides the spec training there. And Scyther 12 just needs to hang out there, wait for the ball to come near someone, and then choose to use his abilities at the same time, right? Like, you're not going to see, like, the difference between, like, really good brawlers and brawlers that aren't as good, I should say, is the knowledge of when to use your abilities, right? The cooldown usage tends to be at the same time the core is somewhere in the vicinity of that person. So you're not wasting your abilities on just one thing, like you're trying to gain possession of the core, or you're trying to snipe it at the same time when you know that someone's going to try to strike it through. And we saw right there with the KO onto Jay, as Jay was trying to jump in, catch the core, Scyther12 saw that opportunity. That's when he used his abilities, got the KO onto Jay, and then you end up having the power play, right? So that ability usage, or the knowledge of when to use, or the appropriate time to use your abilities, is so prevalent in Scyther12. And we're going to see that he's just going to hang out. He's not going to use abilities unless he sees an opportunity that Jay or someone else... Oh my goodness, a great comeback though from Lilian. But you're going to use your abilities when the enemy team has to make a decision. I think that's the best way to put it, right? It's not just going to be like, oh, here's Jakar, I just have to dodge this. It's, I have to take this interaction with the core or dodge Jakar. And like, that's the type of tough moments you get put into against good brawlers.
Yeah, and it really feels like that's how Jay's been picked off in a lot of these situations. I feel like the core is always just a few pixels away every time I see Jay get sniped off the map by a shotgun. And I think overall this is exactly what you mentioned. Scyther12, a great brawler, right? The difference between the good and the greats, I'd say that comparison that you made. So obviously Scyther12, a great brawler, knows how to use this efficiently. Flip comes out from Lilybun right now though, and there are some offensive plays going on here. Jay and Leon, it really feels like they're playing on defense a lot of the time, but there is potential here to get through Lilybun, especially because Finny can get scored on just like that. Sometimes it happens. Finny just, if you have to use those abilities reactively, you're not playing the Finny goalie to its potential, and you could let a lot of stuff in.
Yep, but they managed to get it around while Scyther12 was hovering Weston. Just a good couple of bounces got it through, so maybe that's what they end up needing, where it gets to overtime, the core speed goes fast. You have Jay, who has the 1-2 punch, and the team player. Maybe you just get like a cheeky angle, and you can just play a little bit more defensive as the Juno and hang back. But Weston, with no elusive, gets a pretty fortunate bounce off the bottom and ends up living there. Should have been taken off the map there by Scyther12, but an abusive offensive pressure coming through by Lilybun, walking up to the midfield line, has the magnetized souls, has the glass cannon, right? So much movement speed. It doesn't matter if you even walk past the front of the midfield speed, or you walk past kind of like the goalie zone and lose your starting awakening effect, because you still get the bonus effect from momentum boots, even if you walk past. And then on top of that, you have the team player, you have the glass cannon. If you have no pressure onto Lilybun just acts as a second midfielder there, and it feels like it's impossible to get it through unless your brawler uses abilities, and then you don't have it for the offensive play.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at Lilybun's stats. It is a passive 616 movement speed. That is absurd. It really feels like we're back in that Finny pick or ban meta that we had a couple seasons back. But on the flip side as well, right? Weston dead, right? Scyther12 and Liari at work, making sure Weston cannot play, right? And I talked about this earlier, right? That Jakar could really shut down the win condition. But even if Scyther12 decides not to focus on Weston, infamously, Estelle, low hit stun character, has the piercing shot, has the rose warp if needed to interrupt anything that Weston wants to do, and that could be really scary. That being said, Leon here is finding some purchase here offensively, able to get the open net here, and this is where Lilybun can feel pressured here on the Finny, using those reactive abilities. Scyther12, no strike shotgun strike, but it doesn't matter. A crazy bounce off the center area actually finds a goal out of nowhere from Leon.
Yeah, gets the full combo there. There's so much knockback from the heavy impact and the spec training that I think that was a true combo. Normally, you aren't able to chain your abilities in that way unless you have enough hit stun from the additional knockback and power that it lets you. But oh my goodness, just going for beautiful strike shotguns, gets it right through Weston's timing there, and now we have the offensive play. The primary from Estelle unable to connect, and actually it is Scyther12 got saved by Weston when he was going to get taken out by Lilian, but I don't think it actually mattered in that exact moment. Lilybun just coming through with the Finny card and scores it right in, showing off that new chroma of this season. And now we're going into set 3. This was the closest that RTF has been to taking the set off. That first set went so quickly, and seeing that what we have here, I'm actually not sure what Finny's going to take. It honestly might just be like Bulk Up or Among Us. No, going in for the Adrenaline Rush. I'm very surprised at that. I would have honestly opted in for one of the other two, but Adrenaline Rush is so strong. You know that you're going to get KOs through your brawler or even Estelle. So that means the Adrenaline Rush is always going to be live on the Finny, who can even sit back in their goal box and just like tap someone with a secondary. But it could have been more of a deny from Leo Leon. Maybe it was just awareness that this is a potential win condition or comeback condition for the Juliet if they find a snipe off the side, like we see right here. Like imagine if Leo Leon had the ad rush, so maybe it was that exact situation that Lilybun was trying to prevent. And if that's the case, then really good pickup.
I mean, on top of that, right, this is Juliet that, you know, got bulk up, right? Obviously, like, probably one of the best awakenings that she can grab. It doesn't matter that Liari does find that reservoir. I'm actually curious. You know what's really interesting? This fight or flight pickup from Scyther 12. I believe he picked it up over something like a Spark of Strength, which would not only deny Weston, but would also give him some extra power as well. And I'm wondering if he picks that for the secondary effect of fight or flight that we don't think about. That refresh on the secondary, which can be disastrous on the Drakkar, especially if he's chaining shotguns. It really, I'm not sure if there is actually too much power on it. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
So fight or flight secondary effect is so strong, right? Especially because Scyther 12 has the siphoning wand. He's not necessarily going for knockback KOs all the time. Like he does just stagger people. And when you have Lilybun providing the triple take, the amount of damage that you do as Drakkar is insane. So having the second Xenocloak almost feels like an ad rush moment where you have the movement speed reset, and I'm looking at it more from an effect of being able, oh my goodness, that almost scored right there. Scyther 12 is going for the long distance shot. Oh my goodness, the amount of damage coming through, and that's Lilybun using the ad rush there. But the fight or flight makes a big difference for following up on the goalie. Like we've seen how much he staggered Weston, we've seen how much he staggered Leo Leon as well, that you have the secondary dash for both either a follow-up on the KO as a reposition tool, or just being able to use it in the net and kind of juke out Weston and get like a free shot on net that, oh my goodness, Leo Leon with another KO. This might be what they need to come back. RTF, I believe. You guys get the middle here and maybe you get a chance to score. It was actually Lilybun, the goalie, being taken out, who had so much pressure there. But Scyther 12, Scyther 12 has played plenty of goalie himself, so a great defensive play from them as Leo Leon tries to find the second KO. Isn't able to get it, but I mean, this still, even with both barriers down, Brickbat, this still feels so in favor of Bun Bun, and I still say that as Scyther 12 got taken down as well.
Yeah, it feels like Lilybun and Liari feel so comfortable. They feel confident right now, and they're playing aggressively. They're playing a very measuredly aggressive play style, and it feels like even though there are advantages going the way, and even a goal scored, like, I mean, 2 pickoffs on the Juliet, right? A court flip used to find that KO as well, and it still felt like RTF had to struggle to get a goal on what is, you know, a Finny, right? A Finny goalie that should be crumpling pretty easily. And well, I mean, I think it just goes to speak that Bun Bun Bonanza feel great right now. Leo Leon, I'm sure, does not feel great right now. Is there are 3 members, right? Even if you are able to play into the corner into Scyther 12, Lilybun, the minute you get that cross clear, Liari is literally standing still waiting for it right now.
Liari is waiting for a pass.
The KO is there. Bun Bun or BM, the BM trying to find the KO, find onto Jay as well. Not going to happen, but they're going to be extremely happy with this series win there. An absolute mollywallop coming out from the Bun Bun Bonanza. They look dominant this series.
Yeah, I mean, what a phenomenal performance. Weston and Jay did their best to try to keep up, but we see how comfortable Bun Bun was. Their game plan just felt so much more concrete there. The amount of damage, I mean, we didn't actually talk about Liari much, but Liari did so much damage as well. Like, we see the 12,000. This is a pretty low damage game, but because of how quick it was. So when taking a look from that context, like, Liari did a lot of damage that just, like, went kind of behind the scenes. Like, we didn't see it happen as much, but we had the 2 KOs, got some picks as well, and then lined up that damage for Scyther 12 or Lilybun to take advantage of. So a phenomenal play from Liari in the backline, but Lilybun with 161 redirects was always there. This is the movement speed you talked about before, right? That basic 600 plus movement speed. Lilybun was just playing midfield and goalie at the same time, and that allowed the double forwards to focus on damage. It allowed Liari to keep the ball up, use their abilities to keep the ball forward, while Scyther 12 could focus on either getting a KO at the right time or save the abilities for attempts on net. And yeah, I mean, it paid off so well. Weston was under so much pressure, like had the 40 saves, right? we had so many more saves, or I shouldn't say so many more. We had more saves by Weston. The ball was always in their half, but you just like couldn't use your Mako abilities to their fullest extent when you have like these brawlers and double forwards just constantly beaming you down, interrupting your abilities, and trying to just KO you at the same time. I mean, this was a tough game for RTF. I think they played well for having double subs, but Bun Bun just phenomenal gameplay all around, and this gets them to 3-3, which would have been a really tough position if they were 2-4 right now for their playoff potential.
Yeah. And notably, right, RTF now down to 3-3 as well with the head-to-head. So this is a very, very economic, cha-ching value win for the Bun Bun Bonanza as well. And with how tightly packed the kind of the middle of the league is right now, everything helps. It really does feel like a lot of teams that deserve to go to playoffs will not be making it. And it's a little bit it's every single win definitely matters, especially now that we are in the final third of the season. So that's going to be it, though. RTF versus Bun. Bun stand victorious on the day. We've got more Omega Strikers coming in soon after a caster swap and a map pick ban. So we will see you guys just in a second for more of the North American Strikers League.
All right, have a good one, you guys. Stick around.
Hello everyone, we're back with more North American Strikers League now. We got Hug versus Weeb, and I'm here with Yoshi64 to watch this one here as we head to Atlas Lab. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling fresh and ready to go. We've got an exciting game. Hug has this whole season just been really fun to watch. I feel like we've just been seeing everything come together really well for them. One of the top teams in the league right now, been performing phenomenally. I've been particularly enjoying watching Vaughn play or just navigate the new goalie meta, kind of lead the charge. We're seeing a big Finney come in. Honestly, I'm looking at like Finney, Juliet, and just like we're getting the big meta picks down and in right now for Hug. And on the other side, we've got I Am the Milkman showing up for Wee's Little Bees. A nasl debut for the Milkman here, getting ready to go on the Aragoli, who's another just phenomenal pick right now in the whole goalie situation that we've been seeing recently.
Yeah, and we'll see if I'm the Milkman can stack up here. Of course, it's always a hard time being a goalie sub in the North American Strikers League. So many scary opponents, but Carmine on the Dubu midfield might be the most surprising of all. The Tofu Fortress, the big finish, is enough to get it away? What?
Yeah, I just Vaughn has like some secret tech that nobody knows about to be doing stuff like that. But we are looking at a bulk up stack start, and Carmine rocking the bulk up, and we getting in there, winning a couple interactions, able to get through Vaughn, you already lose, and claim the first point for Wee's Little Bees.
That was such an insane hold, though. The big finish perfectly placed to get the rebounds in the top corner and not towards the barrier. Wee's Little Bees, though, getting this offense through and especially trapping the core in the first place, right? That is really impressive, and if they can get this Dubu pressure going, it could be really good for them. It's an unconventional pick, but it's looking to be quite real against the Fini, especially up close.
Yeah, definitely. Just every ability under the sun is able to just get through pretty much everything Fini is able to put up. We saw the Dubu midfield pick for the crown from Bozo Bunch in winners finals, and it did exceptionally well. We're seeing a pretty similar situation here, especially with the Aragoli. You just get buffed. Unfortunately, we, namesake of the team, has passed. Now executed by Hug, which has been kind of their MO all season, is to just kill people. And we rocking the bulk up, getting KO'd anyway. A bit scary for the future of this game, but for right now, they still have the lead this game, and are just looking to get a KO of their own onto Bells and see if they can score in this power play.
Yeah, now Vaughn on the defense here will manage to hold against Wee as the core gets rotated around. A perfect flip by Rudy Lose takes the barrier, but Wee will calmly strike ward a triple take. It's a 2-0 lead for Wee's Little Bees. It is looking quite doable for them, and Milkman hasn't really had to play too much defense, right? They've done a very good job of keeping the pressure up when they have possession.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just watch their positioning. Not now. But once they get the ball, look away. To get the ball in the other half, Carmine is doing a great job of keeping it up, and then I'm the Milkman just gets to walk straight to the midfield line and put so much pressure. Just play midfield. You know, it's the ideal Aragoli like vision. This is what they want. And really another KO coming out for Carmine. They're getting everything they want. I'm the Milkman with the flip, might be able to put it to use, or Wee is just gonna dive in, almost get it, a couple flips traded, and now again Carmine is just able to fall back on defense, and then you just have a Dubu goalie on defense. Like, this is great.
Yeah, they also burn a lot of cooldowns. Hungry Like Nephew, they are going to struggle as Milkman, just so speedy here, pushes all the way forwards, gets caught by the return of the card. But now here's Wee with the mix-ups directly to Vaughn, who manages to make the save. But Carmine with the Tofu Fortress keeps it contained. Possession maintained for Wee's Little Bees, but there's the Kazan gone. Carmine, maybe a KO on Yuri Lose if that had connected differently. But now the passing plays are coming through as well. Milkman, though, doing a good job of keeping it away, preventing the passing. from getting too overwhelming. And as the respawn comes in, Wee's Little Bees, they still have the barrier lead, and now Hungry Like Nephew have to watch out because the core speed's picking up and not in their favor. Even though they have the Juno, it feels like Wee's the one at the end of all of these passes.
Yeah, able to just look for opportunities, poke it through, and right there, scooping it out of the corner with the hook and getting it. Vaughn putting the triple takedown, but just not fast enough, and that's going to be a 3-0 for Wee's Little Bees. I think not what people were expecting, but here, I'm the Milkman getting first pick, has opportunity to take team player. That's a team player. Castellast also on board, taking it for the era, just going to get a ton of value, but that does give team player to Vaughn, and I think that's going to be really nice because they've been having trouble getting it out of the corner, and if they're able to get the leg up on core speed, get more speed to rotate the ball out, I think that's a massive opportunity for them.
I'm not so sure about that Castellast take. Of course it is a good Arrow Awakening, but I think that team player on Vaughn is going to start doing a lot of work, and it would have done a lot of work on Milkman, right? With how far this era goalie's playing up, these passes would have been devastating coming through from the era, and that would have been a huge tool for Wee's Little Bees. And now that tool is in Vaughn's hands, and that guy is looking like one of the best goalies in this league right now in this season. So that is not something you want to give over, and already the dynamic just feels a little bit different as the offense picks up, but a great pass to Wee, and the barriers go down once again, and the defense is forced out from Hungry Like Nephew yet again as Bells. Oh, bit of an unforced barrier take there. Maybe a chance, but Vaughn's got to be so careful against Wee.
Yeah, one mistake and it's over. Kazan is just a character that can dismantle pretty much any goalie, and it doesn't matter. The threat level that this guy puts out is super high at all times, and they've been doing a lot of damage to him to counter it, which has been really working out. But with this recovery drone, and now with just the extra size, you get to do that. And so now it doesn't matter if you're getting KO'd, you get one revive, and you're able to, you just have that much more influence. So boom, another point for Wee's Little Bees here.
Another point. They're looking good as Carmine rushes forward, but there's a barrier take with the flip, forced away by Milkman. A lot of energy used, but Carmine survives the dash punch attempt. And Wee's just stalwart on the offense, right? But not even trying to play midfield here. Just knows that the core will eventually arrive, and there's only one goal for Wee in this game. It's to get a hook mix-up on Vaughn, slowly work away at the barrier, and then the goal. And it's proving to be quite effective for Wee's Little Bees, especially since Bells gets a barrier there, but hasn't had clean offensive opportunities thanks to how Milkman is playing very pushed up and very anti-brawler.
Yeah, especially, today I'm going to play against Aragoli. Uh-oh, I've been beamed. Now I am very slow, and I think that's been pretty significant for the matchup here. Both brawlers able to get a nice shot at the barrier, but so many strikes coming out from Wee. The resets are insane, but Vaughn's still able to stop it. And I'm the Milkman with the great beam to catch the core, save it. Wee almost putting it in. Both these goalies are just putting up phenomenal performances, and both these brawlers are just fighting for their lives, trying to get it through here.
Oh, and there it is. The slime pass from Yuri Lose up to Bells. Finally secures it, but it's still great defense from Wee's Little Bees. They made that point very difficult for Hungry Like Nephew. And that beam, although unnecessary, they could have just walked and got it. It was very cool.
Yeah, hype moments and aura absolutely farmed, but that's going to be 1 point for Hungry Like Nephew, getting one on the board, able to start the momentum. And here though, just again, Kazan on offense, it's so difficult to do anything. Able to stop that, but one strike war against the Rectangle Man, and that's going to be another point for Wee's Little Bees.
They're getting into position well, they're converting well, especially Wee in particular. And the recovery drone still hasn't been popped. Even a fortuitous dash punch will not be able to make a big difference here. But maybe the slimes and the core speed will, right? We saw the team player during that overtime previously, and that did make it a little bit harder for Wee's Little Bees to play the video game. But the question is, can they make it to overtime? Because these barriers are constantly dropping. Wee is getting so many good passes.
Yeah, Wee is getting every opportunity, and oh, a great card able to catch that almost goal getting put in. And it just looks like Hug isn't getting the opportunities to push up like Weeb is. We're seeing some occasional times where Vaughn's able to push on the midfield line, play the way that he definitely wants to play the Finny, but without these opportunities, it's just Carmine and Milkman on the midfield line, not letting anything through.
And it has a lot to do with the style of this comp. Yuri Luz likes to hang back on the Juno to help out on defense and rock at the core forwards. But if you're hanging back on defense to rock at the core forwards, who can step up? It's the Milkman right now. A great flip forward to Wee, a strike war, and Vaughn doesn't flip. Oh, what a set. What a pass from Milkman. That was all the goalie in that play for Wee, but deserved MVP and 2 sets up.
Yeah, and you see this kind of game, this kind of comp, and you think, oh, we're gonna be seeing like Hug's damage is gonna ramp up. They're gonna show up and change the type of the game. That's how they win, and usually that's how it goes. But that last set, we didn't see, I think, a single KO, which is pretty concerning. The bulk up is just doing phenomenal for Wee's Little Bees right now. Here, first pick on the Milkman, taking primetime. Gonna be getting cast last primetime. 1 million beams upon your location. Bell's building some more sparks, has 2 agility and focus, but Carmine picked up that size, and we picked up Might of Colossus, and just it's these are some big fellas with some big abilities. The Monu Wall getting a KO, and I don't know. It's looking pretty unlosable for Wee's Little Bees right now.
Yeah, again, going back to the compositional difference, right? You already lose. Hanging back means that there's so much room for Milkman and Carmine to just 2v1 Bells. Bells just can't get anything really done consistently, but there's the first of hopefully many KOs for Hungry Like Nephew if you're looking for a longer game here. Finally getting Carmine and you already lose converting with the timing mix-up. But Carmine's been playing very well to survive so far, right? And that's like the first time the Dubu's been KO'd when the Dubu's known for getting KO'd. So don't expect to see more KOs coming out of nowhere, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, it's definitely very appreciated for Hug, as there is a dash punch to proc the recovery drone. We now does not have one free revive. Carmine also taking a lot of damage. We are seeing a change in the tides as Bells is just dumping all of his abilities onto Carmine. It seems like they are going all in on the damage.
Yeah, it is. That they're realizing their win condition involves making the defense a lot harder, just blocking off the midfield, and trying to find a way to create offense for Bells. But this shrink is doing a lot of work here as Bells with the flip available. Carmine taken low, but not KO'd. The barrier still maintained by Vaughn. And a great strike by Bells to send it forward, but Carmine once again disrupting so much. And Yuri lose Vaughn. A little bit of miscommunication there. Makes the barrier drop and Wee pounces. It is a horrible offensive situation. Oh no, Yuri lose. Not the Tofu Fortress bounce you wanted there off the flip. And it's 1-1.
Holy moly. The wall has just been put up. Nothing gets through. And wow. It's this is just a spectacular game for Wee's Little Bees here. They're showing out and crushing it again against one of the top teams right now, tied for first here. It just I'm in awe.
Yeah, but they haven't won yet. Okay, they have not gotten the game on the board here just yet. But the power play is important. Even as the barriers drop, they find the KO onto Yuri lose. And now Wee and Carmine playing the corners, playing the passing. But there's Vaughn with the flip, catching Milkman, stepping too far forward. It's worked well for them. It's worked well for Weeb so far. But that is the one weakness with an open net.
Yeah, and definitely a scary part of pushing up so far is that you're able, or just one lost interaction and there's no one behind you. And you know, obviously this Dubu is very large and Milkman's very fast, so that mitigates a lot of situations where you're like, oh, well, if it goes through me, I'm big enough to catch it, or I'm fast enough to catch it. But there, the flip's just way too fast and going to be taking a point. Hug now really turning the tides. Weeb had this one really nice point this set. But otherwise, it's been, well, not quite, but been just a great Hug success story on the rebound here.
Yeah, okay, they get out of there. I was a little scared. That definitely could have been a goal if Hug's defense was not as good. And a great primary by Vaughn. The card sends it away, and Milkman, good send to the other side, keeping the core speed up. And now Vaughn in a difficult situation, manages to make the save. We looking for a mix-up here, but Vaughn unfazed calmly. Dances towards the top side, and now Carmine stunned away. We in position once again, but now the team players activated the flip. Carmine backwards, gets it done. Another pass to Wee and a strike war against the triple take. Wee does it once more as it's 2-2.
Yeah, able to bring this game to match point real quick. We 1 point away. Wee's Little Bees just looking to pick it up, and like this is it. It's Hug has to show up now. They have to have another good point if they want to bring it to a next set, get another draft, and get an opportunity. But right now, that's both barriers down.
Both barriers down. It's do or die for Hug. Interrupted with a triple take, but now it's a Wee 1v1 once more. There's the Milkman taken out. A Bell's dash punch could change everything here. A bounce off the center to reposition even, and the slime follow-up is not quite enough. The barrier still stands, and now the Dubu's defending, and Wee is continuing to put on the pressure to make sure that Vaughn can't step up too comfortably. Still has so many resources. Hungry Like Nephew forced to flip now. Dangerous spot, and Wee will strike for it, and Wee's Little Bees will take the first game.
Yep, just surgical precision out of Wee right there. He saw the flip, and he knew that he had one job. Sat there and said, okay, now ice in the veins, I've got this, and executed. Showed up and just, boom, won the strike board there, and really just MVP for I Am the Milkman. This guy's showing up, subbing in, and doing great work. We just saw beautiful synergy out of this team here. We saw full trust in his backline, saying, you guys will bring me the ball. I'll get it in. Just a well-oiled machine. And then Carmine and Milkman were beautiful on defense, beautiful on offense, working together, and everything functioned as intended. Again, I've said it before, but I would not expect this to be how this game went. And so, one game for Wee's Little Bees. Another one means that they win, get a massive win against Hug here, and Hug has to respond in the next game, or hopefully for them too, if they want to get things rolling again.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a way to turn things around here. I talked about it in the middle of the game. It was a very good compositional matchup for the Weeb comp here. I really liked how they were playing it, and also just that it let them bypass a lot of the strengths and target a lot of the weaknesses of especially the Juno, and how Bells plays self-sufficiently positioning wise. So Hungry Like Nephew, they'll go back to the drawing board, but the draft was quite good for Weeb.
Yeah, absolutely. They kind of picked out a lot of the weaknesses that this team has, and again, we'll keep saying it. Tied for first in the league right now, but it really is feeling like every team this season has weaknesses, has counterplay, and kind of that's kind of what we're looking like in this meta, is a real rock paper scissors situation where it's like you've got this pick and it does really well into this. And the game's always been like that, but now more than ever, it seems incredibly important to know which situations you can pick certain things and how they match up into other significant meta threats. So Wee's Little Bees did their homework, showed up, and had a great draft. We're gonna have to see them try and pull that off again, though. If they want to win this series.
Yeah, we'll see. But we're heading to Clarion Test Chamber, and this time it's a bit of a different starting Awakening setup. We've got Recovery Drone and the Hotshot. Wow. Wow. Why did I have to look at Recovery Drone again? That is Recovery Drone, right?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm working really hard.
Don't worry about it.
But I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. But with Weeb being first pick here, they can take away the Juno. They dealt with it well, but a hotshot Juno definitely would have been a lot harder to deal with. And I think we're going to see a very different look from Hungry Like Nephew this game. I think they'll maybe pick the Vice. Vaughn has been very successful on it, but banning away the Era I do agree with. That goalie has enabled a different playstyle than the usual from I'm the Milkman, a playstyle that has proved to be very good in the matchup. And speaking of other possible picks, there's the Mako. And if you're looking at Mako, like Vaughn mentioned on his cast while watching a Vice against the Mako, there is the Vice goalie. So,
yep.
Game 1 was a great draft for Wee's Little Bees into the matchup. But first pick Mako? Guys, why are we first picking Mako in this economy?
It's an interesting situation. I believe just looking at I'm the Milkman's character picks and general repertoire, the Arrow seemed pretty new. I believe that guy is just known for locking in the melee goalies, and so the Arrow seemed like a real big piece for them. And we saw last game. It was phenomenal to see, and so the first pick Mako seems like a situation of like, we got to get one of these picks for our goalie because his pick just got banned. And it really kind of blows open this whole draft and lets Hug just part the Red Seas and walk right through, because Estelle Weiss is like a like kid at the candy store situation. Like, oh my god, that's exactly what Hug wants, showing up and just shooting people the whole day. And again, against Mako, where's all of their pressure is going to have to come from Carmine and Wee, and all of their defense and all of their ability to push the ball out and keep it up it's really going to fall onto Carmine's shoulders here. So looks like he's playing the Luna. So really, we're just in for a wacky wild game all around here.
Yeah. We'll see what happens when they load into the game. Not quite ready are the teams, but we will see what happens. But yeah, this is not the Mega Strikers of a year ago. This is not Nasty. This is the North American Strikers League Season 6. And Hungry Like Nephew have every tool in the book to make that Mako's life miserable. And so I'm afraid for Milkman. Game 1, great comp, great performance, great game plan. Game 2, bad things are going to happen.
Yeah, a difficult life for a humble Mako, playing into Estelle Rasmus here with the Vice on the back. Just, we're going to have to see a generational performance out of Milkman if Weasel Bees want to show up and just survive into this comp. And like, again, last game they put on a great performance, but like you said, so much of it was the team comp and how they were able to play it. This game's going to be a very different story, and something I've noticed. I'm sure plenty of people have noticed, but I think it's very, very important about Vaughn's Vice is that he shows up and he just starts dropping secondaries on the enemy goalie. And like, imagine trying to defend. Imagine trying to do anything, and then every 14 seconds, you've just got one of those, and then a guy in your face trying to win strike points against you. It's agony. I can't imagine many things worse. I guess Estelle Rasmus is up there when you're playing the Mako, but like Mako speeds can just be shut down by this secondary. KOs can be found. It's going to be a hard game for these guys.
Yeah, the damage is already pouring in, and of course, Thunderstruck has double the uptime of Drum and Bass, so It's not going to be easy to find a time to hold secondary for I'm the Milkman without getting blown up. You already lose now. Massive. So much power, so much size. We, though, pushing forward, finds a barrier despite it all, but almost KO'd at the moment. Still not confirmed, though, and I'm surprised, but there's a flip through the center that goes around the world, and Milkman will get it away for now. We are seeing some decent possession, and we still surviving miraculously, but the barrier still stands, and we... This guy's not dead.
He's still here. He's on my screen. And actually, he is space gliding with the slick kicks in the middle, just all around all the damage, able to heal with the orb in the center. But Bells getting a flip, shooting it right to the top corner. And again, curse of melee goalie. It's really hard to defend against that. You have the strike shot, but otherwise, what kind of tools do you have as Mako to react to that shot? Like, you can't get there in time. Primary, you'd have to like preemptively do it so it can charge fast enough to get that distance. This is really like the exact opposite of last game, where it was an I am the Milkman incredible success story. This is the unfortunate downfall of I am the Milkman, unfortunately stuck playing Mako here. But some crazy things happening with the orb in the center. There's some opportunities here, and I'm looking at Hotshot Luna here to make some magic happen.
Definitely a possibility, as overtime could tick over, but they need to defend for a while longer. First flip available for Yuri Lose, not choosing to use it at the moment. An awkward spot too, near the bottom wall, but Bell's there looking for a mix-up. Not quite enough, but so much damage on Carmine, who will dash forward and get it past Vaughn right when necessary for Wee's Little Bees. It's 1-1 now, and maybe they can get it done with the Hotshot X Factor.
Yeah, wow. Hey, I asked for some magic, and I definitely got a little bit of modern magic, if you will. And Luna is such an interesting character, especially midfield, and really getting a lot of work done here. I think it has such a like 1v9 potential. You're able to be anywhere, and we catching the core with the flip, getting a nice one, sending it to the bottom corner, is up. They're up again, 2-1 right now, 1 point away from winning the set. It's happening again. They're pulling ahead here.
They're getting it done, but we'll see if they can keep getting it done here. As one barrier falls, Yuri Lose pushes forward. There's a flip, and this time it will secure the barrier. Bell's in position. Vaughn flips away the goalie, and despite the recovery drone, that buys enough time for the goal to go in. That's more like it from Bells and Vaughn on the offense. And at this point, 5 is going to determine everything, and where else but the bouncy barn?
Yeah, where else? Today, we are going to be taking a 0.5 to the barn, and really that last point is exactly what I expected this game to look like. The fact that We's Little Bees were up with how the comp is looking and how they have to play is incredibly impressive, but here we're just seeing a lot of possession coming out of Hug, which is to be expected, but that's both barriers down. This could be We's Little Bees' opportunity to steal a set here and pull ahead, and they will with a great strike to the bottom corner. Vaughn unable to catch it right there, and We's Little Bees getting the first set right here.
Yeah, that was really good. A good fake out dribble from Carmine to burn some cooldowns from Hungry Like Nephew. Perfectly passed down, and now it's an awkward spot. There are so many good awakenings, and Hungry Like Nephew get the double pick that honestly, I don't think they're that sad about this draft. Team player gonna be passed over though to I'm the Milkman. It's a necessary evil, unfortunately. And extra special available as well for the Luna. This is a draft where there's too much good stuff for everyone, and the game is accelerating forward.
Yeah, this is...
Oh, we lost the Yoshi. All good. Yeah, this is a very scary spot to be if you're Vaughn, I think, because although you do have more power in the matchup, you do deny Dash Awakening, you do get that extra impact and the overall damage. Milkman's gonna be team playering in overtime, and that's a huge win condition. A little bit less so on Clarion because the lanes disrupt a lot of the team player angles, but on a lot of the on some of the variants, it can be devastating as Vaughn goes in. Ton of damage to Milkman, but with an open net at his back, it's not going to be easy. Bells and Yuri Lose need to maintain possession here, or else it'll be scary, and that's the recovery drone already popped. Oh no, my co-caster has fallen off the map. All good. There's the strike war by Wee against the hook. Bells looking massive here, but can't quite get the strikes, and only one barrier taken so far, even after Vaughn coming to help out. Is concerning for Hungry Like Nephew, but there it is, set up from Bells. But the passing play blocked by Wee, a lot of damage onto Wee, but the recovery drone still there. Vaughn up to the top side, Bells, you already lose, looking for it, but Wee will help defend. And there's the crater from Carmine to finish it off.
Boom, and just word massive extra special value, a great shot coming out from that guy. I just, again, we spent the whole beginning talking about how Hug's draft is perfect for them to make all of Weasel Bee's life just a living hell, and there a KO found on Carmine, but like, I don't know, Weasel Bees is ahead right now. They're currently winning, so how bad could it possibly be here? And Bells getting KO'd in return after the power play, and like every situation, unless Hug wins in like 15 seconds, like they did in that one point, every situation is just not looking as favorable for them as I imagine it would.
Yeah, they need to keep the possession, because right now, Wee and Carmine, even when they're dying, they're keeping the core up out of the hands of Bells and you already lose. Milkman as well split some good strikes, and if this point goes longer, it's a team player activation. The barrier not taken is huge, and there's a recovery drone pop as well. But this Vice needs to watch out. The team player speed's picking up, and there's a shot from Bells to seal away the point. Hungry Like Nephew back in it, tying up the set, but it's not looking too easy when Weasel Bees are just playing so well on the day.
Yeah, really. They've got, Hug's got such a mountain to climb against Weasel Bees here, because again, down a game, down a set right now. Might be down a point in this set after getting both barriers right there. Like, it's every situation just looks like a Weasel Bees masterclass, and they have possession all the time, forcing out a flip here. It feels like they just have more resources, right?
Yeah, and Wee in particular is also just going for the there's no way this will work type of plays, right? Just forcing Vaughn or Yuri Lose to respond every single time, and sometimes it works. And as long as you have the possession to persist in those repeated pressures, it will eventually work out. And I think Bells is also getting impatient because Wee is getting a lot more tries. Oh, Carmine flies to the top side to evade the supernova and gets a goal off of the core flying there as well. What a heads up play. And this set is looking good for Weasel Bee still.
Yeah, oh my god, just is smart ability usage there, getting rewarded with one goal, bang. And on Wee just making some crazy Hail Mary plays. I really like that when you have a Luna goalie on your team, because the Luna can always go and like collapse in a corner if possible, or just go and dash and snipe the other side. Like, there's so much potential. If you just put the enemy defense in a difficult situation, the Luna has free reign to just do whatever she needs to get the goal. But unfortunately, the Luna has been executed unceremoniously, and Vaughn's going to be putting another point on the board for his team, bringing us to another 0.5. Back on the barn. Did not go well for Hug last time, but let's see if they're able to show up and do something differently this time.
Yep, definitely a possibility, but you already lose. A lot of cooldowns burned very early means that it's going to be hard to keep this possession up. There we go, though. Vaughn blinks in at the perfect time to Thunderstruck recast, and now a primary forward to Bells to the top side, and Milkman can't get there in time. The slow Mako getting punished as a set win for Hungry Like Nephew keeps them in the game.
Yeah, a big set in the books here, and really I think Vaughn picking up that Dash Awakening last set was the difference maker. That's going to be so massive for all the coverage he has on the field. And here, first pick, going to be taking Twin Drive, just enabling that even more. And this guy's going to be everywhere. Again, like the Vice secondary CD, it's like 14 or 12 seconds. You get the 15% off eject button, and you are covering so much of the field. And the hot shot, like things are turning around. That last set was still really close. Still took a lot of effort out of Hug to win it, but slowly I feel like the needle is starting to tick in their favor more and more as the sets go on.
So much damage onto Carmine, who runs away, but is still being taken out of the play. There's the blink follow-up and the power chord. You already lose to Bells, looking for a passing play to send it forward, and they do get it through. And it really was in both games earlier in the game. It was Wee's Little Bees finding ways to prevent the Milkman from having to play a ton of defense, right? Against the nasl brawler, against the nasl goalie blinking in your face. But I think that once the possession is no longer firmly in the hands of Wee's Little Bees, suddenly you're a goalie sub, and that is a very scary place to be.
Yeah, really. This is still, you know, Vaughn, Bells, and you already lose, and those are like, oh, scary situation. But those are not 3 players that you want to sub into. Like, just very dangerous. I guess, hey, I'm the Milkman.
No.
Unfortunately, did not get that one, but, you know, Nerves of Steel is showing up here. And again, got a big win. This set, though, different story, different situation. This is the Hungry Like Nephew that I'm familiar with here.
Wait, guys, am I missing something? Why does I'm the Milkman have Monumentalist?
Oh.
There are no other creation characters in this entire game.
Maybe just for the damage that it gives.
It does less damage because you're not getting the rebounds.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you that one.
Yeah, well, we though still performing. Oh, the flip though, a little bit premature, and now this open net situation is getting a little bit scary. Ooh, Vaughn playing it so calmly, strike warring the hook, and there's the KO, but there's You Already Lose sneaking it around with the help of Vaughn, faking out I'm the Milkman, and that's a clean set win for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, and they could just keep the ball rolling here, one after another. Very interesting draft. 2 Dash Awakenings on the board. I'm looking at stacks. That could be big if it goes to Carmine. That's even more coverage on the field. That could be pretty scary. There's also a Size Awakening. Both brawlers in the back might be picking it up. But that's Fight or Flight on Vaughn. I assume a deny. Or just, hey, more secondaries. You know, never know. But stacks does fall to Carmine.
Fight or Flight Twin Drive does sound pretty fun. You know? Like,
right?
Yeah. It does sound pretty fun when you're refreshing double secondaries and you then stagger someone with those double secondaries and then you refresh. Anyway.
You get both back.
It does look pretty good. As Bells is also looking rather large now. It looks like Hungry Like Nephew are sufficiently scaled to take on this Wee's Little Bees team. But they got to watch out for these corners because they do get out of it with the barrier intact, but it was not looking good for a second there.
Yeah, scary situations all around, but we're in the classic 1-1 barrier situation. But we finding a nice KO. Just a 1-2 punch Kazan has as Juliet dash punch threat, and there we see it. That's power play is going to open up the net. The big and snare drum is going to be holding the core there for a little bit, but yeah, just a phenomenal point out of this guy, scooping it with the hook, putting it in. And hey, boom! If Wee's Little Bees want to win this game, which has very clearly escaped in the past 2 sets, gone in the favor of Hug, they're 2 sets away, and 1 point on the board is going to be pretty nice. Just need a few more of those, and they've been playing so well. I think they can do it here. Yep,
we'll see how it goes. Carmine with a lot of meter built up here could be the difference maker, perhaps. Vaughn with a supernova charged up, looking to find an opening. Wee in the bottom corner. With the crater coming down, you already lose in an awkward spot, but there's the interflip from Carmine, secures the barrier perfectly angled, and these little bees, I thought they were getting outscaled, but they're keeping the core forward, and they're keeping the offense going, really, and putting so much pressure on Vaughn. The KO does eventually get found, and Carmine almost has a great flick to the top side, and finally the barrier will drop for Milkman, and there's Bells while being pushed by the crater, securing the goal, but there's still a lot of hope for Wee's Little Bees. They're still getting it done.
Yeah, down this game, but not out. Had just have a lot of. They have a lot. They have a lot going for them at this point, and just generally this set. Like they've been doing so well. Again, that last set was. We're on the bounce house, not 0.5, but we are bouncing around here. People getting sent left and right, but still, just Wee's Little Bees have an opportunity going up another point here. This is not last set. Last set was a staunchly a hungry like nephew sweep, but here we're back to even playing ground. Wee's Little Bees just showing up once again and getting it done.
Yeah, they are getting it done here. Carmine with a strike board to the top side with the help of Wee as well. They're just going for every single opportunity that they see, and that is giving them a lot of different chances, especially against the range goalie of Vaughn. Trying to find the bounces here to strike war, winning against Jordy lose. The crater coming in. Vaughn finds a follow-up strike to get it out of there, but it's still an open net at their backs. It's a lot of chip damage. A good flip by Milkman, but an even better whiplash by Bells. A lot of energy being built up as well, and recovery drone still available. And Carmine to Wee looking to find this opportunity to. They're just getting so many tries at the goal. They're playing for possession, and that's really the difference.
Yeah, they have so many opportunities. The ball is always with a Wee's Little Bees player, and that's just going to net them that many more tries against Device. Hey, whoever has more tries, I think, is in a great situation. Here, though, Specialized Training picked up Deadeye right there. I thought this was going to be a Carmine, hand gift to Deadeye, but I assume looking to not let Vaughn get any more pressure with these ults. But that's going to be bulk up. That's bulk up onto Wee, which is massive because that guy's been getting KO'd throughout the game earlier more often, but just more power, more stagger, everything a brawler could ever want. And suddenly, again, it's the draft just seems so in Wee's Little Bees' favor here.
Yeah, we'll see if that can indeed be the case here. Vaughn still maintaining one barrier is huge. Bell is putting on a lot of damage onto Carmine as well. Milkman in the corner has to be careful, but these strike wars are being won by Wee over and over again.
Yeah, it's just on the midline, scrapping here, getting every interaction, and like not even just with flick kicks. Like it was on the midline. It looked like it was some maximal speed, but he was just winning that many interactions back and forth with all that speed here. And now it looking like Hug's opportunity. They have the open net. They've been keeping possession really well at this point, but the defense from Wee's Little Bees just a bit too strong here.
A little bit too strong. Has to be careful in the corner. Vaughn looking for the strike war. Oh, and Carmine almost has a follow-up goal. Milkman still defending the open net, and now team player activated. These strikes are going to have to be on point from Bells, and there's a shot to the top corner. It's set 5. It's crunch time, and Hungry Like Nephew are staying alive for the moment.
Yeah, Bells with 2 Size Awakenings and Might of Colossus, 158 power. A big guy here, has a lot of influence on the field. Able to get a lot of these plays with the pendulum swing, and like right there, just sniping I'm the Milkman from so far away. But just I feel like not getting as many opportunities as Wee is here. Like we're just seeing so many more offensive attempts out of Wee's Little Bees, and Hug is able to capitalize on the opportunities they're given, but just not quite going the same way for them.
Yeah, it isn't. Carmine and Wee stagger taken low. There's a big crater onto Bells, but the recovery drone is still active. And Bell's looking for a rebound here. Everyone on death's door. Not long for this world is Carmine. Going to be bounced off the wall, but unstaggers just in time. Flies away, but there's the Crystal Thorns to take him out. We as well, the next target pulled to the bottom side of the net, but Milkman continuing to defend, and they got to be careful. If they let their barrier go down, Hungry Like Nephew, they're going to lose a lot of offensive pressure if their barrier falls.
Right. It just, the Luna and the Kazan both have so much threat on the goal at all times, and again, Vaughn is a humble vice, not going to want to deal with any of that, as every opportunity that We's Little Bees gets is super dangerous.
Yeah, and Hungry Like Nephew is just not making the most of their opportunities here in this overtime. Of course, it's a lot harder when you're not the team with team player, but they're not really getting past Milkman. They're not playing patiently in these overtimes. A lot of that is the map, but it is just so good for We's Little Bees when they get to be the ones taking those team player shots.
Yeah, having all that core speed, having the hotshot Luna, getting that barrier, getting a power play, like it's a We's Little Bees sweep here. The wind is in their sails. They have everything going for them, and Hug's gonna need to really show up in this point and the next if they want to win the game. Otherwise, We's Little Bees could take this series in a 2-0 fashion right here, right now.
Oh, and that flip was ambitious from Carmine, but it would have been the difference maker here. Milkman in a very difficult defense, and Bells will take an easy strike war. It's 2-2. It's 0.5. We's Little Bees have a chance to make a crazy upset right now, but they'll have to navigate Project Maelstrom first. But this hotshot Luna, a barrier off kickoff, wow. And We's already at it once again. This point's looking good so far.
Yeah, it really is. We almost getting that second barrier, Vaughn able to hold, but that's a missile getting it, and this is a terrifying situation because that's a massive we, and that's gonna be the core going in the net, attributed to I Am the Milkman. Super sub right here, able to claim a 2-0 victory against Hungry Like Nephew. We's Little Bees getting their second win of the series, first against Demons Raw, and really, what a crazy record they have here, as a 2-0 win for them in the bag right here.
We's Little Bees are bright light merchants. It's crazy.
Yeah, wow.
Only against Demons Raw and Hungry Like Nephew they get it done, but I mean, such an impressive performance from Trevor YZF, I'm the Milkman. Really held his own, and the whole team of We's Little Bees, right? Usually when you throw in a sub, you're throwing them in to die. But they developed the game plan perfectly to just get it done. They maintained possession. That first game in particular was even more impressive than the second in how they just navigated it strategy-wise.
Yeah, again, they came into this week studying their opponent. They knew exactly what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do it, and executed on their plan. They got it, and it was beautiful, and it was exactly what they needed. They're able to get, again, massive win, and that's going to be putting them, I believe, 2-4 in the season, which it is not where you want to be, but again, with wins against Demons Raw and Hungry Like Nephew, the season's not over. I'd be sitting there, convening with the team like, hey, we did great this week. Wow. And now it's time to turn the season around.
Yeah, and of course, you can technically qualify to playoffs with 5 losses. So, We's Little Bees, they even have a little bit of cushion, but sitting at 2-4 is a lot nicer than sitting at 1-5. 5% in the predictions. And some people are going to be very rich in Bestie Bucks for the very far off Bestie in Slot Gotcha update. But that's the far future. And the close future is Showtime versus EKC. Probably the matchup that everyone's excited to watch, as those two teams might be the hottest ones in this season. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. We're finally back, and we're kind of back on schedule, right? A little awkward, but we are here for Showtime versus EKC. This should be the closest matchup of the day, I think. Both these teams have had spectacular seasons so far, and we'll see whether EKC can topple Showtime down into the two loss column.
Yeah, this matchup was one of my favorites from playoffs last season. Played in the winners semifinals. It went the distance. Went exactly like not much more you can ask for out of a series as a spectator. But Showtime took it that last time. Took a few more games in playoffs, as it turns out, and now are being matched up with EKC, who, like you said, has been having a spectacular season so far. And I think the meta changes have really favored them, where they have not changed or favored Showtime. And so we have a great opportunity for an upset against the former champions, or the current champions here.
Yeah, and nothing exemplifies that more than this particular map. We're seeing a very Showtime comp, Asher, Era, Mako on Imi Zap against EKC, who are running the Juliet. That is a little bit crazy, but that's what we're seeing right now, and I think that EKC are very happy about how this draft turned out.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be over the moon if I had Juliet on Imi Zap. Like, that's it. That's all you need. Honestly, to tell you the truth, I'd be over the moon if I had Juliet, and that's the end of the. Like that character has been on top of the world this whole season, and so. You know, Joker on the Asher, very similar character archetype to Juliet, but notably had a massive nerf, getting way slower when primarying. So the opportunities here are going to be a lot harder to pull off, much more stationary turret kind of character. But still, Joker roaming around, and Barcode pulling up in classic Barcode fashion, making some great saves, but the flip is going to be taking Xianzhu out, and it doesn't matter. Hello. Welcome, Juliet. 90 whatever % win rate. You're going to be getting another point here.
Way lower, though, after the earlier matches of the day. She has not been doing well today, in fact.
Uh-oh.
But, yeah, I don't think it's like 90-something anymore. Maybe high 80s. We'll see.
Oh, no, high 80s.
Oh, no. But, yeah, small sample size is fake. Anyway, Joker with the flip available could be scary for Soren up close, especially after a flip is used preemptively defensively in the midfield. Xianzhu is taking a lot of damage as well, and almost a KO. There it is, the follow from NXCD with the dash punch, and now some dribbling on the top side. Soren pushing up all the way to the midfield to drop a good firewall sentry. A lot of pressure on that flip, but the patience coming out from Showtime will get it away.
Oh, and a great KO found onto NXCD right there. A shot dead in the corner. A fatal flaw. Just of this map, but of Juliet, a character who doesn't have good mobility to get out of tough situations. And Soren, unfortunately, oh my god, left and right, taken down by a NATO, taken down by a dash punch, but Xianzhu on a breakaway is able to get it with the beam, sealing it out. 1 point for Showtime, and an explosive end to that point. But we're really seeing an old meta versus new meta sort of situation here, with the heavy damage and Juliet coming out from EKC, and the classic Mako Era, and then one big brawler for Showtime, which is just how they love to play the game, how they won last season. So far they're keeping up. They got a point, but you know, EKC might be losing another point if that's what's going to be going on here.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit scary. Good pass splitter coming out. Katsuna shrunk as well. So much damage onto the midfielder. These power plays are being pushed to the limit, but Joker also incredibly low, taken out. And now the power plays reverse and now in the favor of EKC. They're trying to take Xianzhu out as well. The coordination coming in to stop the regen. And XCD hunting, stealing away the orb as well. And a really good flip out from Barcode, but it is a very violent game and a very coordinated game in terms of violence.
Yeah, definitely. Both these teams, EKC obviously very coordinated on the damage. Oh, but Showtime able to just pick these up, and also with that coordination, again, national champions going to be taking another point right there in the power play, taking us to a 0.5. And what I'm thinking is that whichever team picks up Ad Rush is going to have such a... It's just going to pull ahead so far in this game. We've got the extra special on everyone but Katsuna, and that's just going to be so many CDs coming to everyone, or coming to anyone that gets Ad Rush. It's going to be a game changer, and really, EKC wants it here because they're close to winning this set.
Yeah, very, very close. Flip available. NXTD takes out the goalie. But a good save from Shianzu with the Bewitching Beam. Keeps it away for now. The Firewall Sentry, though, lined up. So much chip damage. There it is. There's the ace. There's the gold emote. And there's the set for EKC.
Yeah, it's crazy end to a crazy set. And really just a glimpse of what's to come. Set 1. And that's what we're seeing here. And there's the Ad Rush. And honestly, obviously, NXTD would love to see it. Could wait and force Shianzu to deny it right here, which he will. And now, of all the people you want to see Ad Rush on, Era is not really one of them. Has been getting some NATO kills, but we'll have to see if that persists. Big Fish, though, going to Soren to deny a Joker down the line, and Heavy Impact going to NXTD, I think, is the big pick here. That's Heavy Impact, extra special, ton of CDR, and just that much more damage. We've been seeing some dash punches that haven't quite KO'd, and I think that's going to change in the upcoming set.
Yeah, I do agree there. Well, we'll see if NXTD can make the most of these opportunities, but Soren playing a little bit too offensively. Punished, and now Joker in an open net to the bottom side, read by Soren, and good step up as well on the defense to make sure the goal is not scored just yet by Showtime. They have more chances though, but sending the core around the world. There's a lot more maneuverability on the side of EKC. A lot more immediate cross-map presence, but it will be forced to flip. And now the passport coming out. Now NATO coming out. The creations doing work for Showtime. And flips available for the two members behind. A perfect pass to Joker. And the first point of the set going over to Show.
Yeah, bit of a different story from the last set, but I think what we're seeing here is a very classic situation, something that's existed since the dawn of time in this game, is that the team with Era is just able to put out a lot of pressure very consistently. The team without Era usually has a blink character, or we're not in the super speed meta where everyone's just picking the speed midfielders, but characters like Aimee, Estelle have a ton of burst pressure, and Juliet as well. So EKC is really a team that should explode and win points in 10 seconds, and otherwise they're stuck against a speed midfielder and big brawler who just constantly put out pressure and should eventually overwhelm EKC should they not get their opportunities.
Yeah, like right there, forcing out a flip from Soren. Joker taken down very, very low, but they got to finish out the KO, and a good dash forward and a preemptive evade will mean that Joker stays alive for a while longer. NXTD, though, good punch. Just follows it up. Katsuna in the bottom corner, enough to find the barrier, and Soren, a great cyber swipe as well. A dangerous spot with the Firewall Sentry. Good enough on the defense. And now they need to find their one last burst of offense here, but it's a little bit too difficult when Shianzu's NATO is lined up perfectly. And that's another point in the set for Showtime.
Yeah, this set been a little slow on the KOs. We've been seeing the damage come out, but not quite sealed out yet. But again, Showtime's they're doing what they've always done, which is show up and just constantly output pressure, and most teams eventually will break. However, that's the kind of burst that EKC wants to see. A big power play, a big KO found. Katsuna with the flip, going to be using it for the bounce off the middle, and that's going to be a very clean EKC point. And that's what every EKC point that they win should look like, is just something big happens, usually a KO, some nice play for the barrier, and then they're able to seal it out.
Yeah, that's how it should look. And Barcode, of course, not the perfect clear there, but it is a power play for EKC. But there's another power play being generated for EKC. I don't think NXCD could have dash punched in that spot, but finds their way around, finds the damage onto Joker as well. This is EKC. This is what they're known for, but they're still surprising.
Yeah, and I think EKC really has this like mental snowball effect where they get one good point and then they just start chaining them together. They get one good KO and they just start chaining them together, one after another after another. 2 KOs though found and 0 barriers taken. Going to be a bit tough here, as now when Showtime has the space to operate, they're such a threat, and we're just seeing the ball on EKC's side so much. They're going to need to look for another big play, but with a couple flips burned, that's still Showtime's barrier up here.
It is Soren to Katsuna. NXCD looking dangerously low, trying to dance past everybody, and successfully does so. Oh, and survives the mini NATO as well. NXCD living through it all, and now needs to be careful because Joker and Xianzu find the combo to finally take him away. Barrier falls as well on their side. Soren with the flip available. Fireball Sentry to try and catch the core, but not quick enough to match Barcode, and Katsuna helps out on the defense as well. Flip forced out of Soren by the Bewitching Beam. NXCD looking for a rebound now, and the core speed is just too insane. Barcode drops the barrier, and now it's a flip from Katsuna around the world. The Crystal Thorns, NXCD in position for the pass. Another pass, not quite enough for EKC as Showtime hold, but the question is for how much longer, because right now it's NXCD fishing for the dash punches, finding one onto Joker. Xianzu, though, has the speed to work with, but NXCD will find it around Barcode to even up the set.
All right, that with how many KOs came to EKC, that would have been a disappointing point to lose. But once again, welcome back, point 5. This time EKC coming in, getting the previous point, having the momentum, showing up and looking to claim another set of their own. We'll have to see if Showtime can pull up and defend against it. This has been a very even game, and Showtime has been, as time goes on, dealing with the pressure better and better, kind of adapting to what EKC is looking to throw out. And so really I would say that it's looking in Showtime's favor. And there it is, a clean point, 28 seconds in the bucket, and that's going to be a perfectly tied game.
Yep, perfectly tied up. Barcode MVP. And no Dash Awakenings. The Among Titans definitely an option. We'll have to see what's opted for here. My eyes are also on that bulk up as well. Always a good awakening. But Prime Time will be the choice from Barcode to have more utility, more defensive capability. And that bulk up's going to be denied away from NX. A bit of an awkward draft, I think, for Showtime. I think that despite not winning the set, EKC get away with a lot of good awakenings.
Yeah, built different on NXCD. That's going to be a grand total of 20% impact damage. And you hear 5% and you're like, oh, whatever. But when you're pushing up to 20, that's got to feel pretty nice. And again, bulk up deny, going to be very nice. You do not want to see Juliet with bulk up, holy moly. But now still just, yeah, like you said, a little awkward. Like Joker gets the spark. That's fine, but not. It's nothing that's breaking the game wide open. Katsuna also picking up a spark similarly, but just I'm looking at the Timeless Creator as the big pick of the draft, and imagining that that's going to create a lot of value. Until then, though, until we see another, it's going to be NX out, taking a little break in the penalty box as EKC is looking to shoot Joker and try and even up the player count here.
See, NATO coming out, perfectly played by Xianzu, and a follow-up strike to the top side. Wow, just held that core in place, went for the NATO. It was perfectly played by Xianzu. And, well, we'll see if EKC can find some more consistency, because when they're explosive, they just win points outright, but it really comes down to whether they can get a big dash punch. And here's one. Barcode taken critically low here, but staying alive, and it's now kind of a difficult spot.
Yeah, Barcode low, under threat. Xianzu has to go play the core here. And really, this game is is like precision versus just explosive brutality, and there, just nice patience from Joker, able to slot the core in right between Katsuna and Soren there. We're kind of seeing that where EKC shows up, and they're very much a wild card kind of team, where they're just relying on all of these big opportunities to make something happen. But Showtime again is slow and steady. They're here to just execute where they can and hold the course at all the rest of the time. Joker taken low though could be, if this KO is found, a big opportunity for EKC, but again, just Showtime able to deal the damage back, and we're just taking not quite a slow time as Joker is going down here, and XCD has the pummeler speed, but now they have to get through Barcode and Shianzu. Good luck.
Yeah, but that KO is so important. Stacks on stacks now completely reset from Joker. He is no longer gliding across the map, and that makes the game a lot more manageable for EKC. It gives their burst potential a lot more room to play with when Joker isn't playing at midfield speeds, basically. The Barcode's still holding, and this barrier has not gone down yet on Showtime's side. A flip by Katsuna's creative, but a little bit too creative, I think, on that one.
Yeah, Chef's in the kitchen, getting it done. But here, this is Showtime. They always do this. It's always eventually Barcode just adapts, and now how do you score on him? And now and especially on a map like this where you have to force it through the corner, you have to get it through this Mako here. How do you do it? And eventually the Aimi is going to fall, and is not a Mako, is not going to be winning the interactions in the corner like that. And Barcode's just going to continue holding. Their EKC at this point, looking like their best effort is to just KO Joker, and they're going to get it. And now they're back with another power play and another offensive opportunity.
But it's so difficult with an open net at your back. Soren's got to be so careful with the score speed coming out from Barcode, rocketing it forward over and over. But there's Dash Punch barely KOing, but barely is just enough when it comes to taking out Shianzu. Katsuna and Joker on the top side. Good defense by Barcode once again. Top side open. Barcode trying to fake it out and does make the save. Goes down in the process, but Joker's here and Shianzu's back. The defense is rotated for Showtime despite the KO. But there's another one, and that should be curtains for this point as the passing plays come through. NX with the dash punch, making sure that EKC can close this one out.
Yeah, just chain that beautiful, just chaining KOs over and over again. But really, we saw that point went on for quite some time, which is not where EKC wants to be, obviously, and we're just seeing they really want to hold out for as long as they can, and if they're able to match the defense that Showtime has, then obviously they're in a good spot. But with a point taking that long, you've got to be kind of worried. They get the KO on Joker after a while, and again, a great strategy. That guy is almost all of their offense, but now they still have to get through these two incredibly defensive Paragons in the 13 seconds, able to, but now they have to do it again to score.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Shianzu with the flip almost available as well. This barrier is being pressured so much by Showtime. The firewall sentry, though, perfect timing by Soren to keep the core away now. And there's the rebounds off the ensnared drums. Joker pushing forward still. There's the barrier take. Shianzu flip available, looking for something but blocked away, and Joker a little bit too preemptive on that flip, being taken low now. And if EKC can secure this KO, they're looking for it. That would be what brings their points in control. Katsuna and NXCD looking for a passing play now after the Joker KO, but the ensnared drums help out. And finally, another KO and a catch by Katsuna on the top side will do it for EKC as they bring it to a 0.5.
A third 0.5, and really just this EKC, this team is just such a snowball team. When they're on defense, they're holding on, but it's obviously just looks so nice for Showtime, and then they get one KO. One KO turns into 15. And just back and forth chaining over and over. And now we see NXT with the flip, Katsuna close to 1. This could be their opportunity. They have the energy economy to win this point. They just have to get it through. But that's 2 flips burned. Able to get the barrier, but now NX is low. Joker's also low. Oh, but Soren able to put it in the chaos and take a second set for EKC.
Yep, that is a huge set secure by Soren. Katsuna first pick. And I'm looking at that team player right now. That team player on Barcode could be devastating. Reptile Remedy taken / denied is huge, but no, actually, team player passed up in favor of the Dash Awakening on the Mako. I'm surprised. Will it get passed up completely? Sure. Surely it lands somewhere, right? No, it's completely passed up here. It is a lane map after all, but I feel like with how long these points are going, team player could make the difference, especially for Showtime. But they're valuing the speed. They need the maneuverability to be able to avoid these KOs and to be able to push up consistently. And we'll see if that pans out for them, because that Super Surge is going to do a lot of work on that Mako secondary.
Oh, absolutely. I'm with you. I'm pretty surprised that team player did not get picked up. Even on Shanzu would have been really nice, but like you said, Mako with the Dash Awakening, that's going to be revolutionary especially for Joker. If he's being pressured and taken low, they have a lot of opportunities. But Barcode taken down. Point not over yet, though, as the massive turret is here. Timeless. Oh, we're seeing the health bars disappear as that's another ace for EKC. And that's another point on the board for them. 2 more to win the game here. And Constant taking the Reptile Remedy doesn't give that to Showtime. And obviously, I think that point would have looked very different if they did have Reptile.
Yeah, now I'm looking back on it, it does make a lot of sense, especially the Monumentalist pickup, despite the Super Surge take from Barcode, right? I would have liked that Super Surge. Still getting a crazy damage build with the Firewall Sentry this time. And of course, with this game being how it's going so far, with the Starting Awakening being extra special, Soren has so much offensive pressure every single time that Firewall Sentry is put down. But the question is, can you hold against the Joker long enough? And the question has been answered for this point, at least. And the answer is yes.
Yeah, Soren rocking with the legendary turret build, extra special, Timeless Creator, Monumentalist. Really everything you could ever want. Great for defense, honestly, just in the corner, able to put a lot of pressure onto the Asher here. And another net opened for EKC here. They just got to get it in, and Katsuna almost does. NXCD close to a flip, dangerously close even. That could just be a clean point secured right there, as the punch on Barcode gave him the energy he needed to get that flip, and is going to seal that point out. It's looking incredibly EKC favored here.
Yep, and we'll see if they can keep it up here. A good evade by Shianzu, but that means Shianzu's in trouble. The Ensnared Drums actually hurt Joker's attempt at the barrier. It feeds it to the Firewall Sentry, which conveyors it out of there. Now Katsuna trying to 1v1 Barcode with the strikes. So much damage by NXZD. And if he can keep up the chip here, that could be huge, but NXZD needs to be careful. The Julie found incredibly low. At the moment, Shrunk, slowed, staggered across the map, but still can pick up the orb. Joker's in pursuit, but an elusive will buy enough time. No, not quite. Not enough to regen, but Joker's the one who's in trouble now.
Yeah, taken dangerously low, exploded by that Rose Warp out of Katsuna. But NXCD and Soren, not looking too great. This could be an opportunity for Showtime once Joker gets back. NXCD going for the orb in the power play. Katsuna just putting on a ton of pressure, going through, keeping the ball up, but nothing found here in that power play. NX forced to walk back for the orb. The big turret doing big damage, but in the meantime, nothing quite found, as the Joker's just having... It's a rough day, as he has been once again shot in the head, taken out. Shanzu with the flip, though, going to use it, burn Katsuna's flip, and just looking for an opportunity to get something in the reverse power play, try and pick something up, anything, as Barcode is just unrelenting once again, and And we're back. He's doing it again. Barcode's doing it again, where he just doesn't drop the barrier, and it's going to be barrier for Showtime right there.
Oh, and that barrier take means that Joker just needs one more opportunity to find a flick to the top side. Dash into strike, and Showtime are still in this set. It could have been really bad in that power play, but Joker's been given time, and if you can build up those stacks enough, if Barcode can hold enough, if EKC can't find the KOs in time, then Showtime have an opportunity to get themselves back in this one.
Yeah, the Joker does have 2 sparks, agility and strength, and so just he does have a lot of speed at base already, and is looking to maneuver, but that's going to be barrier down. Soren with the flip might be able to end the game, but here using it on defense, saving the barrier, and really on these 1 barrier maps, just 2 mistakes can end the game. So here Barcode almost losing it, great flip, able to catch it, but that's going to be the KO onto Joker that could end this game.
It could be curtains here for Showtime in this IME Zap, and it is with NXED find the dash punch onto Barcode. There we go. EKC will take it.
Yeah, a little shaky on some of these points, a little Showtime doing exactly what they're known for and just holding out until the sun blows up, but eventually EKC was afforded enough opportunities to get everything they needed, get the barrier, get the goal, get a couple more KOs while they're at it, and again, like we talked about earlier, the meta has shifted away from what Showtime's known for, or away from something that favors Showtime spectacularly, and EKC has really been just loving it. And 21 KOs on NXED is I think, a great way to sum up how this game went.
Yeah, that is indeed how it went here. And now, we're going to look to game 2, Clarion Test Chamber. That has been Showtime's stronghold for so long. What do you think EKC have what it takes to get them on Clarion?
I think if they keep playing how they are, how well they have been, I think they have a pretty good chance. We saw Showtime lose to Bun Bun earlier in the season on Clarion. I think that was their first loss on the map in a while, if not ever. And so we've seen before they can lose on that map, despite how good they are at it. It's still could be in the cards. And so again, EKC has just been having such a great season. I struggled to put absolutes in Showtime's court. I think EKC just eventually will scale beyond what any defense that Showtime can put up. Especially again if they get to Juliet. It's just that character. I'm telling you, 21 KOs, like, especially NXT, who's been playing it even when people were saying she was bad back in like season 4. He shows up, he gets 5 million KOs. Clarion's such a great map for looking for those KOs with all the tight corners, corridors, times that you want to play up against the wall. I wouldn't be surprised if Showtime just banned it, because I believe this is their map pick and they'll be red side. But we'll have to see. Until then, I don't know. Obviously Showtime has a great opportunity here to take a game, even it up. It is still their map. Even though I downplayed them, it is still their map. So I will have to see when the draft shows up, but I'm looking forward to the next game, if nothing else.
Yeah, and we'll see if that is indeed the case here. We're just waiting for the side select to come in, so it's a bit of a wait, but yeah, Clarion is definitely a map where EKC's picks aren't really limited. Like you mentioned, it will probably be a Juliet ban, or maybe a Juliet pick from Joker. We might see that come into play. But with EKC being blue side, that is probably not likely. Like you mentioned. Wow, I'm just repeating what you're saying.
Hey, we sometimes at the breaks between games run a little long, and really just there's there's only so much to talk about. But draft revving up here, and oh my goodness, goodness gracious, Castellast Adrenaline Rush. I don't care about the soup. I don't care about Castellast. I want to watch an Adrenaline Rush game. Oh my god, especially after that last game. This one could be wild.
It really could be. This is going to be a treat, and we'll see what picks are let through. I'll be very afraid if a Juliet is let through. It won't be. But yeah, Showtime have to be afraid when they're facing EKC with Adrenaline Rush start. Like, it's their start.
It's their start. Like, you just can't let the Juliet through.
But there's a Katsuna Luna.
And that's a great point. And that's really a
There's a Juliet. There's a Juliet let through. Is it B1 Juliet? It is B1. Oh, EKC. Oh, EKC are gonna have a fun time with this game. Oh man.
Wow.
If you're Showtime, what do you think? You're gonna try to handle it with?
Well, it's gonna be tough. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of Atlas action. I think that's a character that's pretty strong into Juliet broadly. Barcode, it, has to just hover the ult button at all times, get ready to save someone in case things are looking a little hairy. But otherwise, it's pretty comfortable to sit in one of the corners that eventually develops on Clarion when a barrier goes down, and you have abilities to just beat most of what you can put up. And so, obviously, we're probably going to see the exact same comp out of EKC if it's let through. I think the Estelle is just such a great accessory to the Juliet. Where Juliet can just force things through the corner, Estelle can cover the cross with, from pretty much anywhere. You've got a blink, you've got an ult, you've got an awesome beam. It does it all. That character just has so many tools. And then the Imi in the back to just keep throwing out damage, put up pressure. But we are seeing Era Mako locked in for Showtime again. Daring today, aren't we? And Mako also a good character. Just hold in the corner, give speed. And Showtime's really has to rely on all the speed that they have on their side to win. It just wasn't enough the last game, but different map, different situation. We could see it pan out for them this time.
Definitely a possibility. Oh, but I'm still so scared. I think that NXCD is going to have so much fun in this game, and although it's not Imi's app, NX really didn't KO into the center. Like, he was just KOing off the side. He was just doing normal map KOs on Imi's app. Of course, people are pushed close to the edge to get away from the center, so it is easier for NX, but like, those KOs like kind of didn't look like Imi's app KOs, even though they did, but kind of not,
Yeah, those were closed map KOs where like you don't have the room in the center to hang out, so you have to be on the wall, and then the Juliet missile comes at your location and GG, and boom, suddenly your hands are off the keyboard for 13 seconds, and really it's all Juliet's just always a threat, even on open maps, which Clarion has a few variants. Like, more often than not, especially the midfielder will be playing against the wall and just looking like a juicy target for Juliet to swoop in and take out. The brawler usually has way more freedom to stand in open spaces to look for passes with the midfielder, or just hang out in the open to be away from the walls. But you still find yourself on the walls or in the corner or all these situations where you could be dash punched. And so the threat is always looming. And I think Showtime played pretty well against dash punch that last game. It usually took one of their members getting staggered to be KO'd by the dash punch. So obviously EKC pulling up with their comp, really conducive to staggering people and giving those opportunities to to NXCD to just get the KOs. But if they're able to hold on long enough with the classic Mako era X, then maybe they can avoid the dash punches, prevent that win condition from coming online. It's going to be really hard. Both these teams are just kind of massive skill checks. Like, can you stay alive against the Juliet, and can you hold out against the pressure of Era X here?
Yeah, the Kitten comp against the Kitten Club, featuring Soren as the kitten, but not the kitten in terms of the kitten. Anyway, NXCD brought very low. The damage output of the Mako Era X is nothing to be scoffed at, and Shianzu rushing in as well to find the pressure. It is looking quite good as Joker finds the first KO. The Adrenaline Rush proc, the Firewall Sentry activated, but Joker with a double kill. And now it's 3v1 as Soren holds for a little while. Soren holds for a long while, but that's the end of it.
Yeah, it looked to go cover the pass, prevent Shianzu from getting any value in that play, but obviously in a 2v1, that's going to leave one side of the net open, and that's not how I expected that first point to go. We do have NXCD on the Pummelers ad rush. Soren, the one not to pick up ad rush, which sort of makes sense. You know, Castellize giving a longer turret, and obviously, like, Soren is the damage dealer, but not necessarily the KO finder. It's very difficult to get a good angle to find KOs with dash on Imigoli. But you know who doesn't have problems with KOs? It's NXCD. He's back. He's here, and that's an Adrenaline Rush proc. Not going to be getting a second KO off the ult, but still almost gets a second barrier. Actually does. Katsuna able to stuff out the flip with a well-timed strike, and now Katsuna low in a very dangerous spot, but so is Joker, and that just means that both these players have to go get their orbs and play a little defensively. The tempo slows down, but Katsuna going for a fancy dribble off the middle. We're seeing a lot of... Oh! Great play from Soren as the turret able to help put a ton of pressure in that corner. Glitch pop weaved in there to get the first point for EKC.
Yep, very, very well played. They're keeping it very competitive at the moment as Soren still has that flip available. Shianzu being taken down low early, and that's a big target for NXCD, really, as this variant is prone to having damage stacked on someone, having damage stick. Awkward flip right to Shianzu. Joker brought relatively low as well, and Katsuna's got to be careful. The Incendiary Drum's perfectly placed by Barcode, and Katsuna sticks around in the triangle a little bit too long, gets staggered, and this could be an ad rush proc, but NXCD on the other end. Soren not back in time. Shianzu capitalizes with both barriers, and the Maelstrom will part the sea to secure the goal itself. It's a 2-1 lead for Showtime here.
Yeah, a great point from Showtime. That ensnare drum from Barcode to seal Katsuna in the goop was, I think, pivotal. It brought a ton of offense to Showtime as Katsuna just was not able to play super offensively. Had to be careful, and EKC looked to get that opportunity, capitalize on like damage dumping Joker and looking for something, but Shianzu just came in and completely won out the point. Now on the bouncy barn, this really could go either way, because I think I would favor Showtime's comp here for the defense that they have, but if Soren's able to generate enough offense to just blow through the Mako here, they could take a quick point. That being said, the point running down the clock close to overtime here, and that's the longer it goes, the more Showtime is favored here.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. NXCD to the top side, Katsuna to the bottom. Showtime, they might have been favored, but not anymore, I feel like. Flip burned by Barcode. And with an open net at their back, it's going to be so difficult to play when the bounces are so crazy. NXCD looking for it, and Barcode uncharacteristically hits it right back at him. It's an evened up set, and EKC are in a very good spot.
Yeah, welcome back to point 5. I just more and more of them coming in, but here Barcode no energy, Soren full bar, kind of a dangerous spot. You know, a great opportunity to get get an offensive play, or just hold it for defense, which I imagine is the more likely situation. And here, flip burned by Xianzhu and Katsuna getting the orb. EKC has a ton of momentum here, a ton going for them, as Xianzhu looking low, and EKC is really staying the course and getting everything they want here. That's another barrier in open net, and this might just be it.
Ooh, and what a shot by NXDD. Getting past Xianzhu and Joker to staggered pressure is quite significant there as Soren gets first pick. What are you looking at to really bring the game into their favor here?
Explosive entrance. That could be pretty good. Dash Awakening on the IME would be very nice. Or we're probably going to see the bulk up denied. Monumentalist, though, Soren really specking into this turret, and bulk up left up. Xianzhu taking the primetime, has primetime cast last now, is just saying, like, we're going to win by shrinking them. All the massive damage threats, they're going to be very small and not do much. The heavy impact that NXT was hovering going to Katsuna here, and this is an immaculate EKC draft. Really, just everything they want. Woke up Julie, Monu, Aimee, heavy impact. It's like hard to think of better picks for these characters. And on the other end, a KO for Showtime, but Primetime, a Dash Awakening for Barcode there with the explosive, and honestly might not bad. It's not like a massive chasm, like super EKC Giga win, but it is very nice. Both teams definitely got a lot of what they wanted here.
Yep. We'll see if NXDD can survive. That's the main thing. Prevent an ad rush proc, regen back up, just dancing around in the invis of Project Xeno. There's a dash punch, not quite enough to take out Xianzhu, but Joker, just a good shot, means that Showtime closed out this point.
Yep. Just going to be taking them. And again, just Showtime has such precision and elegance, able to get shots like that. And really, I would anticipate more capitalizations on an Aimee goalie. Obviously not the paragon of defense, but Soren been playing it so well, been just keeping all of those opportunities shut, not letting anything come through here, and still has both barriers up. Oh my god, a 1,000 arrows coming straight to Joker's location is going to be taking that guy out after the dash punch flip. Not quite enough, and that's the ad rush proc. And EKC, welcome back. This is your start, and this is kind of looking like your game to win, but Barcode, unrelenting here, is not letting anything go through.
Yeah, Joker might be flying, but the 1,000 arrows do hit. Xianzhu, incredibly staggered at the moment, could be the power play, trying to find a bounce to the other side, but Barcode misjudges the bouncy house bounce, and there's a point. It was 1-1. EKC tied up in this set, and that's good. If they can secure a chaotic point like that and come into the next point with energy, I'm a little scared if you're Showtime.
Yeah, I'm really scared if you're Showtime. Sets both barriers down, and I feel like the bounce house is such a nice map for Showtime. It's the one that they can compete on really well, and this one is just looking like EKC masterclass. That's the flip, confirmed with the glitch pop. Very well done by Soren, and they have all the momentum. They have all the tools they need to finish out this game. Of course, important to remember, this is Mako Era X. This is the scaling comp, the slow burner, and things don't really start getting going for them until set 3. But this set 2 might be a different story, as big KO found there. Not that it's going to influence the point a ton, but bringing us to another 0.5. Showtime has been looking on the back foot all game, but they're still keeping up. They're still in it. They're still putting up a ton of pressure, and any sets won by Mako Era X before set 3, anything short of the reverse 3-0, it'll be very nice. Going to be exceptional for Showtime, but again, going to be really hard to get it done with everything that EKC has at their disposal.
Yep. Ketsuna and NXDD rushing forward to add rush proc, doing so much work. Finally, it falls off, but that's a lot of energy built as well. The energy advantage firmly in their hands, but Ketsuna sets up for a piercing shot, and that self-root is enough for Joker to capitalize on the other end, but NXDD sees the Fireball Sentry doing its work and says, wow, thanks for the setup, Soren. Finds the KO, finds the ad rush, and goes for a KO onto Barcode. There's a dash punch flip. Fantastically played to see the angle when Barcode was self-slowing again. And again, it's just such good capitalization off of people using laggy abilities. And Jianzu, a rare misstep on the strike. Wow, that's a huge set for EKC.
As a massive set for EKC. Showtime close to eking out one of the first two sets. Pulling ahead there, but unfortunately not quite. And here, terrifying draft. Just this is not what you want to see. We're looking at Super Surge Aimee locked in right here. No other Creation Awakenings, which Soren seems to be going all in on, which is honestly a great strategy. The 1-2 punch being denied, but honestly, what a terrible situation, because you don't want the Juliet to have 1-2 punch or Prize Fighter. Prize Fighter, just that's going to be so much more power on the bulk up Juliet. 167 right now, just starting off the round. And team player to Katsuna, not playing to the win condition of we're gonna blow them up, but a good deny, not letting that go through. KO found by Xianzu after so much damage going to Showtime. Very, very interesting turn of events, but like Joker got size. That's the big thing. And 1-2 punch for the core speed is going to be nice. But otherwise, like it's such a this one was an EKC draft chasm. This is so good for them, and I don't know if the Mako era X has scaled enough to stop EKC here.
Yeah, they really needed that previous set, it feels like, because NXDD now is just rolling with the Prize Fighter. That's basically undeniable there. Soren setting up, and Showtime just being punished for not being completely on their game against the KO, right? That they let NXDD get away with a little too much, and now it's not about whether they let him get away with it. He could just get it all done himself.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 213 power, 3 Prize Fighter stacks from that first point, and he just gets to run around free. Katsuna also getting some hits in, but notably KO'd by the Nado right there, which has been happening quite a bit. But another KO found by EKC. Not even one of the ad rush guys. Soren just jumping in, and EKC just they have unlimited power plays. They have them all.
But no goals. Right here,
no goals.
Where's the goal? You know, like they lose the self barrier. they find another power play, but no goals. And now Xianzu's going up with the dribbling play. Barcode still defending. They have the KO, but no goals.
But no goals! Oh my god.
Wait, but really no goals. There's a flip out from Barcode. EKC. Okay, they're gonna take out the goal. Okay, there we go. There's the goal.
There's the goal. EKC lore. Oh, wow. Wow, what a... Oh my god. I got really excited for the Xianzu hero play, but unfortunately they just killed him. They just... And not even... No whimsy. Not even a chance. But a few scary spots for EKC there. Notably, a couple self-oopsies. And honestly, if I'm Showtime, I'm going to run away with that, because right now it's series point, and they... have the net open. As long as Joker is able to stay alive, this could be great for... Oh, no.
Oh, no. Well, it's a EKC power play. They still need to work through two barriers. A weird bounce.
Oh, no.
Backwards, almost scores, and Barco trying to lock the top one down here. Xianzu helping out as well. The rebounds defended still by Showtime as Joker returns. The chip damage, though, will be coming into play. Joker being chipped yet again, and XZD with the flick, not enough. Oh, but there it is. There's the obtuse angle. Not looking very cute now is NXZD 3-0, and that's EKC taking the series.
That's right, and it was an EKC game all the way through, down to its bones. A lot of 0.5s, a lot of close calls, but in the end, EKC had everything. They just every tool afforded to them. Another 10 KOs in this 3-set game. They could just, at the drop of a hat, completely change the tide of the game. They ruled it all, and so that's going to be a very nice EKC win. I believe bringing them, let me take a look, let me get real close, 4-2, tied with the other two top teams, Showtime and Hug, who both have taken a loss today. Now EKC entering that upper echelon in the standings of teams, and for good reason. I don't know if you saw what I just saw, but they're looking like a top contender right now.
Yeah, they were looking very, very good, and of course, this is the EKC style, right? The ad rush, the prize fighter. Even when they don't have the awakenings, it feels like they do, but with the awakenings, they snowballed into infinity. Showtime, we're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, because heading into the season, we thought maybe this is Showtime season. It's Showtime, and every team might have gotten weaker, but we forgot that EKC, it's still EKC.
Yeah, and they are thriving. I think really Showtime has to look. They're playing the comps and the style of how they always have, and in the past it has worked. You know, last season they won it all. Great, but I think the meta is still very unsolved. There's still a lot. It seems like there's a lot to work with here. But I don't think the Mako era feed your brawler strategy is strong enough to compete against like EKC slamming full damage, which I think they should always do. It's what they're good at. It's working. And so I think Showtime can still put barcode on the melee goalies, hunker down. I don't think that's a pain point, but I think that they just need to figure out some sort of new way to continue playing what they have, because the funnel, the brawler, is just not coming online. That being said, they are still 4-2. Like, hard to argue with that. Maybe I think this is a pretty tough loss, but still, they're not worried about making playoffs. I'm pretty sure one win away from soft guarantee, so still riding comfortable. But if they want to win it all, and I know that they do, you gotta take a look at their options and see what's going on.
Yeah, EKC though, looking great right now in their path to playoffs. Their later matchups are Hug, RTF, and PP. Oh, okay. Well, their later schedule is a little bit difficult, but all good. EKC, that kind of performance inspires a lot of confidence. And there's only one match left in today. It's Sundubu Strikers versus Demons Raw. So we'll see those two land polar opposites in our final match right after this.
Welcome to our last match of the day here in week 6, right before our break week. And we have a highly anticipated one. We have a bit of a West standoff here with Demons Raw against Sundubu. I'm Weston here with Jay for the second time today. And how are you doing? What are you looking forward to in this game starting on Oni Village?
This is a very interesting kind of lore matchup, right? You have Fudgy Waffles versus Gramoa here. And we got some really interesting comps. The Timeless Creator Deadeye. And we see a Kazan, which obviously, Kazan, pretty good on Oni Village. He doesn't really get any value out of these awakes. And an Era midfield, which is not something that I see as kind of traditional on Oni Village.
Yeah, really interesting comp. Yeah, we both ahead of time thought maybe it was the Era goalie. I think you've seen that. He played more. We saw Soren played a couple weeks ago. But yeah, going for the Amy goalie here, which can be a little bit risky, but can create an exciting offense, but a very, very standard Oni Village comp here from Sundubu.
Yeah, and immediately he's paying off, taking both of these barriers here as Gramoa trying to dribble past Fudgy and is able to, and the Pendulum Swing is enough to secure the first point immediately for Sundubu.
Yeah, and that shell of the Rasmus and the Kai, you know, you didn't get the Estelle, but both of those picks just have so much hit stun, just do exactly what you need to on this map. And so I think a lot of the I've casted a lot of the Demons Raw games, and it feels like they kind of need a little bit to find their footing, both game to game and kind of in the season, because they've been role swapping and all of that. It is Gumi, Goalie, and Fudgy back in the midfield this time, and also with this comp, it feels like something that maybe you're going to have to figure out how to score, how to play this, because it's not what you traditionally do on Oni Village.
Yeah, most definitely. This comp is very much like you just want to be in their face on the offensive end, but honestly, Sundubu is doing a really good job of kind of counteracting this, keeping the pressure, keeping the momentum of the game and the tempo on their side, which is really not what you want to see if you're this Amy goalie air midfield comp, as it's just so much pressure on the side of Sundubu.
Yeah, and Threezy with that secondary is able to get it all that pressure paying off, and just no consistent attack has been able to be set up by Demons Raw quite yet. Snake is dribbling and trying to make that happen here, but with a lot of energy. The only real risk is Gramella dying, but he's able to feed it to Threezy Breezy, and so far in these first 2 points, it just looks like Sundubu is very comfortable in what they're doing here.
A very dominant start, kind of just with these like comfort Oni Village picks. I mean, they're just piloting them perfectly, and it's making it really hard for Demons Raw to really find any offense, and that is just kind of what you really need, as they immediately take 2 barriers here as well.
Yeah, and it's called Sundubu Village for a reason, as Threezy Breezy puts it into the top side. You know, at the LAN, their last S-tier win, it was a lot of Oni Village that allowed them to get to that grand finals, and then I think they won it at least in one of those maps in grand finals as well, and they look very comfortable on it here. That's what we've been saying the whole time as they 3-0 there. But going into this draft, like you said, the Kazan didn't really get anything from the start, so we're going to be looking for what the Kazan wants to pick up, potentially some size here. We have 3 Sparks showing up as well, which will make it very interesting at the end of this draft too.
This is very much a draft where you are thankful that your brawler is picking early, right? Because, like, especially the Kazan, there was only, like, 3 good awakes here, and then he was settling for a Spark, and he is able to get one of them, which is pretty big, but it just feels like Sundubu just scaled so hard on their already dominant first set performance here.
Yeah, the stacks for Kai is just going to be brutal. It's going to be so hard to get those off, and I think the Amy going to try to find enough damage to get rid of the stacks, but it's going to be a tall task because they didn't get a lot of damage themselves in that draft. The size on Snake will make it a little bit more difficult for Shape, but Shape not really having to do much this entire game so far. It's just been the offense of Sundubu, as Fudgy Waffles almost getting KO'd on the side, and Sundubu taking charge of this point once again.
Yeah, I mean, Shape has pretty much just been able to AFK Wako Kitten with the secondary, as Fudgy does end up going down to the Pendulum Sling here. Gramella trying to push up towards this bottom side with Freezy, but Snake able to clear it with the crooked leverage, as Shape trying to restart this power play potentially up to Freezy, but Gumi does clear for now, puts up the Firewall Sentry, and fully stalls up this power play for Fudgy to come back online.
Yeah, if they do get a lot of power plays, I think that Amy turret is something that can do a good job of disrupting it on this map. Just cover up so much of that open space and not allow them to use it. But just over and over again, they're never really getting pressure on this second barrier. They want to be on offense with this composition, but Shape, Gramella are doing a great job in the defense of keeping that control, getting it to Breezy at the right times, not quite getting it there, but a lot of energy building. Breezy with the hook and puts it into the top side.
Yeah, it feels like that Gramella and Shape are just perfectly feeding Freezy the core, and Freezy is like converting almost every time against this Amy goalie, which is really hard to pilot on this defensive end against Rasmus, right? And especially since Freezy is just able to get these constant chances, it's making it near impossible for Gumi to really do anything.
Yeah, and something that I've seen at least some people go for is the momentum boots on Amy on this map, because it's really hard to jump in and get as much value. I think we've seen it a few times. Gumi, especially in stalling out the power plays, has been able to jump all the way in, but it has been difficult. But maybe that's the turnaround they need. Snake almost gets KO'd himself, but is able to instead KO 3Z, who had a full flip, so that's a big energy swing. We'll see if they can convert on this power play, but it's just an Era pushing up all on her own. Doesn't seem very likely.
Yeah, Snake unfortunately had to drop back with this orb to kind of heal up, and Grimella just like perfectly waits out everything and stalls out this power play here as Shape passing down to Grimella. Freezy with the pendulum sling does convert it. Gumi not opting to use the flip here as Fudgy with a flip of his own. He does end up using it, but it's cleared out by Shape pretty much immediately as the stacks are online here for Grimella. And a potential swing in momentum here as Gumi, in a pretty dangerous situation, does a flip. Actually finds a perfect clear to Snake, who is unable to really get an offense going.
Great job by Gumi to get the flip off there, and Snake does convert as well. The flip goes away, but all the core speed is going to set it up for Sundubu. A KO found on Gumi, but they don't quite get the goal just yet. We'll see if Fudgy can play some more goalie. He has been doing it this season. It goes past both him and 3Z, but unfortunately the hook from Snake is just not enough, and that's the first 5 points for Sundubu. I think one thing with these team comps is that in such an open map, especially when you have a Mako, you really need hit stun most of the time to be able to convert that barrier, and you have Kazan and you have Era, and so unless Gumi is really able to be involved on the offense, you don't have the hit stun that you need here, and I think that's been a big problem as 3Z just does it all that point. The hook keeps the core speed up, and that's 6-0 for Sundubu.
Yeah, and I mean, they just haven't stopped rolling, right? They're clearly proving the mastery they have of this comp, a pretty comfort comp for this team, and yeah, as you said, like, Gumi doesn't even have dash range to disrupt the Mako, but potentially could get it here in return of, like, sacrificing your team player, which is really scary to potentially see on the side of Sundubu.
Yeah, I think Sundubu would love to have team player, and they can have it drop all the way down to Shape here because of the way it goes, but instead going for the aerials, which I think does make some sense. If your team's on offense the whole time, being able to have that Mako speed, and like you said, not a lot to be able to cancel it, will be a help, but that does mean that Fudgy gets the team player, and if there is some way for this Era Kazan to maybe be able to get the barriers more consistently, perhaps it is the core speed of team player.
Yeah, passing around the Mako instead of just trying to go through her, which, what? Snake just dies to the Mako cage, but both barriers do go down to a rogue glitch pop by Gumi as Grimella does get staggered here. Is able to stay alive for now. Gumi, actually in a dangerous 1v1, is able to clear it away and pass it up to Snake.
Yeah, now Gumi dashing in, and that dash range that you talked about is a big help. Snake with a great conversion as well, sending it to the bottom side. So some great things that we hadn't seen in the first 2 sets at that point out of Demon's Raw.
Yeah, I mean, Gumi scaling with this this dash range, I mean, exactly what he needed to kind of counteract this laid-back defense by shapeshifting, but almost actually loses both barriers, forces to use the Cyber Slap defensively here, and the Firewall Sentry still loses the second barrier to Freezy with an incredible offensive play by him.
Yeah, this is like as the goal, Shape gets it on the sideline and all the core speed sends it to the top. This is like a build that you would see, you know, NXZD having on Amy Brawler, and you would be like, wow, that's exactly what he wants. But this is on an Oni Village Amy goalie. So it's a very interesting way that these drafts have gone, and you've seen it find some value, but the defense is still difficult. When you have to use those cooldowns defensively, it's just Sundubu getting more and more ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Gumi is just getting out cooldowned, right, by this primetime Rasmus. Infinite pendulum swings that already Amy has troubles dealing with, and like Gumi just doesn't have the cooldowns to counteract it. If you're forced to use like the Cyber Slipe, your Firewall Sentry on defense, you're just not going to really break through shapeshifting here.
Yeah, the core just going around Fudgy constantly as a double flip goes there. Feels like they haven't been able to get a lot of value out of the team player either, which was, you know, really one of the prizes of that last draft. The Air NATO going up to the top here, but very scary. 3Z waits a little bit too long to use the flip, so it does go wide. They'll stay alive for now. But with the Mako cage coming in, the primary from shape-shifting as well, just nowhere for the core to go but into the goal.
Yeah, I mean, we're already on match point. This is the old like classic thing of like Oni Village games going long. This game has been so quick as Sundubu's been so dominant in these offensive pushes that Gumi hasn't been able to do anything. An immediate double barrier here from across map from Shape, and there's the point. They just take the game.
Yeah, 8 seconds on that last point, and we'll see what the time of the entire game was, but can't be more than 10 minutes. And yeah, that was, going in with the comps, we kind of had a feeling it might be something like that. Sundubu is one of the best teams, probably the best team in the league at Oni Village, and they practice it all the time, but I still don't think either of us expected a game quite that quick, as it was 9 minutes, 56 seconds. Shape only having to save the core 14 times, just really as dominant as you could be there.
Yeah, I mean, Fudgy almost has more saves than Shape, and it kind of just showed how strong this offense was. Shape could literally just press secondary and then AFK, and then just shoot a primary and ult every once in a while and call it a day as your forwards just absolutely dismantle the defense here. As, I mean, Sundubu, on their map pick, showing this incredible dominance.
Yeah, and yeah, Shape getting a lot of damage as well there, as all he really had to do was send primaries in, send some ults in, like on that last point. And our second map, I believe, is going to be Amy Zap. Yeah, Amy Zap, which is Demon's Raw's pick, will obviously be completely different as far as the playstyle from Oni Village. But I think Demon's Raw are probably, thinking about how that draft went and how they can change things up here, because obviously you can't have it play out like that. But as we get to Amy Zap, it's really going to be Awakening dependent. That Rasmus and Julie are going to be high priority. The Drakkar, which we've seen a lot of the last couple weeks, I think it'll make for a very interesting draft, and hopefully one that maybe gets us a closer game than that.
Yeah, this is very much a big shift, right? I mean, obviously, Amy's Zap is a lot more of a laned map. You can it'll pivot into a lot more damage. It's something that Raw is probably going to be a lot more familiar with than Sundubu, obviously, because, I mean, Sundubu, very known Oni Village team, and if you're beating Sundubu on Oni Village, you're probably taking the series. So it'll be just a very much a bounce back game for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, that's maybe not in that fashion, but it's kind of the expected outcome when you don't ban Oni Village against Sundubu. They pick it first. That's what's going to happen. They're very good at that map, and they showed that. But like you said, Demon's Raw, I think, lends itself more to the Amy Zap playstyle. I think Sundubu this season has found themselves a little bit they are, if their best map is Oni Village, that means they're really a core control focused team. But as they try to adapt to, I think, what has been more of a damage meta than people maybe realized at the start, maps like Amy Zap are going to be a chance for them to really change up that play style, and we'll see what they do on this map. As we do have our starting Awakenings, it's Prize Fighter and built different.
That is, you don't love your don't you love your Prize Fighter application games, especially at the size as well. I mean, this is, very high damage, a very big pivot from what we just saw, right? And of course, that is obviously what Demon's Raw wants. They want this high damage, high KO pressure kind of gameplay, and we'll see how they pilot it, as bans on this map are always interesting, right? Sundubu opting to ban the Drakkar, guarantee either Rasmus or Julie.
Yeah, and Demon's Raw probably doesn't ban either of those because they want to get one of them themselves. I am interested in what they'll go for, and also like shape shifting most of this season. He plays the Estelle, he plays some of the ranged picks, but it has been a lot of Mako and Dubu and Atlas for him. I think maybe not Atlas, but especially Mako, like we saw in that last one. But I'm interested to see how their playstyle changes as we get to this one. And like you said, or like you reacted to, they did ban the Julie, and then the Rasmus gets picked, so they don't have either of those picks or the Drakkar here. That's really the three prio ones here.
Yeah, I mean, that's always like the big thing about Red Side app is you can react to the ban of the opponent and a lot of times get good value to freeze, but it's a little bit harder when like the good brawlers are gone, right? At least for this map, but they do end up opting for an Amy Estelle backline, which is very interesting, also quite strong, a lot of damage, pretty good at getting random knockback kills on this map too. But I'll be interested. It's most likely going to be like maybe a Zentaro brawler. You might maybe see an Asher or an X, but they still did pick up the damage that they kind of want, right? Which is big for Raw.
Yeah, they just kind of conceded the brawler position there, at least as far as the perceived meta picks on this map, and instead go for the Amy Estelle, which I think is exactly what they would want here. So they're really hedging on that duo, those two picks being strong enough for them here that the missing out on those first three brawlers doesn't matter. But yeah, I am curious what they go for in the third spot here, and it's going to be, it looks like Shape on the Finny, which I'm not sure how much we've seen from him this season, but it makes a lot of sense with the prize fighter and just a strong pick on this map. And yeah, like you predicted, it is the Zentaro brawler here for Snake.
Yeah, not surprising really. Zentaro's kind of like the extra brawler you kind of take in a lot of these situations. Very much kind of the last like really strong brawler, as we'd say, like kind of left to take here, as like your main meta brawlers a lot of the time nowadays are Julie Zen, but of course Raz was very good on app. And yeah, this is going to be a brawl, obviously, as we kind of expected, and we'll see if Sundubu can handle it, right?
Yeah, and if you're Estelle or Now or anyone here, like, do you think anyone goes for the built different, or is the size, like, especially against Erasmus, just a little bit too scary, and you just really go all in for that prize fighter?
I think you really just have to go in for this prize fighter value, right? I mean, the size can be scary, right? Because sometimes being big is a bad thing. You lead yourself to a lot more knockback KOs. You're easier to hit, and especially on this prize fighter start, where it's like you can get power scaling through that, and it's a lot more like volatile and swingy. You can kind of just swing games in your favor, literally immediately with one KO. But nah, it's very much, I think, going to be a 6 prize game.
Yeah, and that'll mean, especially the first points, the first KOs that come off the board are going to be even more of a swing than they normally would. And I'm curious if that means we see some pums in this game and from how many people. But yeah, this is like as back and forth, as snowbally as it could be, because we do have Snake actually going for built different and Vicious Vambrace, so gonna try to just stay alive himself. But all the other 5 members, every single time someone gets KO'd, it's one prize fighter stack going to one side, it's one dropping off the other. It's gonna be a really big back and forth, especially early on.
Yeah, Snake really just opting to try and live, which is kind of what you have to do on the Zentaro, especially in this matchup. But we'll see how well that they can do it here, as Gumi is passing it down to Fudgy Waffles, unable to really find a KO here, as Shapeshifting already hitting level 2 with the big finish, unable to find anything. This bottom quarter push is just so much damage, even if they can't get this barrier, doing so much damage to both forwards of the side of Demon's Raw here, as immediately the KOs have shifted as Freezy takes down Fudgy here.
Yeah, he does have the pummel, so he's going to have some extra speed, but it's Grimella who's the one that wins the Strike War, sends it in. Snake was able to stay alive with the Vicious Vambrace, but Fudgy going down so early could be costly, as that second prize fighter stack, already 146 power on 3Z, who is level 2, who does have the pummeler, is very scary for you to maneuver around here if you're any member of Demon's Raw.
I mean, it just makes... This is what the matchup is already so Sundubu favored just by 1 KO, and immediately Freezy gets another. Shape also getting a prize stack here, forced to use the flip to kind of hold on to the barrier here, but this power play is just now getting started as Shape hits Fudgy Waffles into the down primary, and another KO has dropped, and there's just so much pressure. Snake opting not to flip as the prize stacks, there's so many.
Yeah, and we have the Awakening overlay that we have this season, which is awesome. It doesn't show the active prize stacks, so right now it's 8 for Sundubu and 0 for the side of Demon's Raw. So almost as swung as it could possibly be, as they do go for some KOs. Snake finding a lot of damage, but this comp from Sundubu, you just have that now whenever they start to get low. They do lose the barrier there, and Fudgy with a great cross is almost able to find it, but enough time for Shape to save it. Gumi all the way in, overstaying the eject button, and it pays off there as he's able to find the right strike to the bottom side.
You know what? I found the win con. Put Snake in net. Truly the win con for Demon's Raw, as the immediate roll swap and Gumi is able to convert. This is what Demon's Raw needs.
Yeah, they've had a few different people play goalie this season. Maybe it'll be Snake in the future. But 3Z going for the hook, not quite finding it. Gumi looking for a return kill on 3Z, but I don't think they have the now ult here, so gonna have to stay alive all on his own. But Shape stepping up, and with the triple take is able to find that barrier early on. They find a KO on Grimella as well, so as much as it felt like it had snowballed here, maybe it's still enough for Demon's Raw as they tie this set up.
Yeah, and I mean, everything is starting to shift back in Demon's Raw favor, although these price stacks are still really dangerous, right? All it takes is just one more KO. Freezy gets that pummeler speed, and Demon's Raw is fighting a really hard game, but they are doing a really good job at like getting one kill, isolating a 2v1 against Shape, and capitalizing on it pretty much every time.
And they had a window there to maybe kill Grimella, but the cyber swipe from Gumi went wide, and now 3Z finds the KO, has a flip as well, doesn't even need to use it on the barrier, just going to have to use it for the goal. A great strike up to Fudgy, which just forces him to lose that strike war to Grimella. And although it started to slip away, it is Sundubu, who now have taken the first 4 sets of this series.
Yeah, I mean, they're just keeping the momentum rolling non-stop, as the A rush is a really interesting look here, right? Obviously, if all these KOs being traded, you kill one person, get a prize stack, get an adrenaline rush proc, it's so dangerous, and we'll see who it falls to. Shape opting to just take it for himself.
Yeah, as much as you would love to have that on 3Z, I think most of the time Shape is going to be assisting in these KOs, especially if you're keeping the offense up in the way that they have. Just those rogue secondaries, sometimes the cards hitting, means that he'll still be participating in a lot of these KOs. And 3Z going for the missile, which you never really see picked except for on this map. But, you know, there wasn't a lot of great picks for the Rasmus here. The missile will find some value, but, you know, they dodged out on extra special or specialized training showed up. At least, and the fact that the Adarush did have to go to the Finny, you know, there are some saving graces here for Demon's Raw, but early on in this point, it's still on Sundubu.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing to note is there is a lot of damage picked up, right? This heavy impact prime time cooldowns. I mean, you just cooldown, chip down Grimella potentially, and that is exactly what they're doing here. Kind of just trying to keep Grimella in check, forcing out this evade, but Freezy, meanwhile, dribbling on this bottom side, almost wins the 1v3 as Grimella does go down. Shape is almost losing the barrier for it, but is safe for now.
Yeah, like 15 uncontested dribbles for 3Z there, but wasn't quite able to convert, and it's a KO found. 3Z's able to stay alive for now, but there he goes. All prize fighter stacks gone on the side of Sundubu, so the exact opposite of what we had last time. As Grimella Gumi, a bit of a misclear, almost a disaster. Grimella is able to hold on to it for now, and now with the ability set up, they're still not going to score. Somehow, Sundubu stayed alive through that situation.
Yeah, and all 3 flips are burnt, but Fudgy finally able to get this conversion. The big thing is, though, they don't have evades. Freezy did just use Hook, though. And, of course, they have 0 prize stacks compared to Raw's 6. But, I mean, Raw, although taking that point, is not in the safest situation yet.
Yeah, and Grimella's getting forced down and used the lifeline fairly recently, so not going to be able to stay alive, I don't think. Has to fall back for this orb, and the barrier does go down. Gumi as well, pushing way up, but still able to save that all the way from back there, as Grimella in a dangerous spot, pushing up here. Not a lot of stagger here as the hook goes wide from 3Z, and, you know, complete opposite of what we saw last set. I think it's Demon's Raw who's really in control here.
Yeah, it's just the volatility of prize fighter start, right? They got their first KO, and then there's nothing Sundubu can really do, as they're just practically getting one shot, as Grimella ends up going down right as he teleported back from the lifeline. It's such a dangerous situation for Freezing Shape, and they're unable to do anything about it, as Fudgy with an incredible piercing shot for the conversion.
Yeah, and last set we had this kind of situation, and Demon's Raw was able to fight back and take it at least to a 0.5, so we'll see if Sundubu has the same kind of fight in them here as they're pushing up. Not really an energy advantage for them either. Shape and 3Z are getting close, but 3Z's going to have to retreat, get that orb. Grimella and Shape trying to find the pressure in the corner, but not quite able to, as Fudgy's pushing up, has a flip now, probably going to have to use it before he gets KO'd. Instead has to use it to stay alive, but it's Gumi who comes down, gets the KO on 3Z, and now dribbling in all himself, making Fudgy play goalie again, and does it all. Snake is the one who gets credited for the goal, but it's Gumi who made that play happen.
Yeah, Gumi roll swapping yet again really shows that he doesn't want to be in the net. Ends up glitch popping Shape out of the way, and it's just left Snake with an open net. And this heavy impact AV, don't you just love when, like, Cyber Swipe, a single ability that is ranged and hard to react to, just takes out half your stagger? Because that is really what Gumi's just able to do.
Yeah, and especially the last 3 points there, or all 3 points after the kickoff, basically had 3 prize fighter stacks as well. The Reptile Remedy, I was thinking to myself that I'm not even sure if it matters, but if there's anyone that can actually stay alive from that, I think it would be a Now, who's able to get so many touches on the core. So we'll see if that's a big swing for Grimella. They did, you know, opt to give it over. They could have denied it there, but Snake getting 1-2 punch, Fudgy getting bulk up, and here we have the prize fighter roulette starts, and it's 3Z and Grimella both getting credit for that KO on Fudgy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Sundubu needs, right? Every single time so far, the first person to get a KO is the one that ends up winning the set, and Sundubu trying to find anything here, but Fudgy actually with the Crystal Thorns is taking this barrier and pushing Sundubu back.
Yeah, and 3Z with the long-range hook hits it off the center, not really finding anything, and now just barely evades the dash from Snake, who's really looking for that KO, and it's Shape and Grimella. I think you've seen this a lot of them trying to have to set up the offense, but they're having to play a lot of defense right now, and it's just too much hit stun for Grimella and Shape to handle. So they did get the first KOs there, and they do have the lead in prizefighter stacks, but it's Demons who were able to fight back and get that point.
Yeah, an incredibly strong offense there. Actually, even saving Snake's flip, which is huge, but also does put a big target on his back. And as we can see immediately, Snake is getting jumped, but is able to survive. Force needs the flip. Freezy trying to get the hook on the now primary into the death touch for the KO, getting prize stacks and an A-Rush proc on everyone here as Gooby actually almost 1v9s for the full points.
Yeah, and it was a great ult by Snake to evade the Rasmus hook, but then just gets pushed into it afterwards as Shape and Grimella trying to get around these Crystal Thorns, around the piercing shot, and 3Z trying to find this barrier, but every time he's up there and playing offense, he just takes so much damage that he gets forced out of the play, and it ends up being Shape and Grimella who have to try to find this, and it's a great find from Grimella, but both forwards get KO'd, and now Shape is just going to have to try to wait it out, try to make some magic happen on his own. He is stalling a bit here as it comes up, uses the flip, doesn't quite find the angle into the goal, but it does mean Grimella and 3Z are both back on the pitch.
Yeah, really incredibly well played stall here by Shapeshifting. Hopefully can give Sundubu the momentum they need here as the death touch not quite enough as Gumi is able to pop the glitch pop in time, forced to use the flip here. Shape almost own goals, but does end up striking thanks to the strike reset. Grimella and Shape holding it down for now as Snake in a really dangerous situation with this flip, but not even needed as he just dashes right through and takes the point.
Some heroics from Shape that time, but not quite able to save that in the top corner. Push Snake away with the dash, but the trajectory of the core was just going in there. And it's been the lead on the prizefighter stacks for Sundubu the whole time, but it's Demon's Raw really just winning in kind of the hero plays. I think Gumi has been coming up, making a lot of value happen. And 3Z, like we've talked about, has just been getting forced out of so many of these plays that it's really hard for the offense to be consistent. Somehow that does get saved, but at the cost of Shape's life. 3Z will try to find the barrier, but Demons Raw have a power play for 6 more seconds. Snake and Fudgy passing back and forth, and it's just a strike by Snake into the top corner. And Demons Raw, after that first set, have looked dominant here.
Right, bouncing back. I mean, the moment that they got all the damage they did with the prime time, the heavy impact, they've just never looked back. I mean, they can just fight back so easily. Snake is doing a really good job of living, especially with this Van Brace, kind of making sure that Sundubu can't run away with this game. And they're just doing such a good job of just using strikes to get around people and like being able to save those cooldowns for damage.
Yeah, and kind of the game pit we talked about at the very start of if you go for size here, because it kind of puts more of a target on your back. Snake does not care about being a bigger target for these hooks, as now has built different Might of the Colossus and recovery drones. So going to have a ton of power, but going to be a big target as you see him right there. But the Super Surge, the Spark of Strength for 3Z, these last couple drafts haven't given him a ton as far as the hook value, which is really what you pick this pick on the map for. So the fact that, you know, nothing super valuable showed up in that first draft for 3Z has been, I think, a big swing in this game. And now it means that Demons Raw are in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just showing this dominance. I mean, Freezy's taking so much damage in such a dangerous situation. Can't really find anything here, but that Super Surge damage with the Whiplash is actually quite a bit. Yet, Freezy is just getting taken so low, doesn't have an evade. Snake is lurking in the back line to potentially get a KO here as the incredible triple hold while they're just cooldown dumping Freezy, and they do finally end up getting it after all of these cooldowns are pressed. Potentially, can they get anything on this power play though?
Yeah, and usually the triple hold means you're kind of not at a great position, but it means that none of the hook was never really at a risk to kill any of them there, and they were able to just cooldown dump 3Z. Like you said, Snake gets rescued, the recovery drone goes down, and now going to try to find some heals with this vicious Van Brace as the core goes around the back for the second time here for Shapeshifting, keeping it alive. A good clear there to get past the Firewall Sentry, which is, you know, timeless and Monu, so going to find a lot of value, going to be very difficult to clear through. But 3Z with all the core speed is able to get it past that time, and now it feels like every single strike is a red core as Grimella pushes forward, trying to find the goal, trying to find a primary, and it's a great pass down to Threezy, who just finds it in the corner. The teleport from Fudgy just a bit wide.
Yeah, I mean, incredible offensive setup here by Gramella, setting up Freezy. Don't even need the pendulum swing, but even if Fudgy saves it, you're most likely just getting a KO and the goal anyways. So an incredibly well set up offense by Sundubu, the exact bounce back that they need.
Yeah, and it's Gumi and Fudgy who both have 2 prize fighter stacks, and Threezy with 0, which is really who you want them on. But didn't matter there, and Threezy gets one right back as he finds the KO on Fudgy. That time, Snake taking a ton of damage as well. And Gumi misses the behind the back angle, gonna try to set up Snake, who's just completely forced out of this play. Gramella doesn't quite find the strike in time, and a great clear from Gumi means the point is kept alive. If they can ever get the core past the forwards of Sundubu, Snake was waiting back there, but now coming back to try to play defense, try to not be pressured out by the damage, and instead it's Threezy who's going to have to run away here.
Yeah, Snake is kind of just chilling upfield until Freezy gets low, and the moment Freezy gets low, you immediately see Snake drop back, but the misdirection snipes it past Fudgy and Gumi here. An incredible card here from Shape to take the second point, and they're on set point. We could potentially see a set 5 here.
Yeah, and that's something I've seen Shape and a few nasl players talk about is, the momentum boots has become really popular on Finny, but that wouldn't have been able to happen without Strike Shot, the extra range, finding that goal, and great setup as Threezy and Gramella close in on Gumi here. Doesn't feel like he's going to be able to save it, but they do find a KO on Threezy at least as the barrier does get open, but Shape has a flip. Gonna have to use it defensively, sets up Gramella, who teleports ahead, tries to make it all happen himself. But even though they don't get the goal, that's a power play stalled out here, and the barrier is still standing.
Yeah, the big thing to note is when you are using that lifeline for offense, though, you no longer have it for this healing. But Freezy might not need it with the pendulum swing pushing up, can't find anything. Gumi with the flip to clear it for now. The cyber swipe, the firewall section, the glitch plop. Gramella taking so low, but the barrier is held onto for now as Gramella is able to heal up. The death touch not quite enough here. As Snake actually ends up missing the flip, unfortunately. Sundubu pushing towards his top side. Then now Freiburg disappears at the worst time for them here, and they are able to clear it.
Snake now dribbling, trying to make use of the stand braces if he does find any damage on himself. The strike from Gramella gets it past Gumi. The card almost scores for the second time, but not quite. Gramella now dribbling into the corner, and it's just Threezy coming in with the secondary, is able to make it happen, and now we will be going to a set 5, and I think you have extra special and spec training waiting for you here in the draft if you're Threezy.
Yep, and that's the unfortunate reality. Fudgy did not end up getting the flip. The Rasmus has scaled, gets the extra special, and now all of a sudden Hook is way more of a threat. It's way more common of a threat. And this is just what happens, right? You really couldn't let Sundubu win this and get back into the game with this draft, because this draft is so unbelievably perfect for them, right?
Yeah, the twin drive on Finny is going to be a ton of value as well. You get team player onto Fudgy for the second game in a row, which I think could find some value in these open net situations. The stacks on Snake, who has, I think, been able to stay alive for the most part with those Van braces, but just has been forced out of the plays so much that I'm not sure how quick those stacks will come up. But it's the threat of the constant threat now with the happy star for Threezy of that hook. Almost finds it on Gooby from the goal box, but doesn't quite KO. So that does mean the hook will be down for a bit. But Gramella, with the cooldowns of his own, is able to get the barrier. Threezy trying to set it up as well, but some well-timed strikes by Demon's Draw keep it alive now. But the hook is probably waiting to come back up, and Threezy is going to be looking for a KO here.
Unfortunately, just ends up missing it here on Snake. Keep in mind, if Freezy had one more prize stack, both Gumi and Snake would have been taken off the field, but instead it's Gramella that goes down here as Demons are all pushing towards his top side. The Firewall Sentry is used by Gumi to kind of help out this offense. Freezy taken very low, ends up getting KO'd as well, and Gramella comes back online, but the power play is still going. Snake actually goes down, but Gumi swapping position, trying to push up here with this flip to see if he can find anything. Shape trying to keep this power play stalled out, dribbling towards his bottom side with the misdirection, able to clear it, and Freezy gets back online.
Yeah, Gumi doesn't quite have the dash range to find that one that time, as Gramella with a great save with the primary, gonna keep the point alive. Now trying to make it happen, but the core just gets a little bit past him, and it gets down to Snake. And now we've talked about it the whole time. Snake was actually able to get 126 stacks of his stacks on stacks right there. And Threezy and Gramella both at 0 prize fighter stacks means that hook is a little bit less scary.
Something to note is I think this missile prop has genuinely griefed some of Freezy's kills, because I'm pretty sure that the creation version of it is now a lot stronger than the projectile version. And this missile prop is making it a constant projectile, and it's actually making it hard to get value out of. So, like, it genuinely... doesn't feel like Missile Prop is helping at all, but it does not matter. The Whiplash up to Grimella, an incredible passing play by Sundubu to bounce back here.
Yeah, it was a very awkward first draft that led to that. You know, the extra special and specialized training. We're waiting all the way for this last set. Like you said, a great offensive play from Grimella and Threezy, some of that synergy we saw on Oni Village. But now in the chaos of this game, you haven't seen as many power passing plays quite like that, but we did see it there. Pass down to Threezy again, who's going to try to make it happen on this offense, but look at that aiming turret. It's just absolutely huge, but Threezy doesn't care, just gets through it with all of his abilities now. Has the hook, I believe, a clear by shapeshifting, gets it up to Grimella there. The prize fighter stacks not being there means the hooks don't kill, but it doesn't matter. Threezy just gets in, was able to build up a flip there, and 1 point away here from taking the series for Sundubu.
Yeah, and I mean, Threezy did an incredible job with this flip. Grimella is doing a really good job at just like starting these offenses perfectly, and it just kind of perfectly setting up Threezy for these points, and that's kind of what you need. They've kind of pivoted away from this KO and this damage, and they're just opting to just score before Demon's Draw can find these KOs, and that's honestly exactly what Sundubu's really good at, and they're really fully finding this win con here, as the damage is not quite enough.
Yeah, some great clears by Shape, set up a good offensive situation. Gumi's going to have to use the flip there, but Threezy might get KO'd. Shapeshifting using his flip, trying to find a KO on Snake, but it's instead just the strike shot, finding a clear through the middle. Grimella and Shape are not able to hold the barrier open, so they're going to have to stall out 6 more seconds of this power play, but with the Twin Drive Finny, with the ult up as well, they're going to be able to get most of that here before Threezy comes back. Some great clears there. It goes down to Snake, but it's kept alive for now. The hook backwards saves it as well, and that'll keep it alive, but it's a great pass by Fudgy to Snake with the team player speed, and we're going to a set 5.5.
I mean, what an incredible hold by all of Sundubu here, but it's just not enough. So many cooldowns thrown out, but the flip at least is used. Very little energy across the board for this final point.
And a great push in by Gumi there is able to get the barrier up open. Now gonna have to fight all the way back to try to find the barrier, find the goal on the other side. A ton of hit stun in the corner, and it's Snake with the primary who just stayed alive all game. Doesn't feel like we were saying his name quite as much, but so many of those conversions found by him, and we will be going to a map 3.
Yeah, got this after the first set. Sundubu looked really dominant, but then Demon's Draw kind of found their game plan, and then Sundubu found theirs, and it was just back and forth, but Demon's Draw coming out on top here. I mean, Snake doing such an excellent job at just, like, surviving. And I mean, this Rasmus got, like, very little value for what you would kind of expect from, like, an app Rasmus with, like, hook KOs, as there's just so much damage on the side of Demon's Raw, and it's hard to really land a good hook connection when people are just on top of you, putting so many cooldowns out. It makes it really impossible to actually get any value on this hook, and that's kind of what you draft Rasmus on this map for, right?
Yeah, and you saw the versatility of Demon's Raw there, with Gumi having 46 saves and Fudgy having 40 saves. Gumi and Snake both matching the KOs of Threezy, like you talked about. And I think the fact, you know, of course, Demons just outplayed them there. Not to say that their win didn't count or anything, but the fact that the first draft, the best that Threezy was able to get was Missile Prop there, or at least he felt like it was the best he could get, and there really wasn't much that would have made that hook scarier, meant that Demon's Raw was able to stay alive in those middle sets enough that when the extra special showed up at the end, it just really wasn't much of a threat. And like you said, they kind of had to try to play more core control-y, try to just score before the KOs would come. And that's really not what you pick the Rasmus for. So the fact that the drafts played out in that way really just meant that they weren't really that scared of the Rasmus. And it came as close as it possibly could have, set 5.5. But Demon's Raw really, after that first set, like you said, looked dominant for Sundubu, and were able to fight back and take that map. And that will take us to a map 3 on Night Market.
Yeah, and Night Market, very much the neutral out of the two very opposite spectrums of what we've seen already, right? The very KO heavy map, the very core control heavy map. Night Market, you can do a bit of everything. And also known as a map that you can have pretty long, dragged out points for, which both teams like for different reasons. I think Sundubu very much enjoys the core speed and the core control aspects of it, but the longer points go on, the more damage that Demon's Raw can kind of put out, and it's kind of like, it's very much that double-edged sword.
Yeah, and like always, the Awakenings will kind of dictate how that happens, because, you know, we had a prize fighter start on Emisap. If it wasn't prize fighter, if it was something like Reptile Remedy, maybe Sundubu goes for something completely different. But yeah, it was just so much pendulum swing of the prizefighter stacks there. But we'll see what it is on night market. I'm curious for like the roles even that Demons Raw play here, because I think Gumi in the midfield and in the goalie role has a lot of strong picks here, and Fudgy as well. We kind of see them. We've had Gumi actually in the goal box both of these games, but them doing a lot of switching back and forth. So I'm curious if it feels like that would be less feasible on night market, but we'll see how it plays out, and what picks they're on will kind of dictate if they can continue to do that.
Big thing to know about night market is it's a laned map. You can kind of have your goalie push one lane, your midfielder push the other, and kind of flex off of that. And Raw is very much a team that is very comfortable having all three people play that, as we've seen. And so you can definitely get these rotations on night market, especially with like an eject goalie that can kind of like push up, or even mom boots, and you can kind of just like push up, be aggressive on one lane. And if they're able to somehow rotate it out, a lot of the times your midfielder can come back and catch it. And most of the time, it's genuinely okay to like full triple push and sack one barrier for two and stuff like that. So it's very much. I think we'll still see like a lot of this like high aggression from Gumi as always, and like these kind of rotational plays from Demons Raw that have worked really well.
Yeah, really impressive too, especially in such a chaotic game. That was quite the game to cast, I must say. Like the fact that they were able to, have those kind of coordinated rotations in what was such a back and forth chaotic game was really impressive. And night market, like you said, a lot of those long drawn out points where it's kind of a war of attrition. And we'll see if they make use of that flexible play style, those rotations, to try to get an advantage in those very long points.
Yeah, and we have two aspects here. We have the core control and speed of stacks and the damage of missile prop. It is we have like a perfect balance here. It's great, and it'll be interesting to kind of see how this goes down, right? Because obviously you want to stay alive with stacks, and missile prop can kind of counteract that, but you miss out on that speed that is really, really valuable to have.
Yeah, it feels like the brawlers. Well, I was gonna say no matter what, the brawlers will be taking stacks here, and like something like a Julie will be banned. But obviously, the Drakkar, which we've seen a ton of the last couple weeks, is very scary with the missile prop start here. And I think is also really good into what Shape has been playing a lot, which is like Finny and Era. I think the Drakkar can be really strong into that. Like we, maybe saw earlier today even. I think the Drakkar is really scary here, and I'm curious for which team has it. I know that 3Z has picked it on occasion. I'm not sure if I've seen Snake on it, but I'm curious if it'll get banned here.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, that is very much the only pro you're going to get missile prop value out of, as the Finny is banned away. Makes sense. Obviously, stacks and missile both really good. And the Julie bed, 95% would record character. Yeah, I wouldn't want to see it either if I'm red side. And there's the classic thing here of like banning Finny, picking Era, which is something I've seen a lot lately, especially on like a map like Night Market, and especially with the speed and stuff. It's been a very common opener for a lot of teams in draft.
Yeah, and I would expect that the Drakkar might be the pick here. Instead, going for the Zentaro, which I think can be really strong into the Era. It's like Drakkar, a brawler that doesn't care as much about the size that you have. Going to go for the Zentaro and the Now. I think the Now with the pancake start, if you're just able to stay alive and not too much damage is taken on the side of Demon's Raw, that will be a very strong pick, and I think can really control those lanes on the night market here. But I'm curious for what the brawler pick is going to end up being for Snake here, because I feel like we've seen him on Julie and Zen like most of their games this season, just off the top of my head. And it's going to be the X here, so the X era being set up.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, right? This very high scaling comp with a scaling awakening like stacks. Very much can make it so you can run away with this game. You haven't really seen like a crazy amount of X. I mean, this character is kind of like I think a mid-tier brawler from my experiences, but very much a classic combo with the Era and the Kai as well. So very much it's just a funnel the core to X kind of comp. And I think that Raw is going to do very well with this style of comp, especially on Night Market. So it'll be quite interesting to see.
Yeah. And we've seen Fudgy especially in the midfield role, playing the Era quite a bit. So once it was picked, I did assume, I think with other teams, you would have assumed that's in the goal box, but for them, it's best served in the midfield role here on Fudgy. But it is going to be the Vice going here to shapeshifting. So that's kind of the wild card, the wrench thrown into this draft. We had it was kind of looking like everyone was probably going to be taking stacks. And like it was just going to be a core control scaling type of game. But the Vice does kind of throw a wrench in that, make it a little bit interesting. Probably going to be taking the missile prop here. And considering they're the one with the now, I'm curious if they're going to have enough damage to take down potentially the Era, potentially the Kai here. I don't know if you'll go for Snake because he's shown how good he is at surviving here. But that Vice is an interesting pick here.
Big thing to note, if you are able to take out Snake, you kind of take out so much of this pressure that this comp has. Because, yeah, this is very much like funnel the X, buff the X. X does a billion damage in the corner while getting your barriers. And if you are able to take down this X, which is very, very doable, X is a really immobile brawler, even with how good Snake is at surviving. It is going to be quite hard. And this Vice is a really good counter pick into this. Kind of just play the X at range. You primary the X, your Chain Lightning clears it away. Like, it makes it really hard for X to kind of get in your face a bit more, as Vice just has so many tools to counteract that. So I think this Vice counter pick is going to prove a lot of value.
Yeah, and also if you want to set up the X with size, which is typically what you do, like you said, that just Vice primary and the Chain Lightning clearing the core away, especially when you have all the size on the X, it's going to be kind of unavoidable. So yeah, I'm interested in how that kind of counter pick does work here. And yeah, I'm also interested in what awakening or what gear rather Snake goes for here, because I think we've seen him on Van Braces like quite a bit this season. Feels like you're going to need the speed here. You do have the Era speed, but not anything starting. But I am interested in what he goes for here.
Yeah, I mean, Van Brace X is actually a lot of value. I mean, you're hitting people so often. You like Bell Ringer once and you heal like 2/3 of your stagger. And it counteracts this weakness of damage. But being even slower is really hard, right? You do really want to have speed on this character. And like you're going to get that through stacks, but that is probably actually going to be why we see a Van Brace. Although I think Eddie extra speed on X is very much nice as well.
Yeah, and if Sundubu plays it right, they might just be able to keep the core away with if X has the Van Brace enough that the stacks don't get on time for it to really be a factor. Like maybe they get 2 points on the board before the stacks are stacked up, and then you just need to find one more, and the X, the first couple points is just too slow to really make too much of an impact. So yeah, we'll see what he goes for here. But as we're waiting into this game, only so much you can say before we see it play out. But I assume just like a bathroom break or something from one of these teams. But this is our first map 3 since week 3. It was the last game of week 3 as well. It was Hug against Demon's Raw. So Demon's Raw loving the game 3s this season. And we'll see what we have in store for us in this Westy matchup.
Yeah. It's very weird how little game 3s we see, because like these teams feel really close, like in competition wise, like even like standing space. Every team feels like they can beat every team, as we've seen, but very little game 3 still. I mean, teams have, when they're winning pretty dominantly. I mean, some of these games are close, obviously, but it's very rare to go to a game 3. And as we're getting into one right now, right? So it's exciting to be able to see.
Yeah, it's something we mentioned on the pre-show, I believe, but not really at the start of this game, is kind of the weight of this one, because I think both of these teams, Sundubu coming off an S-tier win in California, and Demon's Raw always being toward the top of the league. Both teams that I think had very, very high expectations going into the season, and they both find themselves at 2-3. So the team that loses this is likely going to have to win out their season to be able to make playoffs. And the team that wins this is going to be in that kind of middle of the pack. So this is a really important map for both of these teams that I think going into the season wouldn't have thought that they were going to be at, 2-3 at this point.
Yeah, as Snake, 7 seconds in, takes both barriers, scores, as Demon's Raw really want it. They want to prove why they've been a top team for this many seasons. And really strong start.
Yeah, and Snake did go for the Magnetized Souls here. Decided that the damage wasn't enough, that he needed to go for the Van Brace, which I think is probably a good assessment here, as Fudgy has the slick kicks on the Kai. Going to be taking a lot of damage early on, and the stacks are really what the Kai wants to come on board. If they take him down early, it's going to take so much longer to stack up. And it is Threezy who's able to find that KO. The core gets past Gumi as well here. And I didn't even notice it is Gumi on the Era instead, and the Kai going over to Fudgy Waffles. That is interesting. And the pauldrons for Gumi as well. That extra size going to try to, win some strike wars and also stay alive, do a little bit more damage. But I did think it was going to be the other way around, so I'm interested in how Gumi pilots this pick in the goalie role, because I know we've seen him play it in the midfield as Snake gets almost KO'd there.
Snake is playing the survival minigame yet again, is able to win it this time as well, using the X Maximus to try and push up here, unable to find anything as Freezy does get the clear, but Demon's Raw trying to push towards this top side, but it's actually Freezy that is forcing Gumi's flip out here as a barrier almost taken on this other side, but Shape able to clear for now.
Yeah, trying to get it to Grimella to get it past Fudgy here. The flip used by Threezy and the perfect angle found to the bottom side just beats absolutely everything. A much longer point there, obviously, than the first one. And it was Fudgy who's down all the way to 30 stacks. Grimella and Threezy both over 100. So, last map we were looking at the prize fighter stack. This time it's stacks on stacks. And it's Sundubu winning that early on.
Yeah, Zentaro now both notoriously really good for building stacks. So you kind of expect this. And that's why you kind of expect them to start running away with it once they get these first sets of stacks up. But it's actually Demon's Raw that are pushing back here and able to take both barriers, but an incredible angle by Grimella off the flip to take the second barrier here for Sundubu.
A beautiful angle found there means that the flip found a ton of value when it was really just kind of used to survive on the side. Gonna try to get it up to Threezy to make this play happen. That Era just does not have the defensive tools to be able to survive a consistent onslaught from Sundubu here, but it's Threezy Breezy hitting the field goal there between Gumi and Fudgy, and it's a second goal here for Sundubu as they both reach full stacks.
Yeah, and I mean, Gumi and Snake are getting kind of close, but this is where the stacks value of just being so much faster than the opposing team, at least for now, kind of need to capitalize on, as Snake is able to get max stacks and both barriers here. Has the flip, but it's forced to use it to stay alive as the Supernova is used, but it outlasts the evade, and a disturbing bounce means Snake is taken off the field.
Yeah, he's found so many double barriers early on in this game, but that time it's not enough. A great clear from Gumi, though, is able to keep this power play alive, and Snake is back online to try to make it happen. The Giga from Fudgy trying to stun Grimella, but still able to take control of this midfield, rotate it up to Threezy Breezy, but it is Snake getting close here. Shape, though, having the flip here is going to be big. For defense, potentially tries to make it happen on offense there, but not setting anything up. And Grimella just once again trying to rotate this to Threezy, but the Era and Kai have so much speed to push ahead that he's not able to keep the core for any long amount of time, but does win the interaction there to get both goals open here.
Yeah, and I mean, Grimella pushing up with this flip, it's kind of in an awkward spot here, and Snake is able to clear it. The Fudge is looking really low. You would not want to lose these stacks. Not right now, not when you're so close to building up all of them, but does stay alive for now, as it's Freezy actually looking low here, as Snake dribbling, trying to find some sort of offense here, but there's just so much cooldown dumping from Freezy and Grimella to kind of hold things off for now. Freezy taking really low, Grimella no evade as well, could potentially see a KO here, but Sundubu trying to score before that happens.
And Snake getting the middle, threatening a lot of speed right there, and Fudgy pushing all the way in with this flip, just absolutely nothing a Vice can do to defend that there. Tries to get the ultimate out, but it's just not in time, so we will go to a 0.5 here. It's now Fudgy, Gumi, Grimella, and Threezy all with the full stack. Snake did get KO'd, so only at 70, but a lot of speed on the board here as Demon's Raw all just converging, trying to win that kickoff, but nothing found yet as Threezy and Grimella try to set up this offense once again here.
Yeah, an immediate double barrier by Freezy, just winning back-to-back strike cores to take both. That is the danger of night markets sometimes. When you're out of cooldowns, you could just lose a strike core and then another, and you have an open net, and Shape just continuing the winning streak on these strike cores and converting to take the set.
Yeah, just does it absolutely all his own on the goal there. Threezy won a couple of big strike wars for the barriers, and it's Shape making it happen. So both of these teams, I think, have a lot of scaling in them. So that first set going over to Sundubu is a big turnaround here for them. And as we load in here, I'm looking at the hot shot here potentially for the Vice. But yeah, kind of a hard draft to parse here. It is going to be the team player going over to Fudgy for the third game in a row, and it is hot shot going to Vice.
Yeah, this team player, especially in these longer night market points, are going to get even more value. Or already strong awakening getting more value is really scary. But Snake actually isn't going to scale a ton. The prize fighter is very scary, but Snake hasn't been able to find KOs and has been getting KO'd himself. So it'll be quite interesting to see if Snake can find the value of this.
Yeah, and his teammates didn't really find any additional damage here either. So it's going to kind of have to be all himself making that happen. So we'll see if he's able to get any of those stacks early on. But Threezy and Grimella, I think, have just been making such good use of these vertical rotations over and over. It's just Grimella sending it up to Threezy, and Threezy trying to find the barrier. That time isn't able to, but it's just been such a consistent offense here. Whereas Snake, it feels like, has to fight so much to get the core for any long amount of time, and Threezy is just winning so many strike wars to get these barriers here.
Yeah, it does really just feel like a strike war diff from Grimella and Freezy, who have been playing these so well, able to just keep this onslaught pressure on this Era goalie comp, which is not what you like to see, making it really hard for Snake to find value, as Fudgy ends up getting taken quite low here, but Snake, with this flip, is trying to potentially find something on this top side. Can't find anything for now, as Fudgy does go down, but the barrier taken, the flip used, Grimella goes down, a prize stack is built as Shape with flip in this 2v2, trying to pass it up to Freezy. He does end up using the secondary here, teleports up and gets the flip goal, and Gooby's flip gone. I mean, what a hero play by Shape.
Yeah, 2 points in a row. It's been a hero play by Shape, and it was great as well by Threezy, who dribbled it up, was able to stall just long enough that the secondary was still there for Vice, and a beautiful play once again to set up that goal. And it just feels like there's so many ways for Sundubu to score and to get barriers here. And, you know, when Demon's Raw has been able to get the barriers open, it's been a lot of double barriers immediately from Snake, who there has all the speed, but Shape once again and Grimella, they're just winning every strike war, it feels like.
Yeah, and I mean, now the onslaught of damage coming on to Snake as well. Doesn't end up getting taken down, losing the prize stack and the stacks on stacks, as this barrier taken by Shape. Freezy unable to find anything there. The passing back and forth, Grimella to Shape, up to Freezy, the power chord as well to help out to take this point. I mean, Shape just keeps scoring.
Yeah, 3 goals in a row for Shape. And that missile propulsion and hot shot combination, it's just so much pressure here on an Era. And, you know, we've seen a lot of double barriers on both sides in this map, which is kind of to be expected with an Era and a Vice combination. But if the side of Demon's Raw, if their comp isn't keeping it on offense consistent enough, the Era isn't going to find the offensive value that a Vice can, as they're setting up the offense here. They have some good vertical passes there to set it up. Nothing found quite yet, but it is Demon's Raw in control of this point, as Grimella and Threezy are pushed back and forced to play triple defense here.
A good hold for now, as they're out strike goring, they're out core moving, and they're out damaging Demon's Raw here. They have free flips online. This is so hard for Demons to really find anything here, as Gooby forced to use the Maelstrom. Can't find anything for now is Grimella, but 2 more flips are still on the board for the side of Sundubu, as Freezy trying to potentially find something with it. Does end up getting stopped by the Vice secondary. Snake forced the flip to stay alive, but does end up forcing Freezy's flip as well here.
Yeah, 2 flips used, and the barrier still isn't open as Fudgy and Gumi push in. Snake taking that speed gate and then falling back a little bit to play some goalie for a moment there. But now Fudgy with that team player as we hit overtime. The hot shot from Shape is going to be a big risk when we're in overtime, but the team player from Fudgy as well, as you're starting to see. But it is Threezy dashing in, able to make that happen. We'll see if he can win another strike war. The flip is used and not finding anything, but Grimella just trying to set Threezy up for this, who's very low on stagger here.
Yeah, Grimella just now hitting max stacks could be really huge for this potential speed boost, as it is enough, and Freezy with an incredible dash to hit Gooby out of the play and take the second set. I mean, Sundubu just looks so dominant now again.
Yeah, it's looking a lot more like Oni Village than Amy's half, where we had so much back and forth. It's a lot of back and forth within the points here. That one getting to overtime and so much core speed, making it a very chaotic play there. But it is Sundubu who just looks so coordinated on this offense, and they're rewarded here with heavy impact showing up for the Vice.
Yeah, the heavy impact, you know, Era might get on you, but then you're now just gets like fight or flight, and at least Snake is able to get a little bit of survivability. And size, you know, it's quite helpful.
Yeah, Threezy taking the twin drive, I think against something like an Era who doesn't have the defensive tools to deal with those stuns from the Zentaro, does make a lot of sense. Is going to be strong, even though he was the last picking member on Sundubu. But a really strong draft for Sundubu. As you see that fighter fight in the stacks as Grimella just pushes up and wins everything. All the speed, not much that Gumi can do. Barrier does get returned on that side, but Fudgy goes down. And now Grimella and 3Z trying to make this goal happen with some help from Shapeshifting. The Tornado is going to stall it out for now, and they do keep it alive.
Yeah, 3Z trying to dash in, unable to find anything as Fudgy gets back online here. Grimella is so fast, but not fast enough to catch up to Fudgy, who does not end up getting it Shape. An incredible clear around everything here as Freezy trying to find something this top side, but it is cleared down to Grimella, who is just flying down this bottom lane, unable to find anything. Snake in the 1v1 actually ends up winning against Shape. I think Shape could have striked that, but Snake with the reaction time check to just win.
The brain destroyer from Snake as he hits it right back to where Shapeshifting was, and that could be a difficult clear as when you're already moving up, it doesn't feel like you're covering that anymore. So yeah, just didn't strike in time. And Snake is able to get a prize fighter stack right there, up to 2 now. Uses the flip, but it gets matched away by 3Z Breezy. But that does mean the stacks are gone for Grimella, but the stacks as well are gone for Snake right there.
Yeah, just trading KOs back and forth as it's now Sundubu on the power play. Could potentially find something here. All the offensive pressure is just too much for really Demons to do anything, as this air goalie is just going to collapse under this triple offense, really.
Great barrage, though, by Fudgy does even it up, so we have one barrier on each side, but all the speed from Grimella and 3Z feels like so much pressure, although the X Maximus comes back here, turns it around for just a moment. The speed from 3Z, we'll see what he does with it, but ends up getting shrunk and kind of stalls out the play. The Tornado setting up a lot of pressure here as well, and the core just gets around everyone, the perfect angle, and Gumi not in position to use the flip there.
Yeah, Gumi just left the net, kind of left that top side open too, which is exactly where Sundubu were trying to lurk up and push, and just getting punished for it instantly. You just kind of can't really get away with that, as I mean, that's just such a momentum killer for Demons Raw here.
Yeah, Grimella and 3Z pushing into the corner, very close to flip for both of them, and Shape close as well. Really everyone in the game nearing a flip, so we could have some fireworks here shortly. First flip gets used there, and now Shape taking advantage of that, comes in and gets the kill. Fudgy almost KO'd as well, but Shape is able to push all the way ahead. The KO is found, and it's the pass from Shape to 3Z as well, putting Sundubu just 1 point away.
We might have walked into the glowing triangle, unfortunately, as Fudgy gets taken down, and stacks are nearly fully reset on the board for Demons Raw. Sundubu has so much momentum, they're just keeping it going, and they might be unstoppable.
2 flips used there to try to stay alive from Snake. They take some damage, but they deal some damage back to Snake, who's going to have to fall all the way back with the use of the speed gate, gets the orb, and is now back online. But great defense from Shape, and extra core speed means he gets a barrier as well, sent up to the corner into the Maelstrom, but not finding anything, although a KO does get confirmed on Snake here, and just 1 power play to be converted for Sundubu, who's pushing in with all this speed. Grimella in the corner trying to find a pass to 3Z, cut by Fudgy for just a moment, but 3Z, Grimella, Shapeshifting, all in the goal right there, and it is a 2-1 here for Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, I mean, they brought back the dominance from game 1, right? And they just looked unstoppable yet again. They're kind of just shutting down these, like, really high-pressured comps from Demons Raw and making it so that they can't build this pressure that they really want to with these comps. And it made it really hard for Gumi to find any value in, like, flying forward, because pretty much every time he did, he either got KO'd or punished for it. And they just couldn't get the core to Snake enough. I mean, the Vice did a perfect job at kind of counteracting that.
Yeah, it was a great pick, and, you know, we talked a lot about the strike wars and the offense from Raising Grimella, but Shapeshifting was just really doing it all. Found 3 goals in a row in the middle of that game, had the most redirects in the game here, the most damage as well, 2 KOs and 3 goals. Just a fantastic performance on a pick that we haven't seen as much from this team, but absolutely dominant there, and we had really a dominant first and third map from Sundubu, a very close, hard-fought game by Demons Raw in the middle there, but it is, like we talked about at the start of that map, that was a very big game for the standings, and it is Sundubu who now find themselves at 3-3 in playoff contention.
Yeah, this is really rough for Raw, who have probably wanted to have, like, the strong start to the season that we've always seen them have, and it's very rare for this team to not perform so well, but Sundubu just looked like so much better. Like, Sundubu just once they got momentum, they didn't stop. They just kept scaling. They just kept outplaying, and it really did feel like they just out strike ward and outmove the core. They did a really, really good job at rotating the core, winning all these crucial strike wars, not really needing their abilities to win these interactions, and it made it so that they could kind of also win the damage war at the same time. And that was the really big difference maker for Sundubu, and changed everything for them.
Yeah, so we finally had a map 3 once again. It had been a few weeks. That is our last game of the day, but it's not the end of the show. We will have a post show with a few of our winners from today, maybe someone from the game that we just saw, and they'll get to gloat a little bit. Don't go anywhere, as we will have that post show, and stick around. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the nasl Season 6 broadcast of Week 6. I'm here with 4 of the winners from today. And, well, first of all, the most impressive victory, the most surprising, I'm sure, the 5% predictions. We of Wee's Little Bees, what happened?
We came in today fully prepared to lose, but our main goal was to have fun, and we had fun.
Yep. Well, it looked pretty fun. Talk me through the game 1 strategy, because game 2 was a good win, but game 1 looked so decisive for your team.
Yes. Carmine decided he felt like playing Dubu. I decided I felt like playing Kazan. And I think Trevor was on Era, and he's been practicing the Era. And we laughed a lot. That was about all the preparation we did.
Nice. All right, and moving on to the match that happened next. 2-0 EKC over Showtime in pretty violent fashion, Soren. It was an EKC classic. And now you're sitting tied for first. How does that feel?
Pretty good. A little bit of weight off our shoulders because that's pretty much close to what we need to be to guarantee playoffs already. I don't want to be like not cocky, but we weren't really surprised. I think we are very confident this season compared to last two, where we do think we're probably the best, if not like a top 2, top 3 team right now with how the meta's going. So we're really excited to play against Showtime again after them kicking us into losers and realistically pretty much kicking us out of playoffs because that match killed our vibes last season. So it's nice to get our revenge in a very brutal way. I think we dropped like over 40 KOs on them in 2 games. It was pretty fun. Huss took it pretty well. we were killing him on repeat, and he was DMing me after, like talking about scrimming like literally a minute after. So it was a fun match though. We like the Julie comps, obviously.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of talk about Julie, past, present, and future, especially for NXED. But talk to me a little bit about the IME goalie. What are your thoughts on that?
I think I'm the only. I think me and Lily are the only like NASL IME goalies left that are on main role. The rest of them either swapped, quit, or not really like playing her at all anymore. But I think she's still like a top 3 goalie right now. I know that's an opinion not shared by others, but I think she's just really hard to pilot to where like I probably don't pick her as much when I'm having to play Central because of the ping disadvantage. But like Ohio, I get like 28, so I'm fine locking her every game. I know I've got like the skill on her to just kind of do whatever I want, and the pressure that character gives with a character like Juliet, like I can kind of just sit there keeping the core on like the edge of the map permanently, put a turret down, do a million damage, and then watch my Juliet drop 20 KOs in a game.
All right, and the Sundubu Strikers, the only 3-game series of the day, taking it over Demons Raw, and there are 2 of you. So how was it?
That was awesome. The Sundubu Strikers, we are back. Okay, last night it was 2 a.m. I was bored out of my mind, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna actually put some work in. And the reason I sat there for like 3 hours, Shape was yelling at us because we were up so late. And we really did a deep dive on like drafting and the metagame and what we think is good right now. And that's when we're at our most confident. And I think that confidence really showed today. The only time I had any questions about how the game was going to go going into game today was game 2. And we ended up losing. So I think there's a correlation there. But the Sundubu Strikers are back. We're gonna sweep the league. EKC could be number 2. We'll be number 1 to close out the season. It's fine. What about you, Threezy? Well said. Well said.
I get it.
Well said.
What happened to Threezy?
I mean, I don't have anything to say. He said it.
All right. And going back to you, 2-4, still alive in the season.
Mm-hmm.
It's still very doable to make playoffs. Taking a look at your schedule up ahead, which matches are you looking most forward to, or maybe the least forward to?
I'm looking forward to all of them. I'm like so happy that I'm even here. Like there's no match in nasl that I'm not looking forward to right now.
All right. And with EKC closer to guaranteeing that playoff picture, you're facing off against definitely some of the harder teams coming up next. How are you feeling about that, Soren?
I don't know. I think Hug is probably like the one team in league that we're scared of, just simply because they've historically kind of had a really solid game plan into us that we haven't really figured out. That being said, we kind of beat them hard enough that they roll swap this season, so I'm feeling pretty good into them this season. Caliland vibes. But yeah, I think we're excited. I'm really excited for the match. I'm just giving shit because I love Vaughn. He's probably my favorite goalie in the league right now to talk to about stuff because he has a pretty good understanding of the role, and it's very fun to get an insight from him coming from.
Wait, why didn't you roll swap, Soren?
Because there's no
Caliland vibes,
bro. I wanna, yo, okay, all good. I would love to roll swap. Unfortunately, none of my teammates they understand how shit my role is to play, and they don't want to play it.
Oh, goalie is so weak. Cry me a fucking river, sorry.
So unfun to play, bro. Trust me, I would love. I've been scrimming like permanently on off roll, but yeah, I think that's gonna be probably our hardest opponent out of the season. I know. Hey, I'll be completely real. Like, I'm still not an RTF believer, so I'm excited to fight against them because like just from prior experience like playing them, I've had a pretty good read on Leo and how to play into him, and that's kind of that team's like entire gimmick is they kind of play like us where they try to kill people, but I don't know how they're gonna kill people when like they're playing us because we do it better. And Leo's a really good brawler player, but I've kind of got him. I've kind of got on him read a little bit. So PPL, I've been glazing PPL pretty hard actually. I think they're a really good team. They actually have a positive win rate over us. We've only beat them once, which was to get into NASL Season 5 after we missed out on playoffs, which is really funny to think about. But every weekly or like big tournament we've played them in, they've kind of just like ran through us, which is kind of funny. But I don't know. We're not too worried. Gonna get on the grind a little bit more. I know me like and Katsuna have not been playing at all, so we got to try to start practicing and get ready for the upcoming playoffs because this is pretty much looking like EKC's the last season together right now. So it's my last chance to get an S tier.
All right, and finally, Sundubu Strikers, looking forward to the final third of the season. Any big thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really scared of week 9.
Yeah.
I've got that one marked on my calendar. We got to play against LeBron in week 9.
Weeb,
Oh
man.
yeah.
We got to play against Weeb. I don't know how I'm feeling about that. Other than that, I think we've got our own thing figured out, and that's all that really matters for us is that we feel like we know what we're doing. I don't care as much what other people are doing right now. I think most other people are also kind of doing some things wrong anyways. So we're really, really confident going into this break and into the last 3 weeks of the season. But if there's any hurdle we got to get over, it's we gotta clear Weeb.
Good luck.
And speaking of LeBron, it's time for shout outs. So I know you have a lengthy list. Who are you shouting out?
Oh my god, do I? I should have written them down. Oh my goodness. I mean, I gotta shout out Oppabug. Like he coached me more than anyone else ever. And of course 3Z and every single other brawler that has ever coached me, because there is a long list of them, and I do not remember them all right now. And
Brawlers.
oh yeah, brawler life. I also got to shout out my team because they're goats and they're a blast to play with. So much fun.
Right. Soren, what are your shout outs?
I think I've got a list too. Shout out my teammates. They played great today. And X has taken a pretty good job of like learning how to communicate in game, which is a really huge thing for us, a big step for EKC, and it definitely showed in our match today. Shout out to our coach Borg. He wasn't really present this week, but was still there, cheering us on, kind of giving us a little bit of tips when he had time. Shout out to our subs. I know they haven't really got any playtime, but I know Flowers and Zanseki are our subs right now. Flowers has been there like every scrim, if not game, kind of just like talking to us and cheering us on. So that's a really good morale boost to have. Shout out to all the EKC chat people always cheering us on every week. Shout out to some of my IRL friends, my GF. I had Yoki chat too, by the way. Yoki was cheering on today after his had an unfortunate loss yesterday. So I mean, Milky's my favorite guy ever, so shout out for him being there. And shout out for Josh. Josh is always my biggest believer, and I love that guy. Guy, is he above or below me? Below me. Yeah, that guy.
Damn. Okay, well, Romello and 3Z, final shout outs before we disappear.
Yeah, you got any shout outs?
Yeah. All right. Shout out to warm up squad as always. Shout out to Cardbox for getting berated in VC and
I mean, that guy's the worst.
just putting up with it like a beast. I love that guy. Shout out to the Sundubu Strikers, man. They didn't want us to be up the way we up, man.
Shout out mom and dad, man.
That's facts.
Shout out mom and dad.
That's facts.
All right, I got some shout outs. I also got a shout out Oppabug. If it weren't for Oppabug,
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't have qualified for NASA Season 1, and then I wouldn't have been grandfathered into NASA Season 2, and I was terrible back then, so I wouldn't have qualified for NASA Season 2, and then I would have never gotten nasl level practice, so I would have been a terrible player forever, and I wouldn't be here. So shout out Oppabug. He's the greatest player of all time.
Rio.
Shout out 3Z for staying up with me all night. That was a big W for our team, for our confidence. And then shout out Liari.
Okay, well, it looks like we're done here. Thanks everyone for watching another week of nasl. We have a break week coming up. But that's about it for week 6, and see you next time.